Every morning Jill started the same way, waking up at 7 o'clock, washing and preparing breakfast at 8:30, and then waking up Dad for work. After tasting the soup she made today and making sure everything was perfect, she continued with her plan. The heroine shouted to her dad to wake up because breakfast was already ready, but there was no answer. Jill looked into his room and called him again. Apparently he was too fast asleep to hear her. She walked over to the bed and gently touched his shoulder so that the awakening would not take him by surprise. But Dad still did not wake up. Then the girl began to literally shake him, because if he didn't wake up right now, he might be late for work. But in response, she heard only a moo. And then Jill screamed loudly throughout the room, so much so that probably the lonely neighbor might think that he was now a dad too. June sharply opened his eyes, not knowing what to expect, because there was a terrifying scream in his room. He sat up abruptly, looked around. Sweat appeared on his forehead from such an unexpected awakening, and then he saw her. Jill stood in front of him and screamed to wake him up. And at that moment, he remembered that he had a daughter under contract for 2 months now. Seeing that June had woken up, she stopped screaming, broke into a smile, and said that breakfast was ready, and it was high time for him to get up. 10 years ago, so-called faults appeared on the earth, which disrupted peace and harmony. People did not know what to do with them and were terribly frightened when they first saw only the rift, and then what emerged from them. Monsters emerged from the cracks in huge numbers, and it was impossible to cope with them. At the same time, strange abilities appeared in some of the people, regardless of gender and age. They became known as hunters who could track their abilities, like in a computer game. Hunters stood up to protect the cities and began to control the rifts, exterminating monsters. Jun did not have any special skills, so he was left to study and look for a job suitable for an ordinary person. After his studies, he was able to get a job as a civil servant in the fault department and became the most junior in the department. He did not have any special talents, which negatively affected his work, where he constantly forgot about reports and was late. And only after a year of hard work he was able to receive his first assignment on the rift. He was excited about his first task and went in search of the rift that had appeared. However, failure awaited Jun here too. On the way to his mission, he was hit by a truck. A bright light, a blow, the expectation of pain, but it did not come. He opened his eyes and could not understand where he was. People who also did not expect him to appear here said that he was in a world called Murim. The world in which he died countless times experienced terrible pain and suffering. But after death he was reborn again and everything started anew. Because after appearing in Murim, he acquired one ability. A pocket watch that, in case of death, returned him a day ago and allowed him to repeat the scenario again. Jun kept going back to achieve his goal, win and stay alive. He had done this so many times that it seemed he no longer remembered who he was or what he was doing. With each rewind, he drew conclusions and became stronger. And finally, he became the strongest warrior in this world. He had no equal. The inhabitants of the world of Murim called him Kionma, which meant heavenly devil. However, Jun was now only worried about one question: how to get back. He became the strongest, so as a reward he received the same sudden return to his reality, just as he had once fallen out of it. The hero woke up in the hospital but felt great. He got up, got dressed and walked out of it, as if he had woken up at home. The doctors were shocked, because yesterday he was hit by a truck, and he underwent a 5-hour operation. June understood that he had spent a lot of time in another world, did not remember his own at all, and a long adaptation awaited him. He looked at his status window. All his characteristics were maximum. He was the best hunter for his world, and there was no need to return to his old job. Memories of Murim frightened him, because there was a sea of blood on his hands. Memories flashed in his head. He stopped trusting anyone. He doesn't even remember how many times he died and was reborn again. And at that very second, he realized that now he wants to be normal, go to work and live an ordinary life. Having decided everything, June went to work at the mayor's office, went up to the right floor, entered the right room, and said hello. Everyone who worked in the department turned around and froze in shock, looking at the door. Greg spoke first, but all he could do was ask if June was okay, to which June replied that he was completely fine and nothing bad happened to him. Greg noticed that at least he spoke differently and became more confident, after which he noted that his body seemed to have become stronger, although before he looked like a fragile guy. It was as if he was assessing him from bottom to top, and when he reached his face, he realized that his height had changed a little. June thanked him for all the compliments Greg had said, but didn't show that anything had changed. He assured that even if he had changed in appearance, he was still the same June who worked with them in the department. After which he clarified where his workplace was, since he was in shock after the accident and had memory problems. Greg took the position that everything he said now made him even more suspicious. Olivia, who until that moment had simply smiled while looking at him, was sure that it was June, only more beautiful. The boss wasn't satisfied with Jun and Olivia's words, so he brought in a fingerprint scanner. The moment of truth, June raised his thumb to the scanner, pressed it, and everyone froze. Not even a minute had passed before the scanner reported that it was indeed June. a worker in the fault department. Greg shouted that he needed another test, grabbed his hand and put his finger on the scanner, which once again confirmed his identity. The test continued again and again until the entire department was tired of listening to the scanner, which said the same thing over and over again. Greg stood his ground and said that he didn't understand how a person could change so much in just 24 hours. But Olivia couldn't take her eyes off him. She didn't understand at all how height, body type, and voice could change, but she really liked the new June. Jun was already starting to get a headache from the endless discussions about his changes. So he asked again where his place was. But there was no answer. The boss decided to send him home so that he could have a good rest. He did not hear Jun's objections and only repeated that he was still on sick leave and would only allow him to work tomorrow. Greg grabbed him by the shoulders and offered to accompany him to the exit, but Jun refused, since he could do it himself. And so he went home, but it was not so easy either, because he had not been here for a long time. It took him a couple of hours to finally find his home. He had to walk up, because he didn't remember what floor he lived on, but he remembered what his front door looked like. The door was found, but the hardest part was remembering the code to open it. He entered code after code, hoping for muscle memory, but all attempts were unsuccessful. He had to stop and think. The code should be familiar to him. He had entered it so often up to this point. Another unsuccessful attempt, when suddenly a woman's voice was heard from behind the door. He listened again. Maybe he was really not okay enough to hear voices, when suddenly the door lock clicked. The door opened, and behind it was a young girl whom he had seen for the first time. But for some reason, she called him her uncle. He fell into a stupor, and the only thing he could do was ask who she was. He walked inside, expecting anything from a conversation with a stranger who for some reason ended up in his apartment. June and the girl were sitting on opposite sides of the table. Outwardly, he seemed calm, but something was torn inside him, because he didn't know what to do. He took another sip from his mug and finally began to repeat after her the story he had just heard. Her name was Jill. She was the daughter of his brother's girlfriend. He sighed heavily and slowly said the same thing again, trying to wrap his head around it. Jill nodded happily. It seemed to her that since he started talking to her, everything would be fine. June continued to reconstruct the events. His brother's girlfriend died in an accident. She had nowhere to go, and he agreed to look after her. And that's why she knew the code to his apartment and came here today, to which Jill burst into a smile. After which, he decided to clarify whether they had seen each other at least once before today. After this moment, the girl was confused and replied that this was their first meeting. He looked for any way to solve this situation and asked if Jill had any other relatives. In response, she hesitated and said that her mother was an orphan, so she had no one else to rely on. June suddenly became distracted by a plate with some dish and asked her what it was. She suddenly found new hope and began to animatedly tell her that it was omelet, omelette, and rice, and she prepared it for June to have a snack after work. When suddenly he interrupted her and said that he would not be able to receive her at his place. Unexpectedly for him, the girl became furious, jumped up and screamed that he had promised her. She handed him the phone, opened a correspondence with him, and showed messages confirming this. And now he had to tell his story because until yesterday he was in the hospital, had an accident, and was discharged only today. And most importantly, he lost his memory, did not remember either his brother or the girl he promised to help. He didn't know how to answer her question about whether he was okay because his body had fully recovered. But memory fails greatly, which can cause difficulties in everyday life. He understood that now it would be difficult for him to take care of someone, because it would take him some time to adapt. Jill froze, as if she didn't know what to answer. But in fact, she was quickly going through the thoughts in her head in order to somehow correct the situation. Suddenly she shouted that she wanted to sign a contract and come to an agreement with June. He didn't understand what she was talking about, so he decided to clarify what kind of contract she wanted to conclude. To which Jill asked him to become her father until she graduated from school. At the same moment, he regretted asking this question because her proposal was crazy. Without wasting time, she flew up to him, grabbed his hand, and began to convince him that he had lost his memory. It would be difficult for him to adapt, but she could help. She grabbed his hand and continued to say that she would take over the cleaning, washing, cooking to help him. And in return, he will allow her to live with him until she graduates from school, at least 6 months until she moves into the dorm. Jun thought about it because this really was not a bad condition, no, even a very good condition. He spent a long time in the Middle Ages, in a completely different world, and it will take time to adapt to the modern world. You could always ask her about what he didn't know, ask for help, and this was really beneficial for the two of them. He reached into his briefcase, began to take out paper and pen, and told Jill that he was ready to draw up a contract. She was shocked, because the plan seemed unsuccessful, and now she herself did not believe her ears. June silently sat down at the table and began to write something. It seemed that right now they were concluding a multi-million-dollar deal. He handed her a piece of paper with the rules by which they both had to live and asked her to tell her if something was unclear. or something needed to be corrected. The contract included deadlines, obligations to provide Jill with all receipts, account for expenses, and perform all household duties. June once again clarified whether there was something that Jill did not understand or that she did not agree with, to which she replied that she was satisfied with everything. There was one last step left for the contract to take effect, and he handed her his pen. With tears in her eyes, she took the pen. It seemed that she was about to cry, but everything was exactly as she wanted. She bent over the papers, signed and said that she would do everything in her power. And at that very moment, a smile shone on her face. Everything was decided, and she decided to clarify whether she could call Jun father. He agreed, after which he went to his room and Jill shouted after him to call her by name and by name. June agreed to this too. Jill hugged the contract to her and exhaled with relief, because he got used to it so quickly, and suddenly remembered that she had forgotten something. So, she followed him. She started talking before she looked into the room, but her speech was interrupted as soon as she saw a strong, pumped-up, naked body. Jill instantly gasped, but could not take her eyes off, even if he was her father, but such an attractive father, and only under a contract. She turned away only at the moment when June pulled on his t-shirt and was able to look at her. He still didn't understand what just happened, so he decided to continue the conversation and asked what else she needed. Sweat appeared on her face, and she frantically began to explain that the refrigerator was out of food and she needed to go to the store. His sarcastic question about whether it was true was just to continue the conversation, because he had already taken out his wallet. He took out his card, handed it to her, and said that now she would pay with her. She finally turned to him, took the card, and was taken aback. Was he really able to trust her so quickly? Jill could not take responsibility so quickly, and a plan arose in her head. Since he had lost his memory, he should go with her, in case he starts to remember something if he goes to a local store. It actually seemed like a good idea. The familiar surroundings might help him, so Jun agreed to go along with her. The store was on a nearby street. They got there quickly. This time, it seems, was not enough for the main character to remember something. They stopped at a stand with vegetables, and she told him that for a while, he just needed to cook for him with them. But June was constantly distracted by an advertisement about a discount on meat, and repeated only that. All he could do was agree. He thanked her, and said that he agreed. It seemed that she was again glad that he agreed with her. When suddenly a noise caught their attention, there was tension in the air, as if something was about to happen. He asked her in bewilderment what was happening, because from her face it seemed that she'd already understood everything. At that same second, a portal appeared in the air right opposite them, and people began to run away from it in panic. Jill immediately took a gun out of her bag and was ready to meet whoever was about to come out of it. It was a rift. She didn't know what kind of monster would come out of it. But she knew one thing. She needed to protect Jun, so she asked him to hide. A huge green creature with huge fangs emerged from the portal, and its mouth not only stank terribly, but also strange sounds came out, similar to either a growl or a moo. Everyone who was in the store began to run out of it in panic, screaming that a goblin had come to the store to buy milk. June stood rooted to the spot and simply watched what was happening. He knew what to do, but only today he promised himself that he would live an ordinary life. Jill didn't promise anything to anyone, so she immediately pointed the gun at the goblin and pulled the trigger. A beam of light erupted from the cannon, and a small wind rose from the power of the shot. And so, the bullet reached its target. Jill hit the goblin squarely in the chest. The goblin felt the blow, looked down, growled questioningly, and saw a huge hole in his body. He fell flat on the floor. It seemed he would no longer need the groceries. Visitors to the store began to surround him. They realized that he had lost consciousness forever and exhaled joyfully. Fortunately, there was a hunter in the store who protected them. Jill leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, and continued to hold the gun tightly in her hands. Noticing Jun, she quickly came to her senses, put the weapon back in her bag, and began to scold him for simply standing still when he was in danger. June apologized and said that he would be careful in future. It seems that this was what she wanted to hear, and she calmed down. The police were already hovering over the goblin. He was alone. There were no dead. And they headed towards Jill, because this was the result of her actions. Approaching them, the policeman asked if they had dealt with the goblin, but his gaze was turned to June. With a quick movement of his hand, he put Jill in front of him and told the policeman that his daughter had dealt with the goblin. He was shocked, because the girl was only 14 years old. He could not believe that it was really her. But quickly getting his bearings, he asked for identification, phone number, address, and bank account. There was a reward for killing the goblin, and also, dear YouTube viewer, there was a reward for subscribing to my channel and commenting with a like. The one who does this, I promise you, will be very lucky in life tomorrow. You yourself will be shocked. Your support very important to me. Have a nice day. This was the price for destroying the goblin and the mana. The police would pay it for preserving the lives and safety of the inhabitants. The policeman said that the father could provide a bank account. The money could be transferred to him. June thought about it. He thought about it and asked Jill to name his account. She was surprised by what he said. He quickly removed all questions and said that it would be fair, because it was she who killed the goblin. She blushed with joy and quickly dictated her number so as not to scream with joy. They returned home. Jill was preparing dinner, when suddenly, the phone made a notification sound. She grabbed it, and looking at the screen, was clearly shocked by something. For destroying the rift and the goblin, she received 150,000 won from the Seoul police. Jun managed to read the message. She received a large sum for killing just one goblin. If they paid so much for it, then there was no point in living with him, he asked. His naivety seemed sweet to her, and she began to explain that there was a time gap in the sky and a monster appeared. It was an accident, and no one could guarantee that all monsters would be so easy. In addition, only licensed hunters can enter the rift, and she is still an ordinary person. He interrupted her with a question about whether she knew the law of reason, and Jill had a question on her face. She asked what this law meant, and he explained that everything that happens in life is a reaction of the subconscious to what we are trying to instill in ourselves. Thoughts are material, and what happened to her was her desire. She understood what he was getting at and told him that she planned to enter the Hunter Academy in March. Jill had not yet gone through Hunter Revival, but she already knew how to use mana and had a temporary permit for a mana gun, so she always carried it with her. He praised him because not everyone can become a hunter, which means she had special abilities inside her. She smiled and told him that he should treat her well because one day she would become very famous. In addition, she had already laid a full table of food, gave instructions to eat everything and leave nothing behind, and wished him a pleasant appetite. After discussing her future, she realized that she did not know what June's job was, and immediately asked the question that arose. While eating dinner, he replied that he worked at the mayor's office as an ordinary civil servant. Jill was satisfied with his answer because she was worried that his work might be dangerous. She handed him another plate of food, wished him bon appetit and good night. This eventful day had come to an end. Morning came too quickly, and now June was already approaching the City Hall building. There were still about 5 minutes left before the start of the working day. It seemed that time had stopped. The entire department was waiting to see if he would show up for work today. The door to the office opened. He entered as if nothing had happened and said hello. His colleagues instantly turned to the voice. Without hiding his surprise, Greg asked how he was feeling and whether he would be able to work. It seems that yesterday he was not here, and the checks began again. He thanked him for his concern and assured everyone else that he was fine. The department head tried to remain calm, so he sat back in his chair and asked Jun to contact him at any time if he was having a hard time. After which he pointed his finger at an empty seat and finally gave an answer to the question that had been asked yesterday. His place was there. While he was sitting down on a chair, the guy sitting next to him told him that if June didn't remember something, he could contact him. He hesitated, didn't know what to answer, just as he didn't know who this guy was, what his name was, and why he offered to help him. The stranger understood everything from his facial expression, so he immediately said that his name was Nate, and he was his direct superior, and Greg was already in charge above him. He thanked Nate for introducing himself, for offering to help, and for bringing clarity to what was going on in the department. Greg looked at his watch and noted that the working day had already begun. It seemed that everyone was waiting for someone. Nate hastened to reassure him and noted that the one they were waiting for was a very valuable hunter, so it was necessary to bring him up to date, to which Greg answered a sarcastic question, clarifying whether the F rank was valuable. It didn't matter, because they were still waiting for the hunter, and none of them appeared. Suddenly they heard the sound of a door swinging open and heavy breathing and turned around. A beautiful red-haired girl stood in the doorway. Her head bowed. It seemed that everyone was waiting for her. She exhaled heavily again, raised her head and asked a question, the answer to which was obvious. Yes, she was late. But when he saw her, Greg began waving his arms and claiming that he was to blame, and that he should have met her. Nate pointed his finger at them and invited Jun to go say hello, because this was their new hunter. A silent question hung on Jun's face. It seemed he didn't understand why the hunter came to their department. The boss took him by the hand and dragged him along, simultaneously explaining to him what was happening. The department was engaged in searching for faults, and usually they went on missions with a hunter. Miss Kate will have to take care of June and help in his work. He said hello and began to study her with his eyes, when suddenly Nate said that Kate was supposed to become his ward, but she wouldn't. They were both surprised by this fact and turned to Nate questioningly. Nate hesitated, sweat formed on his forehead, but he continued talking. June is in no condition to go on a mission right now, so Nate will take over this task. The main character began to boil, because initially this was his job. Nate continued to stand his ground. It would be better if he completed this task, because no one knows what consequences the accident could have. Suddenly Greg entered the dialogue, saying that he was worried whether June would be able to work normally. Jun didn't understand what was happening. Were they pretending that he was an unscrupulous employee? He stated that this was his job and he would be the one to do it. Nate began to panic even more and began to try to convince the main character that he should not overexert himself. Greg supported the general panic and began to shout that June could not even find a job. June tried to remain calm, but there were explosions inside that were about to break out and fall on the entire department. He took a deep breath and once again confidently announced that he would fulfill his duties himself. Nate could no longer resist. He understood that Jun needed this chance, a chance to prove that he was okay, and gave up. Screams continued to be heard from the office for some time, and then everyone went to lunch. Greg and Nate sat outside and continued to discuss what had happened. One thought that letting him go on a mission was crazy. The other tried to convince him. June was an employee of their department, and despite what happened, he had the right to another chance, because he never got to his first task. Thoughts were racing in Greg's head. He knew that there would be consequences for this decision, but good or bad he didn't know, so he gave in and agreed. June and Kate left for their first mission. He carefully studied the instructions, and the girl seemed to be waiting for him to finish. He folded the papers and decided that there was enough information to do everything right. After several readings, it was clear what needed to be done. His responsibility was to study all the information about the rift, and support from the Hunter Academy was allocated to help him. As soon as he was distracted from the documents, a girl's voice was heard from the back seat. She said that her name was Kate, and she was 21 years old. He apologized for such a long silence and said that he needed to check the documents. He turned around and his attention was attracted by what was lying on her lap. June clarified what it was. Kate said that there was her uniform and weapons, which were mandatory for fighting monsters. Suddenly, the car stopped, and the driver announced that they had arrived at the place. They thanked him and left the car. June's face did not express a single emotion, and Kate pressed the button on the case and something clicked. The case opened and now some strange greenish sphere could be seen in it. The girl took it out and put it to her chest. June was perplexed by her actions. Suddenly, the sphere changed color and began to glow. At that same second, the sphere completely covered Miss Kate's form. It turned out that this was her costume. He couldn't take his eyes off, either from the fact that the little ball had independently changed his partner's clothes, or from her forms. She became a little embarrassed and asked if this was the first time he had seen this, to which June nodded in the affirmative. On the way, Kate told him that this suit was of the lowest level of protection, but even it cost 3 million won, and her sword was far from the best. She stopped and asked what she should call him, to which he replied that he didn't care. Then she suggested calling him manager because he was responsible for the faults. The security finished the check and they were finally able to move on. He agreed to her proposal. They walked along the stone path and finally saw the purpose of their visit. A huge glowing portal, a rift, inside of which there were probably a bunch of monsters. Kate's former confidence disappeared somewhere. She hesitated and announced that it was her first time going into the rift alone. They were distracted by a rough male voice that was familiar to Kate. It was Michael and a couple of other hunters who had worked together before. It seems his main goal was to hook Kate. He stated that he thought that she was no longer a huntress, but this was not the case. He studied Jun carefully and asked if she had joined any guild. Then he leaned over her and made a sarcastic comment about how she didn't even know how to use mana. Kate lowered her head, and her hair covered her face. It seemed she was on the edge. Michael thought he had already won, but could not stop and continued to lower her in the eyes of his new colleague. Just in case, June asked if Kate knew this thug. She said that they had once attended courses together to become hunters. Michael's attention was drawn to Jun's badge and he began to study it. He laughed when he learned that Kate was now a contract worker at City Hall. He wiped away his tears. He was quite amused by the fact that someone like her would not be accepted into the guild. And since she was a contract worker, that meant she was still in F rank. June interrupted this madness, saying that everything he was doing now looked pathetic. Michael began to seek support from his comrades and point a finger at the one who defended the object of his ridicule. He looked down at him with contempt and called him a moron. Grabbing his shirt collar and lifting it up, Kate started screaming. Michael quietly hissed that if Mr. Civil Servant doesn't like something, then let him dare to stop him. Michael began to scream, and his face was so close that the hair on June's head began to move. He could no longer control himself. His eyes began to narrow with anger. It seemed that they were filled with blood. Seeing this, Michael got scared and widened his eyes, but still did not let him go. And a creepy voice sounded in his head, telling him that if he let him go within 3 seconds, he would be forgiven. Jun's eyes grew redder and stared at the idiot who was slowly lowering him to the ground. Black smoke swirled around Michael as if it was waiting to attack him. He felt that he could not breathe and began gasping for air. But no one saw this except Michael and June. One of his comrades shook his shoulder and asked if he was okay. At that same second, Michael fell to the ground and was crawling away from something, covering his face with his hands. His friends were in a panic. From the outside, it looked like he had gone crazy, when suddenly his pants got wet and he was sitting right in front of the break in a yellow puddle. Kate watched everything that was happening in surprise. She was glad that her offender was punished, but she did not understand at all what was happening here. June, satisfied with himself, grinned and decided to finish off Michael. He made a surprised face, extended his hand and asked if he was okay and if he could get up. But this was only a mask for the others. He leaned down to give him another message that only the two of them would hear. The devilish voice again sounded in Michael's head and told him not to interfere anymore if his life was dear to him. Michael began to cry, bubbles blowing out of his nose, and he shouted that he agreed to everything. His team was in a panic. They didn't know what to do, and Kate covered her face with her hands. June flew past her and called her to follow him before something worse happened than what they had just seen. He jumped into the rift they had come to explore, but his partner did not follow him. He had to stretch his hand through this hole for her to finally pay attention to him. She followed him, and now they were on the other side. They looked around. This dimension did not look like the abode of a monster. On the contrary, there were mountains and forests all around, and the air seemed so fresh that they both took a deep breath. In the distance, they noticed a goblin wandering around the fields. June noted that this rift was rank F. Perhaps that's why everything looked so simple. He took out a tablet and began to enter data about the place where they had arrived. The computer informed that fault rank F was selected. When a higher fault rank is established, you should select the exclusion option. After which the mapping of the area began, which meant that at the moment Jun had nothing else to do. He put the tablet in his bag and slowly walked towards the goblin, Kate overtaking him, shouting that she should go first. Although she was here at the porter level, she must be responsible for the safety of ordinary people. In addition, if she shows the manager a good side of herself, then she will certainly be hired for a permanent job at the mayor's office. Their attention was attracted by a noise coming from somewhere outside, and they stopped. In a clearing not far from them lay at least 6 dead goblins, and next to them were 3 hunters who had cleared the area. Jun was shocked. There were so many hunters who had come here before them. Kate fell to her knees and began to wail that she had to show at least something, prove what she was capable of. He tried to reassure her that since the goblins were gone, all they had to do was finish the map, and the job would be finished. June decided to check his partner's status and opened her card. He was surprised. Weren't her parameters the same as those of an ordinary person? When suddenly he was attracted by her skill. It was S-rank fencing. She said that at first she was very pleased, because there were not many such S-rank skills. When she first started taking the course, she was among the first, she continued. But with every word, her condition changed for the worse. She bit a strand of her fiery hair and said that everything did not go according to plan when she needed to demonstrate her skill during the course. But what could she do, because she had no mana? Her partner shouted that she could only try. Mana should have appeared at the 3rd level, but she didn't even know how to go to the 2nd level, when suddenly June grabbed her by the elbows and yelled, pulling her back. Something fell loudly at exactly the place where she had just sobbed. It was a huge mace, which from a strong throw stuck into the ground. She looked up and saw 3 goblins moving towards them. Jun had to lift her up and encourage her so that she wouldn't even think about the fact that she might fail. He whispered in her ear that the battle would begin right now, and it was time for her to come to her senses. He pushed her in the back so that she would finally take at least a step. Kate collected her thoughts, pulled herself together, and focused on the goblins. She rushed towards them, drawing her sword and ready to attack. She slipped under one of the clubs, which the goblin was aiming straight at her head. She easily pushed herself off the ground with one hand, and with a precise movement she cut one of them right on the nose. The goblin grabbed his face, and Kate knew that this wound would not be enough. She pushed off the ground and bent her leg, preparing to strike again. The next powerful blow to the goblin's head was delivered by her heel. But the goblin continued to stand on 2 legs, preparing to answer for what was done to him. His eyes began to grow fierce and he rushed towards her. But Kate was ready for this, jumped towards him, and with one swing of her sword took off his head. The headless body crashed to the ground next to another goblin. Breathing heavily, she stopped and then finally realized what she had just done. She turned to the manager and joyfully shouted that she could kill the goblin. However, when she looked back, she saw that Jun had lowered his head into the tablet, and another goblin was rushing straight towards him. Exposing his claws and fangs, he growled and prepared to attack. Jun knew what was happening. It was not for nothing that he was the best warrior. He stood and simply waited for the moment. And as soon as the goblin approached him at full speed, he took a step to the side. Kate's eyes widened as the goblin ran towards the manager. She didn't know what to expect, but she certainly didn't expect this turn of events. The goblin fell to the ground and rolled, because he expected to attack the guy, but did not expect that he would have time to move away. After a couple of rolls, he fell into the abyss, on the edge of which June was waiting for him. Kate was shocked, looking at him, but June continued to calmly stand in place and look at the tablet. He had to remind her that the battle was still going on and she should focus on the enemy. not him. But neither she nor the enemy cared about each other at that moment. They looked at him in fascination. The goblin came to his senses a little earlier than Kate, growled, and swung his club, aiming for her head. At the last moment, she managed to draw her sword and defend herself from his blow. Their duel lasted about 5 minutes, but there was no winner. They swung again and again, but the enemy managed to parry the blows. Hope began to fade in her partner's eyes. She was exhausted and was ready to give up. June decided to intervene and clarified whether just 2 goblins had really exhausted her so much. She answered hesitantly that she was still full of strength. The enemy took advantage of the fact that she hesitated. He swung his hand to hit her legs, but she managed to spread them in time. He extended his club in her direction and continued to advance. It seemed as if this stupid creature was enjoying her mistakes. She was starting to get angry. Sweat was running down her face. She was tired of this endless struggle. She accelerated and rushed towards the goblin, swinging her sword. But he managed to calculate her actions and met her with a blow from his stick. June was tired of watching this endless and fruitless battle, so he decided to intervene. He sighed heavily and clarified whether fencing was indeed her main skill. It seemed to him that the basis was blocking an attack and striking with the least amount of effort. He suggested that she step back a little and catch her breath, because her sword was shaking due to breathing problems. She followed his instructions and began to put her condition in order. He continued his instructions. She should focus on the enemy because he too was already at his limit. She looked at the goblin. He was breathing heavily, releasing steam from his mouth. He was truly at the edge of his strength. All she had to do was watch her opponent carefully and concentrate on the attack, waiting for a good chance. The best solution would be to gather all your strength and use a fast and powerful attack. While the goblin was gaining momentum, June clarified that the most important thing was the ability to gain extra movement from the enemy. Kate humbly waited for his instructions, and now the moment has come. It's time to show the essence of fencing. It seemed that nothing existed around except her and the goblin. She was watching him intently. The goblin swung his club. It seemed that he put all his strength into this blow, hoping that it would be the last. His club was flying straight at her, when suddenly, something didn't go according to his plan. He froze, watching as his weapon stuck straight into the ground. The moment Kate put her sword to his throat, it became clear that she had found the goblin's mistake. With a quick, sharp movement, she cut off his head. The monster let out its death roar, and its scarlet blood sprayed from its neck. She exhaled, even though she was exhausted from the fight, but she finally succeeded. She stood over the lifeless body of the goblin. She managed to show all the beauty of fencing. June praised her. Thanks to her, the exploration of the fault was easy and it was possible to return. But all Kate wanted now was to lie down and rest. He also told her that as many as 17 goblins had become her prey, and if she worked alone, she could earn a lot. To which Kate abruptly jumped up and told him that she was not doing this for the money. She wanted to become a member of some team. She decided that now was a good time to ask why June was hiding her power. He pretended that he did not understand what she was talking about and took a step towards the portal. Kate began to say that he was very good at fencing, and remembered the goblin he neutralized with just one step, but June had already dived into the portal. She crossed her arms over her chest and didn't realize how many mysteries her manager kept. Evening had come in Seoul. The noise of cars and people rushing home could be heard on the streets. June did the same thing, returning home after his first day at work. But he had to slow down a little. It seemed that someone was following him. Stopping, he grabbed his head and immediately realized who it was. The hero told his pursuer that if he left within 10 seconds, he would not be angry and began the countdown. 10, 9, and immediately switched to 3 to speed up the process of exposure. Kate flew out from around the corner towards him. She lowered her head guiltily and stood in front of him, afraid to say anything. John asked why she was following him. She was still tormented by the question she asked him before his quick jump into the portal. She couldn't understand why he was hiding his power or why there was no power and it was just an accident. John again did not answer the question, only told her that since she followed him all the way home, she should at least have dinner with him. They walked the rest of the way home in silence. Kate slowed down the stairs. Suddenly she stopped and said that she would rather go home. It was inconvenient for her to visit him so late. June asked her to be patient a little longer. It was time for dinner. She should have already cooked. She widened her eyes and asked who she was, why she should have already prepared dinner, and why he was taking Kate with him. He said that his daughter lives with him. Kate expected to hear anything, but the fact that he had a daughter amazed her. June already knocked on the door and asked not to say a word about work, since his daughter thinks that he is an ordinary civil servant. Thoughts were racing in Kate's head. Maybe he got married early. Maybe he just looked young, but most importantly, she was uncomfortable showing up with him like that. The door swung open and a young girl flew out with a smile on her face. But the smile instantly disappeared from her face as soon as she saw that her father had not returned home alone. Kate's world collapsed, and she was further surprised by his daughter's appearance. Why was she so big? He's only 26 years old. Maybe it's his wife and she just calls him father. All this simply couldn't happen. Jill asked Jun who he brought with him, to which he coldly replied that it was his colleague. Stuttering, Kate confirmed this information and tried to be as friendly as possible. But this information was not enough for the girl to let them inside. It seems that Jun was amused by this awkward scene, but he still decided to clarify whether they could already go inside. Jill opened the doors and finally invited them inside. Walking inside, Kate and June were amazed by the fact that the apartment was literally sparkling with cleanliness. Jill interrupted the pause and said in an angelic voice that they would soon have dinner, and let her colleague drink tea and leave. But still, this was Jun's apartment and his rules. He said that he invited her to dinner, so the three of them would do it together. The daughter made the most dissatisfied grimace possible, crossed her arms over her chest, but was forced to agree. June then commented on her behavior, not understanding that she was going through adolescence, to which Jill gave a loud negative answer. It seems that at that moment it dawned on Kate. She was not his daughter, but who she was to him remained a mystery. Jill pouted and disgruntledly went to prepare dinner. Kate continued to peer at her, trying to find an answer. A long silence dragged on, so after dinner, Kate decided to break it and thanked her for the very tasty soup, to which Jill displeasedly replied that she had bought it. Then the colleague began to look for at least something to thank the girl, but she quickly fought off his compliments. Jill was tired of playing this game, so she decided to turn away, when suddenly something caught her attention. It was the sparkling case of the Huntress, which stood in their hallway. Kate gained hope and began to tell her that it was made for transportation, but made in Schwartz's workshop. Suddenly, she realized the mistake and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. With horror in her eyes, she turned to Jun, who was clearing the table. In his head, he quickly calculated options that would be very plausible for Jill to believe in them. But Jill had already begun to build a logical chain, and if Kate was a hunter, whether her father was an ordinary civil servant. June quickly got his bearings and said that his colleague works part-time, and if she is caught, she will face a fine. So there's no need to tell anyone else this information. Jill slammed her hand down on the table and hovered over Kate. The girl widened her eyes, opened her mouth, and knew what to expect from this girl. Suddenly, Jill joyfully grabbed her hands and began to tell her that she also dreams of becoming a hunter. She took out her application form and began shouting that she would soon enter the Hunter Academy, looking with delight at her father's colleague. Kate was confused because she was only an F-rank hunter. It didn't matter to the girl. She just found the idol and began to question her. She was interested in what style her father's colleague had, how she fought at close or long distances, or maybe even used magic and was a healer. The rest of the evening passed quickly. June didn't even have to participate in the conversation, and so they went outside to see Kate off. The girl thanked them for dinner. She had never had dinner so cheerfully. As she said goodbye, she said that she would be glad to have dinner like this again. However, Jill asked her with a smile not to come again. She smiled even harder and said that she still didn't like her, and the fact that she was a hunter didn't change that. Kate felt awkward again and began to turn around to quickly go home. June interrupted the scene of hypocrisy, coldly sent his daughter home, and said that he would accompany his partner to the metro. Jill realized that she was unable to argue with her father, smiled again, and ran home. June and Kate slowly walked towards the subway through the evening streets of Seoul. The girl, as always, was eager to start a conversation, and she stated that Jill was not June's own daughter. The hero hesitated. His breathing became unsteady. He did not know what to answer her, to which she confidently reported that neither his age nor the fact that he had a ring and not a single family photo at home matched. In addition, they had different surnames. All these facts led to only one conclusion: she was not his own daughter and he had never been married. June was shocked how she managed to study all this at the moment when she was having an animated conversation with Jill. And then she asked an uncomfortable question: what kind of relationship he had with Jill, whether there was something dangerous in them, to which June hastened to reassure her. There really was nothing dangerous between them. She was his niece, and his brother had problems, so he was raising her. Kate realized that she had been enjoying her investigation too much to think about where it might lead. She calmed down and asked for forgiveness for asking too many questions. Jun didn't care. The only thing he asked was not to talk about it at work. The further road to the metro turned out to be silent, and now they were already there, June said goodbye and at the same moment went back. Kate looked after him and, it seems, began to conduct some kind of investigation in her head again. Suddenly it dawned on her how she had not immediately noticed this fact. June and his brother probably had the same last name, but their niece and daughter did not. But by the time she realized this, June had already disappeared around the bend. There were still about 5 minutes left before the start of the working day, but there was already screaming in the office. Greg read the folder that June filled out with bewilderment and asked with bewilderment how he managed to do it in one day. But Jun's only concern was whether there were any problems in the report. But the report was done just fine. Compiling such data usually takes several months. June simply could not do this report alone. Greg turned to Nate in disbelief. He was sure that it was he who helped his colleague, but he shook his head negatively. After which Nate praised Jun and said that he would now have to catch up with him. Jun, satisfied with what he had done, leaned over a little and said thank you. Suddenly, Kate appeared next to him and continued praising Nate. He didn't understand what she was doing here, because today she was supposed to have a day off. But everyone else was glad to see her. He was in no mood to continue talking to her, so he sat down on a chair and told her to do what she wanted, but there would be no overtime. But she persistently handed him a piece of paper. He began to study what was written, but still did not understand what it was. Nate decided to help the employee, and said that the girl gave him the hunter qualification exam schedule. All hunters took this exam once a year. The level of a hunter could be increased or decreased. The highest rank was considered to be S, and the lowest was F rank. There were a huge number of guilds around the world, each of which was constantly in search of high-level hunters. It was during the period after passing the exam that transitions between guilds were most common. Nate whispered to June that the department head was very worried about this day. Greg was afraid that the hunter would move to another guild if his level rose, and they would have to look for a new employee again. But Kate must pass the certification in any case, and June had better go with her, after which Nate found that she was performing in a week in the first group. June turned to Kate and decided to find out if she would move to another guild if she raised her level, to which she told him that, on the contrary, she wanted to extend her contract at the mayor's office. June replied that he is not the one doing this. He noted that she should have raised her level before the certification day, so it would be more convenient for him to go on assignments, and her salary could have been raised. To which she sadly replied that she would still get an F rank. He silently turned to her and waited for her to name the reason for such a conclusion. Certification of hunters was divided into several stages. First, the level was determined. Statistics and practical assessment were measured. The final result depended on all of this. But the most important thing was the amount of mana. Hunters could become stronger physically with the help of the crystal. This was the acceptance of mana, but Kate could not use it. At that moment, Jun realized that she had no hope of achieving a rank higher than E. He tried to encourage her, told her that she had to try, otherwise she would never know what she was capable of. Otherwise, June will also have to stagnate at fault level F. These words struck Kate. He had only one hunter in his care, and her rank was tied to the level of rifts he could explore. Kate sadly lowered her head and began to think that if she found another hunter, she could move forward. He pretended that he liked this idea and suggested posting an advertisement looking for another hunter. Tears began to well up in her eyes, when suddenly Jun said that she was his only hunter and asked her to follow him. After winding along the corridors for a long time, they finally entered a large room, which used to be an office for working with old faults. Now it was converted into a training room for hunters. There were dummies and all kinds of weapons. He knocked on one of the walls. It was built using special materials provided by the Hunter Academy. The walls were quite resistant to impacts. And then June started talking about Kate's lack of mana. He asked if she had tried physical strengthening. Of course she tried, but she couldn't get any mana until she reached level 3. Tears appeared in her eyes again, and she called herself a complete failure. Then he asked to show him the fencing skill, and Kate took out some notes from her bag. She handed him a thick notebook, where she wrote down all her observations about the battle. There were really a lot of notes. She noted various fighting techniques, the sources of the universe that provided energy and how to use these sources. Kate told him that there were sketches of techniques at the end. He opened the last pages, thought, and tried to make out at least something among her drawings. She apologized for her drawing skills, but it didn't matter. He understood that what she was drawing was similar to the three-way method. Kate was perplexed. All this time she thought that she was studying fencing. Jun interrupted her thoughts and said that fencing was developed based on the three-way method. Once upon a time, there lived a swordsman named Jin, a scholar of the Imperial Palace who appeared suddenly and just as suddenly disappeared after conquering the world of Murim. He was a genius among geniuses who rethought Samya's three-pronged method. Jin called his method the method of fencing and left his advice and teaching on the technique and disappeared. Jun was very pleased with something. It seemed he had a sincere smile on his face. Fire sparkled in his eyes and he turned his gaze to her. He grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her violently. Kate didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, he said that such a lucky person like her was worth looking for. She was very pleased with the words he said, but she did not understand why he said them. It was almost 6 o'clock on the clock. There were only a couple of seconds left before the end of the working day. Greg patiently watched the clock, counting down in his head. Time seemed to stand still. There was no longer any patience to wait for their slow progress. And then 3 more, 2, 1. A characteristic sound was heard in the office, and a smile stretched across the boss's face. He opened his mouth and wanted to invite Jun somewhere, but he had already gotten up, said goodbye and headed for the exit. His example was followed by Kate, who jumped up and flew after him like a bullet. Greg didn't understand what was happening. These two had been disappearing for several days in a row. As soon as the clock struck 6 o'clock, maybe there was something between them. Nate expressed his doubts that maybe there was really something on Kate's part. They discussed that only a fool would not have guessed that she felt something for her boss. Greg chuckled because June didn't seem to suspect anything. June and Kate continued their training on the lower floor at this time. She raised the sword over her shoulder, masterfully controlling it. A jump, a hit, a change of position, a short stop to take a breath, and everything again. After another swift swing, she stopped, raising her sword behind her back. Suddenly, she experienced something that she had never experienced before, as if an inexplicable power appeared inside her. Together with Jun, they looked at her status window. Her level had increased to level 3, which meant that she could finally use mana. He applauded her because she achieved this result in just a week, and Kate stated that their meeting was the greatest success for her. The manager replied with a sly smile that he would take this into account when renewing her contract. Her face at that moment was filled with happiness. It seemed that she had achieved everything she wanted in an instant. Suddenly she hesitated and said out loud that everything was as she had thought. Jun didn't understand what she was getting at, and she immediately stated that she understood that he was hiding his power. He sighed heavily again. He was tired of these hints. He led an ordinary life, but again and again she tried to find out something new about him. He turned around on the spot and said that he was going home and they would see each other only tomorrow at the Hunter Academy, but she seemed satisfied with his answer. The next morning they went to the Hunter Academy, a tall silver building that could be seen from every corner of the city. There were crowds of hunters around the building who, like Kate, were participating in testing today. Kate was in this place for the second time. She took the hunter exam here, but after that she didn't even try her hand. June encouraged her because she had trained so hard and could count on a good result. Suddenly someone from the crowd began to shout that Gale had entered the hall. Another one echoed his cry because Emily was there too. 2 stately hunters entered the hall. The crowd in front of them froze. The hunter girl with a sweet smile asked permission to pass. The male hunter was not talkative and looked at those around him menacingly. June looked after them in bewilderment. He did not understand who it was and why everyone was looking at them like that. Kate explained that these were hunters from the Icarus Guild, one of the strongest hunters in the whole world. He looked at them and thought. In appearance, these were ordinary hunters who were simply showing off their fame. June said that there was nothing special about them, and if they tried hard, then in a year Kate would be in their place. The crowd around him burst into laughter at what he had just said, and his partner's eyes widened in fear. She covered her face with her hands, blushed, and asked him not to say that again. Gale was clearly nervous, stressed by the fact that they had to make a business out of routine checks on hunters. He constantly had to watch his face because there were a lot of cameras around. Emily tried to cheer him up and noted that this was still more interesting than going on missions and getting dirty in the blood of monsters. In addition, they say that some genius will probably appear this year. He did not believe her words. From year to year he heard this fairy tale and never once did it become true. Emily jumped up and rushed forward. She could not allow another guild to get a good hunter. Gale slowly followed her. They really couldn't afford this. Kate's old acquaintances were watching them. Michael rubbed his chin and confidently stated that they should only wait for his performance. A fire shone in his eyes. He was looking forward to this in order to receive the coveted invitation to the guild. However, his partners were not so confident in him due to recent events, and just in case, they checked whether he had taken spare pants with him. A pleasant young man in a blue suit entered the common room above and announced that the calculation of statistics would begin right now and asked the hunters to enter in order. June suggested that Kate finally go ahead. He was starting to get tired of waiting. The hunters lined up from which they could hear talk every now and then that someone would definitely end up in Icarus. All that was visible ahead were countless people and the golden light from the huge gate. The next hunter approached the evaluation device and began testing. The computer displayed his statistics and showed his C rank, and those around him began to rejoice. And the hunter was immediately surrounded by guild managers and began to offer him work. Some offered free weapons, others a free suit, some offered a double deposit. It took some effort for Kate to get through the crowd to the appraiser. 30 minutes later, she finally returned to the manager, lowered her head and breathed heavily. Breaking through the hunters was already a difficult task, when suddenly she looked at him joyfully and announced that she had received D rank, Strength 6, Agility 11, Power 8, Mana 10. She was most pleased with the last stat, because it raised her from 0 in just a week. Inwardly, he shared her joy, but outwardly he seemed calm and quietly congratulated her. It was time for them to move on to the battlefield, where they had to show their skills. From the top floor of the arena, they watched a C-rank hunter who was in the rift of the same rank. June told Kate to get ready because she was going next. She hesitated, and decided to ask again if she really should try her hand at a C-rank rift, since she'd only just reached D. He once again answered affirmatively that he was able to cope with a fault of this level. The girl was nervous and did not understand where he got such confidence from. June asked just to trust him and try. It sounded from the speakers that access to the fault would now be open for the third group of rank C. Kate shook before leaving, trying to leave all the excitement here, and she confidently took a step forward. But as soon as she entered the arena, she saw how many people were looking at her right now and began to worry again. A familiar voice called her name from behind her and horror froze on her face. It was Michael, and he asked in bewilderment what she was doing here. She hesitated and only hummed in response. He sarcastically mimicked her. He came closer and hung over her, repeating his question over and over again. When suddenly he started yelling at her, he didn't understand that she really believed in herself. He shouted furiously that she was crazy. Tears welled up in her eyes. She cringed and began to apologize to him. Michael grabbed his head. It was the first time he had seen the lowest rank hunter try to go through Rift C. The hunters who were undergoing the tests with them turned around and could not believe their ears. A rank F hunter was in the arena with them. They noticed that she was wearing a low-level suit. She began to doubt herself. It seemed as if she'd become an ant in this huge arena. Michael couldn't find any more words. He didn't understand what she was hoping for here and hypnotized her with contempt. When suddenly his eyes filled with horror, he began to spin around and look around to see if that creepy guy who had made him wet his pants the last time was with her. June watched this picture. He hated Michael, who really was nothing of himself. Suddenly, someone entered the room from which he was watching her. It was Gale, the same hunter from the Icarus Guild, which all the hunters so wanted to join. He slowly began to talk about how June worked at the mayor's office and had a young hunter, Kate, under his care. June was not surprised that he was so knowledgeable, but he did not understand where he was going with his speech. Gale slowly moved towards him and decided to get straight to the point. He said that the Icarus Guild wants to invite Kate to join them. She had never undergone physical strengthening, and this was the first time that an F-rank hunter could increase his mana so much. With the help of the F crystal, she increased her stats to 10. In addition, he noted that there was not a single record that, after that, she strengthened herself. She had a monstrous talent. June was silent. He thought through his further words in his head, because now everything could be used against him. Gale continued to say that in the Icarus Guild she would be given wings. She would be able to learn enormous experience and knowledge and participate in raids on the most difficult rifts. He stared at Jun and finally asked what he could offer her as a counterbalance to him. Jun lowered his head. What could he offer her except perhaps an increase in wages? Gale continued to press. He noted that she had not been training for that long, but for some reason June sent her to a C-rank rift, although she had not been in raids higher than D. He tried to read his thoughts. Did June really think that she would master this level? The speakers behind the glass sounded again, announcing that the rift had been activated and the test had begun. The doors began to slowly rise, and a voice announced that it was necessary to destroy the orc warriors within a certain time. Huge green creatures with red eyes and huge fangs moved towards them. Michael cried out joyfully that it had finally begun and reached for his weapon. Kate was already armed and stood still, assessing her opponents. There was also a battle going on outside the window. Gale assured Jun that only a hunter can raise a real hunter, so he should let her go. He was already close to him and began to doubt what June thought about her. Perhaps he was important to him, and it was he who wanted her to be there. Jun began scratching his neck, slowly wrapping his head around everything that had just been said to him. Finally, he declared that she was not a thing, so he had no right to dispose of her. After which he smiled devilishly and invited Gale to make a bet. Gale listened to him attentively, but there was a question on his face that he was impatiently awaiting an answer to. At that moment, a battle flared up in the arena. The orcs ran as fast as they could towards the hunters. Michael stood not far from Kate and asked her to finally pull herself together. They had no time to think. The orcs were approaching, emitting terrible growls. At that moment, Michael thought that it seemed like he had decided in vain to go for rank C. He froze and could not move while the huge green monster approached him. Then came a powerful blow and the iron began to ring. Michael managed to put his weapon in front of him at the last moment. It was hard for him to resist an orc that was at least twice his size. The orc hammered at his hammer. Michael began to lose ground. He could no longer. His strength left him and he lowered his weapon. At the same second, the orc delivered a powerful blow from his fist right to the jaw. He flew away from him a couple of meters and the monster roared contentedly, feeling his superiority. Not only was he thrown back by such a strong blow, his hammer was sent in the opposite direction. He was defenseless at the moment when the club was already raised above him. He asked the monster to wait, which from the outside seemed simply ridiculous. When suddenly Kate crashed right into his side and, at a minimum, distracted the orc. She did not calculate his power, so she crashed next to him while he was still confidently standing on two legs. Michael watched in shock what was happening. It seemed that he had just been saved by the girl whom he had ridiculed for a long time. She decided to finish off Michael's self-esteem and ordered him to step back to deal with the orc on her own. He didn't understand what she was even talking about, how she could deal with an orc. But the enemy didn't care who to fight with. He let out a powerful roar and swung his club. He delivered an accurate blow, but Kate managed to jump away. This was the moment when she had the opportunity to figure out where he might be going wrong. She watched his movements closely and finally understood his line of attack. Her eyes filled with confidence, and she knew what she needed to do next. While the orc was preparing to strike, she quickly moved behind him. A couple of precise blows and the monster finally began to understand who he was dealing with. He just started to turn around to find her with his eyes when suddenly she struck again. The orc widened his eyes in bewilderment. He did not know how to deal with her. And Kate was already preparing for the next blow, doing a somersault right over it. She gripped her sword tightly and controlled her every move. Her last blow hit the monster right in the back. It seems it was fatal. Satisfied that she was not only able to defeat the orc, but also use her fencing skills, she froze in a victory pose. Everyone who watched this carnage behind the glass of the arena was in shock. The same thing was happening inside the arena. Those who just didn't understand what she was doing here realized that they were very mistaken about her. The worst thing was for Michael, who constantly bullied her, and now it seems she saved him. June nodded with satisfaction. He knew that she could handle this rift. Gale shouted that this was impossible, because just a week ago she was a huntress of the lowest rank. June turned to him with a grin and asked why he was so surprised. He began to slowly say that there were only 3 ways to use mana. The first was investing mana into weapons. The second method was the release of mana. And the third is the mana replacement technique. Putting mana into the weapon was not so difficult. But she had just used the first and second techniques at once, and she did it very skillfully. The voice from the column announced that the exam was over and asked to leave the examination room. The hunters encouraged each other. Only Michael still stood rooted to the spot. All he could do was ask how this was even possible. He looked up and saw on the score screen that he was at the very end, with a score of 0. Kate flew out of the exam room and rushed to June with words of gratitude. But the same hunter appeared on her way, after whom she looked with admiration. He smiled and said it was a good fight. She became embarrassed and began to mumble that for him, an S-rank hunter, this would be very simple. Gale noted that she was very skilled in fencing techniques, and asked if she had a teacher. June intervened and coldly reported that Kate was educating herself. She shook her head in panic, looking first at Gale and then at her teacher, who denied this fact. She realized that June did not want to talk about it. She giggled and confirmed his words. Gale interrupted her and addressed her by name. He decided to get straight to the point and invited her to join the Icarus Guild. If she agrees, she will be provided with everything she needs. He promised to provide her with everything she wants. But she interrupted him, thanked him for the offer, and said that she was not going to join him in the guild. Smiling, she turned to Jun. She couldn't just leave her teacher like that. Gale was furious and asked her to think. Because such a chance doesn't come along every day, she will be able to receive a salary many times more than in the mayor's office, and will be able to develop. To which Kate apologized again and said that she was happy with everything anyway. The conversation was over. They turned around and the two of them walked away from the surprise hunter. June turned around and reminded him not to forget to call him. Thoughts were flying through Gale's head at the speed of light. He didn't understand why he should call him, when suddenly he remembered the bet they made before Kate's fight began. Right before the start, June said that his ward would be able to destroy more than 5 orcs. And if June loses, he promises that he will persuade her to join the guild. But if he wins, Gale owes him a Class A suit. At that moment, the bet seemed stupid to him. He was sure that he would win, so he happily agreed. The next day, there were screams of delight in their office already in the morning. Kate took out the C-rank hunter card, but was still shy. Greg and Nate complimented her as she suddenly raised her rank from F to C. Nate took out his phone and asked if she was okay. They even published an article about her. He began to read the headlines, which literally shouted that the Icarus Guild was rejected. This was a girl with enviable talent. Who exactly was she? Nate was at a loss because Icarus was the best guild, to which Greg pushed him on the shoulder and reminded him that they were one of the best city halls. But he continued to lament that if they had made this offer to him, he would not have refused. Greg didn't understand why he was doing this because the huntress that all the guilds wanted to take away worked here, in the same office with them. Kate approached June and asked if he would treat her even better now. He nodded with a smile and said that she would not regret choosing to stay here. She smiled and was glad for his answer because that was all she needed. Greg couldn't help himself as he watched them and curled his fingers into a heart shape. Jun said that he and Kate would go to Dahan's workshop, a place that was the largest equipment store for hunters. Nate tried to stop him because their budget was not calculated for the purchase of equipment. Everything was already allocated, and for this they would have to consider an additional budget. June reassured him and said that they would not buy anything, but would only take back what was promised. And now they were walking around the workshop, assessing the scale of this store. They walked further and further through the store. Kate waited for them to finally stop. When June finally stopped, she realized that right now they were standing in the most expensive store of this workshop. They were greeted by the store manager. June said that he was from the Rift department and came from a hunter named Gale. She immediately understood what they were talking about, nodded affirmatively, and invited them to the store. She invited them to look around, and if they needed anything, they could immediately contact her. The first thing that caught their attention was the golden suit with the outline of a dragon, but it all seemed too much. After they moved on to a silver suit with red accents, Kate said that she had not yet seen a suit that would suit her. She turned away from the next display case to move on when suddenly something caught her attention. A tight-fitting red suit with high black boots, and most importantly, fluttering white wings behind his back. Kate clung to the display case. Her breath caught in her throat. She knew that this costume was very good and was made from the wings of a queen ant. Jun looked at her like she was a little child and asked if she would take the suit. Her eyes sparkled. She dreamed of this suit. Something was torn inside her. But out loud she said that it was very expensive. 4 hours later, Jun was exhausted. He didn't understand why they spent so much time here if they ended up taking the suit with wings anyway. Joyful Kate did not pay attention to him. What was more important to her now was that the suit also had a beautiful case. Jun's attention was drawn to a sign on the weapon box, which said that everything in it was being sold at a 50% discount. He stopped and asked why all this was being sold at a discount, to which the seller said that these were E-rank items, but he could look for something worthwhile. The merchant said that if they took several items, he would increase the discount. One item cost only 1 million won. Jun was shocked. How can you talk about a discount when the price is still very high? Kate tried to calm him down and said that the hunting things were all worth that much, but he had already turned around and moved on. Such discounts did not interest him. Suddenly, something stopped him. Something flashed behind him, and he realized what was in this basket. He pounced on the basket like an animal on prey and began to dig into it. Kate silently watched this picture, not understanding what had just happened. Suddenly, Jun discovered what he was looking for and froze. The basket contained a carved sword hilt that shimmered and emitted red light. How could this thing end up here? The sword of Chianma, his sword, the ruler of the world of Morim. He glanced at the price tag, which said 50,000 won. The seller began to apologize. He did not know how this stump got here and reached out to pick it up. Jun pressed him to himself, not intending to give up the find. He clarified whether it was really worth only 50,000 won. The older man kept apologizing and said that this doesn't usually happen. Jun rudely said that he would buy this sword. The seller was perplexed. This is an old piece of iron, from which only one handle remained, but the hero did not care. He had already handed over the money. After the store, he went to Mount Umyeon. He watched the evening soul away from prying eyes. He clutched the handle he had just acquired. He was upset by the fact that the sword of the strongest warrior only cost 50,000 won. He waved it. The sword changed its glow to purple, and instead of a blade, black matter burst out of it. The wind rose around him, and the sword seemed to begin to fill the space around it. He made another swing, hid the blade, and remembered that his daughter was waiting for him at home, who had definitely already prepared dinner. The hero took out his phone and looked at the time. If he took the subway, it would be too late. He pushed off from the ground. Running was clearly faster. And now he was already at home. He opened the door and apologized for being so late, but no one was in a hurry to meet him. The TV was turned on. The news reported that quite recently, not far from Mount Uman, a large fault appeared and immediately disappeared, but Jun did not listen to him. He looked into Jill's room, trying to understand why she hadn't met him. Jill leaned over the mountain of documents, studying them carefully. Because of the move, she completely forgot about paying for equipment rental, lectures, maintenance costs, and several other items. She didn't understand why it was so expensive. It was a public university, and all the bills together amounted to more than 50 million won. Jill thought about telling her father about this, but that wasn't part of their contract. She should be grateful for the fact that he allowed her to live with him, but she was ashamed to ask for training. At that moment, her thoughts were interrupted by Jun, who entered the room. She was scared, because she missed when he returned home. Frightened, she began to hide the papers from the table, but he was not interested in them. He came in to offer to have dinner together. She was flattered by this offer, but was forced to say that she was not hungry and invited him to eat alone. He stood in the doorway and watched the strange picture. Jill began to build houses out of pencils directly on the papers that she had just studied. The hero thought it seemed that something was clearly wrong, and a plan arose in his head. He went into the kitchen and started shouting that he couldn't find sesame oil. Jill didn't understand why he needed sesame oil at all, since she had already prepared dinner. She hurried into the kitchen to help him set the table without incident. The girl was distracted, and he quietly crept into her room. He took the papers, he quickly realized that they were bills and began adding up the amounts. 50 million won, he didn't have that kind of money. He was in a panic and didn't know what to do. After dinner, he could not sleep for a long time and lay in bed thinking. Suddenly, another thought came into my head. If the entrance fee was such a huge amount, then how much would it cost for 3 years of study? He picked up his phone, opened the bank app, and his account contained a little over 800,000 won. June dialed Kate's number and decided to consult with her. But suddenly he realized that it was already too late to make calls. Kate's voice came from the receiver. She began to ask him what happened. He decided to retaliate and stated that what had happened was that she was still awake. In fact, Kate was already asleep, but when she saw that June was calling her, she simply could not ignore the call. He got down to business and asked how much the rank Amana crystal was worth, which could be obtained by killing a monster. His eyes began to widen when at the other end of the tube he was informed that one such crystal could fetch from 100 to 200 million. Kate thanked him for his concern, but reminded him that she had only recently achieved C rank and was still far from reaching A rank. He didn't understand what she was talking about, so he simply thanked her for her answer and said goodbye. But at that moment, a plan appeared in his mind. The night passed quickly. June quickly fell asleep, because in the morning he had to do what he had come up with. He put on a sweater with a hood, packed glasses, a mask and gloves in a backpack so that no one could recognize him, and took a fake hunter's pass. I read the note that Jill left saying that she was going to exercise, so he had about 3 hours. The hero went to Mount Guryong, where a rift had recently opened. He put on the protective gear he had brought with him. With a long leap, he jumped over fences and signs that warned that the area was dangerous, and he quickly rushed to the place where the rift he needed was located. Jun looked at the rift and put a fake card on the rift entry machine. It was a rank A rift. A voice from a machine gun warned that the rift was much higher than the rank of hunter. He didn't care that the rift was higher than the rank of the hunter on the card, because he was a top-ranked hunter. The identity was confirmed, and now he was already standing in a fissure, which strongly resembled the forest on Mount Umyong. His plan was to quickly destroy a couple of monsters, take their magic stones and go home because today was a day off. When suddenly he heard the cracking of branches behind him, someone else entered this fissure. These were 3 hunters who went on a mission to clean out this rift. They were surprised that there was someone else in the rift. June rolled his eyes and realized that the situation had become somewhat more complicated, because now it was known for sure that he was here. The hunter girl immediately called him crazy because Jun was in a rank A rift even without a suit. The hunters assumed that he was broadcasting video from the fault. Such people often found themselves in faults. One of them headed towards Jun, and the other shouted after him to talk to the guy in a friendly way and send him home. He approached Jun and introduced himself. His name was Alan, and he was a hunter of the Meizai Guild. Jun was silent. Because of the long silence, Alan began to get nervous and asked if he was really the hunter, because coming into this rift in such a video was a death sentence. Jun thanked him for his concern, said that he would kill a couple of monsters and leave. Then he announced that he had gone. This caused a violent reaction from the hunters. When suddenly they were distracted by a strong vibration from the ground, it seemed as if an earthquake had begun. Jun didn't understand what was happening, so he just stood there waiting. A glitch occurred in the rift, and an ogre king appeared. Exit from the rift was limited until the enemy was destroyed or until the death of all participants in the rift. Alan shouted for his partner to press the emergency video button. At this moment, the president of the Hunter Academy, Adrian Chol, tensed due to a sudden glitch in one of the faults. An assistant came into the office and said that there were 3 hunters from the Meizai Guild and 1 F-rank hunter. Adrian tensed. How could a rank F hunter end up in the rift with them? The assistant said that there was no sound on the emergency cameras, but the cameras showed that the hunters were on the trail and were going to destroy the monster. Members of the Meizai Guild are considered one of the best among A-rank hunters, and they are also well armed, so they have a chance to cope. To which Adrian clarified which boss was in the rift. The boss was the king of the ogres. The president was tense, because most likely they would die, so he suggested immediately going to the negotiation room. At this time, the hunters rushed along the rift. Alan ordered Mira to use the Hawk's Eye to find the monsters. Mira was an excellent long-range fighter. William was the most powerful healer he knew, and Alan himself had never lost. Having assessed his strength, he realized that there was a chance to win, especially if luck smiled on them, a little more than usual. His thoughts were interrupted by June, who said that they were not on the same path and he would probably go. Alan suggested that he close his mouth and stay close, and if he talks nonsense, he will kill him himself. William caught up with Juna and apologized because in general Alan is a good-natured person, but right now he is very worried. Mira was worried whether they could survive because the king of the ogres was not an easy prey even for S-rank hunters. Suddenly, Alan made a gesture for everyone to stop and stop engaging in idiotic conversations. There was one dark ogre ahead of them. They had to destroy him and move on. The captain turned to Mira and asked to check if there were any other monsters nearby. Her eyes glowed bright yellow, as if she had a computer in her head that was currently analyzing the area. Alan ordered Mira and William to cover him from behind, and he would take on those in front, after which he turned to June and told him not to do anything weird and to stand here. They had already taken a step towards the ogres when suddenly Mira stopped them. The guys turned with a question in their eyes, to which she said that something was wrong here. For some reason, all the ogres were moving in one direction and she couldn't understand why. Suddenly it dawned on her why several monsters, like robots, were moving along a given trajectory. They were heading towards the Ogre King, who was apparently nearby. At this moment, Jun realized that even though there were 3 S-rank hunters next to him, the battle would not be easy. More than 20 monsters had already gathered around the king, and they continued to accumulate. Jun appreciated the team that suddenly acted with him today and realized that with their abilities, he couldn't go far. Therefore, he decided to act, headed towards the ogres, and sighed heavily. Alan grabbed him by the jacket and hurried to slow down the suicide bomber. He asked him to stand here and keep his head down, to which June mumbled something. Alan continued to shout that if everything failed because of him, he would personally strangle him until the ogre did it, but June begged to listen to him. The hunter was seething. He no longer shouted, but sternly whispered to him to shut up or die right now. To which June lay down in the bushes, agreed with him, and told them to do what they want. Alan thought that since the ogres continued to gather in one place, they did not have time to wait. The ogres had to be taken one at a time while there was such an opportunity, and then they would use Mira's sniper capabilities. And they began to fight surrounding one of the monsters, which was at least twice their size. Alan swung his sword, preparing to strike with a powerful blow, when suddenly his face was filled with horror. He definitely did not expect such a start to the battle. The Dark Ogre intercepted the sword in flight and calmly held it with his huge hand. At this moment, Mira decided to distract the ogre and fired a barrage of arrows directly at his back. She confidently stood with a bow a little away, while William was shaking next to her. The monster was showered with explosive arrows, and he turned towards them. William finally entered the fray and began firing his laser pistol, continuing to attract the ogre's attention. The huge machine was already moving in their direction, so he asked Alan to speed up. Alan asked him not to show off and raised his huge sword, preparing to strike. With a swing, he hit the ogre just below the knees, cutting off his legs. The monster howled in pain. His eyes began to turn bloodshot with anger. This was the perfect moment for Alan to strike the final blow, and he was not going to miss this opportunity. He plunged the sword into his back. Black blood gushed from the wound. The ogre was dead. They dealt with this giant quickly. He took a couple of deep breaths to regain his breath and asked Mira where the next target was. She said that it was very close, to which Alan suggested we go right now so as not to waste time. When suddenly their conversation was interrupted by William. He was looking towards the bushes where June should be waiting for them. But Jun was not there. He had gone somewhere, which means that the hunters will have to look for this idiot. Not far from them, there was some kind of light music going on. Rays of light were darting in different directions. The culprit of the disco was June. After everything died down, he stood in the field with several dead ogres. He took the first twig he came across and began poking around at the ogres to get their crystals. Jun took out another blue stone from the ogre and was pleased with his work. He put it in his briefcase and decided that this amount would be enough for him. But it was impossible to go back. The exit from the rift was limited. It was necessary to catch the Ogre King as quickly as possible. He immediately remembered that Alan had promised to kill him if June did not listen. Therefore, I decided to lie down, rest and give the hunters the opportunity to sweat. This is exactly what happened on the battlefield, Alan, having climbed onto the ogre, tried to cut his throat with his sword. Mira fired a dozen arrows right into his face, and finally the ogre fell to the ground with a crash, pulling Alan down with him. William sat on the ground. His strength was running out. Alan lay on top of his limp body, and the huntress said that these opponents were really tough. But the question still hung in my head as to why the monsters continued to gather together. They only killed 11 monsters. Their strength was gone. They needed the Ogre King's mistake to win. While Alan was thinking, William called him from behind, his voice frightened. The hunter turned around and understood the reason for this fear. Directly behind them stood a huge army of monsters led by the Ogre King. There was fear and indignation on his face. He did not understand when they all managed to gather. There was no time to prepare. We would have to fight in these conditions, Alan ordered to pull himself together. We had to be extremely careful, he suggested, slowly retreating back and catching them one by one. He began to outline his further plan, but hesitated. It seems that this was the end. They have nothing more to do. They will die here, and suddenly there was an explosion. The ogres began to fight and struck. From its force, Willia flew into a tree. The Ogre King let out a loud cry, more like a growl, as if dispatching his fighters. Ogres were approaching Mira and Alan, and Mira thought that perhaps this morning she had had her most delicious and last breakfast. The team captain stepped in front of her, ordered her to run while he distracted the opponents and take William with her. But she did not have the strength to do so. He decided to command even louder so that she would understand that he was not joking at the moment and was actually ordering them to leave. Then he quickly rushed into battle, holding his long sword in front of him. It seems that the ogres were even a little surprised at his courage, because he was going to fight alone against an entire army. Suddenly, light rays began to fly around, cutting off the ogres' limbs. Alan couldn't understand what was happening because none of them had such skills. Mira, who had already picked William up on her shoulder, was also shocked. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen this. June landed on top of Alan, blocking him from the battle. The captain asked what this all meant. June was silent, assessing the situation. Suddenly, he created greenish matter, creating a dome around the hunters, and invited them not to leave there. It was a protective film, but was there anyone among them who could make protection of such enormous dimensions? One of the ogres was already hovering over Jun, aiming his tip straight at his head. As if mocking the monster, June also threateningly pointed at him with a stick, which he had recently peeled off twigs while lying on the grass. He launched his improvised weapon at him, when suddenly, the ogre's torso was torn into small pieces. William finally woke up and tried to understand where he was and what was happening, but Mira was shocked by the fact that the ogre exploded. The Ogre King was not going to give up so easily. June defeated only one monster, but his army was huge. Jun took out his sword and decided that since he was here, he needed to do everything to win. He continued to look at the army calmly and tossed the hilt of his sword, as if playing with them. Then he powerfully threw the hilt into the air, and he finally donned the blade. At that same second, in the place where the sword had just been, thunder began to roll and lightning flashed. The ground began to shake. Alan could not understand what kind of thunder it was and where it came from. William began to vomit, either from weakness or from injuries. Mira reported that it was not ordinary thunder. His head began to pound from pain. Alan closed his eyes. The thunder grew stronger, his eyes began to hurt. Vibrations ran through the ground, making it difficult to stand on his feet. But this did not bother Jun. He stood firmly in place and continued to control his abilities with a wave of his hand. The rays again flew across the field. They either cut off limbs or made through holes in the monsters. With each new action, this F-rank hunter hit more and more. How he mastered the sword technique was unclear. And then the rays overtook the king of the ogres. All the power fell on him alone as his army was completely destroyed. A pitiful cry escaped from his mouth. Blood poured out everywhere. This was his defeat. Jun pulled the sword hilt back and deftly caught it. He covered an entire field with ogres and their king without taking a single step. When suddenly a message arrived that the fault was returning to its normal state, it was finally possible to go home. Alan was finally able to get up, but he still couldn't figure out if the fight was really over, or if he was seriously injured and was dreaming about it. He ran up to Jun and asked how he did all this, to which Jun suggested that they think that they killed the Ogre King. As he put the crystals into his backpack, he continued to talk about how it would be beneficial for their reputation, and would also increase their value as hunters. It just didn't fit in my head. He had just destroyed a bunch of monsters, a boss, and voluntarily gave them laurels. Jun offered to do as they wanted, but still they owed him for saving him, and these crystals would be enough for him. He quickly said goodbye, and a second later he was no longer visible. The hunters looked into the void and did not understand why he just up and left. Alan said that he should have at least asked for a business card, to which Mira replied that he wouldn't come again anyway because he was swearing all the time. The hunters at the academy were silently watching the monitors. It seemed the world around stopped. 2 employees peered at the screen in amazement, not understanding how or what happened there. President Adrian asked to play the tape again from the moment the ogres appeared. They again reviewed the recording, the appearance of the army. Alan ordered his partners to run, and June's phrase, with instructions not to get out of the dome. Adrian asked to stop at this point in order to understand something. He looked at Jun, who was throwing something that looked like a sword over and over again. As the screen approached, it became clear that this was not a sword, but just a handle. What followed were screams about some kind of thunder and pain in the head. One of the employees reported that the recordings from all cameras stopped at this point, to which Adrian asked what his name was. The employee replied that his name was Kim. The president was nervous as he continued to extract information about this hunter. Colleagues told him that they were unable to obtain any more information about the mysterious guy. The registration number, address, and everything else was fake. Even the date of birth, the 99th day, 99th month, 9,909. He asked if there were any witnesses to how this guy came out of the rift. After all, several more hunters were sent there. He put 2 fingers to his temple as if it would help him think better, but there were no answers. His skills are at least S-rank. He has mastered the technique of transferring mana into the sword, and the protective film was the use of special skill. And as far as the president knew, there was no one among the hunters with this style of technique. He was sure that it would soon be released. June was already at home. He managed to return literally 10 minutes before Jill arrived and the door lock clicked. As if nothing had happened, he asked her where she had gone. She went into the kitchen, put the heavy bags on the table, and said that after sports she stopped by the store for groceries. She turned to him and asked if he had lunch. June said that he didn't want to have dinner, but while he had time, he would clean up his room. Entering the bedroom, he fell on the bed, exhaled heavily, and decided that the room was already quite clean. He had been on his feet since early morning, so he didn't want to do anything else. When he suddenly sat down on the bed and reached for the bedside table, he opened the box containing the magic stones that he had obtained today. Jun thought that the workshop where he sold one of the magic stones might suspect something. Memories surfaced in my head. How the girl who assessed the crystals said that after the commission was removed, it would be 250 million. But he sold only one small stone. Maybe everything will work out. He thought that he would get much less for selling one, so now he simply had no idea what to do with the remaining 9. But his head hurt terribly. He didn't have the strength to think of anything right now. He threw the crystals up. Pebbles scattered on the bed. He lay down with his arms and legs spread out in different directions. He clearly needed rest. The day passed quickly. He slept through it, regaining his strength, and it was time for dinner. Suspecting nothing, Jill said that she had prepared many different snacks, but if there were not enough, she would prepare more. June handed her the documents and invoices that she had recently been worried about. She hung her head in frustration and decided to ask the obvious question, whether he had actually looked at them. But he was only interested in one thing, why she didn't tell him anything. Jill thought that he would hate her. She was grateful to him for allowing June to live here, and she needed 50 million to pay the bills. And she didn't want to cause him trouble. June crossed his arms in response. Yes, it was really stressful, and besides, nothing was said about it in the contract. So it was necessary to urgently add this point. Jill's eyes widened. Why was he even saying such a thing? At this point, June had already taken out their contract and included a clause that obliges him to bear the costs associated with her education. He handed her the piece of paper and said that he would wait until Jill signed. He was hungry, so he asked her to do it quickly. She looked at the document, not believing her eyes, which immediately filled with tears. Satisfied with himself, he said that Dad was hungry and that she should quickly sign. She began to shed tears and thanked him through her sobs. June handed her a pack of napkins, joking along the way that his daughter was costing him a lot. They spent half the night trying to get Jill to stop constantly saying thank you, and then a new morning came, and it was time to go to work. It seemed that everything was back to normal. He was pulling on his coat to leave the house. Loudly announced that he was leaving, but Jill asked him to wait. She swooped down on him and began to straighten his tie, which had become twisted. Then she handed him a bag in which she had prepared a snack for him to take to work. Perplexed, he looked into the package, thanked her, and said that it was definitely time to leave. Her face was beaming. She agreed with every word he said and wished her dad a good day. He went out into the corridor. The door slammed. The lock clicked, but he did not budge. Jun didn't understand what it was. This is what the power of 50 million won looked like. The office was quiet. Nate was alone at work and listened to the news, thinking that the Maasai Guild was becoming more and more popular lately. The door opened and June came into the office, wishing him good morning. He asked if he had seen the news that said 3 A-rank hunters had destroyed a boss in a large rift. This was a dangerous question. He became nervous, began to mumble, and said that he did not know anything. Nate wondered if the rift was A-rank and the boss was most likely S-rank. How could 3 hunters deal with it? This simply couldn't happen. There was also an F-rank hunter in the rift. Maybe he had something with him. He asked Jun if he thought the news was hiding something. Jun didn't think so, and said that the Maasai Guild always seemed like an honest organization to him. Nate agreed with him on this. This guild has never been seen in scandals. But then he wondered whether he had told Jun that it was the Maasai Guild or not. But throwing these thoughts away, he suggested that Jun read about large rifts, because his huntress was developing very quickly, and soon they would be able to go there on missions. Then he realized that their department had never had hunters above rank B, so he himself did not know how to prepare for such attacks. He handed him a folder. It was a case about a new fault that had appeared in a small province. On his last trip there, Nate looked there briefly. There were orcs there. Supposedly it was a C-rank rift, and since Kate had received the same rank, it would be a good idea for them to go there. After which he said that it was an order from the head of the department, so he asked not to be offended. But June was not offended, and on the contrary, was pleased, because this was a sign of trust. Nate praised him because June had been doing a very good job lately, and he offered to help him if there was something he didn't understand. June was grateful to him. At that moment, the red-haired fury Kate flew into the office, apologizing for being late. Nate began to reassure her. Because on ordinary days she could simply stay at home, there were such rules in the department. Out of nowhere, Greg appeared next to Kate and began to scold him that he couldn't even properly greet a valuable employee, as if she had no right to come here. He dutifully greeted Kate and told her to come to the office at any time of the day or night. Realizing the comical nature of the situation, Kate laughed and thanked him. While the bacchanalia was going on around him, June put on his coat, grabbed the folder given by Nate, and asked him if he and Kate could go to this rift today. Nate began to talk about how, as soon as he warned the bosses, Greg immediately ordered them to leave immediately, and Kate jumped up and down behind him for joy. They had almost left the office when the boss's menacing voice sounded from behind them, demanding to stop. He handed him 150,000 won and told Jun to be sure to treat the huntress so that she would be satisfied. The weather was just perfect. Jun and Kate had lunch together right in the area of the rift. Leaving the cafe, Kate thanked him for lunch, and he said that it was all thanks to her. Jun noted that after she received the C rank, the attitude towards her at the mayor's office changed. Kate didn't even notice this. She assumed that Greg could have celebrated Jun's successes in this way. But this was ruled out. 150,000 was a lot of money for the boss, and he clearly wants to please her. The thought crossed his mind that this money was a drop in the ocean for him, with 200 million in his account. He pushed away unnecessary thoughts and invited Kate to move on. The rift was very close. They made a couple of turns, and right in the center of one of the streets there was a rift with quite a few hunters around it. Kate was surprised. Most likely a huge number of hunters already knew about this rift. Not far from the entrance was an employee of the Hunter Academy, as well as quite a few B-rank hunters. Jun asked why there were B-rank hunters here, since the rift was a lower level for them. She said that it was common practice to hunt in the rift at a level below for safety. Kate fell silent and began to carefully peer into what was happening near the fault. Jun asked if she was worried. The girl giggled nervously and said that she was really worried, because this was the first rift at level C. After which she remembered the events in the first rift. She must protect the manager and can no longer afford stupid mistakes. Jun seemed to read her thoughts and said that she shouldn't worry about him, because he wasn't fragile either. She puffed out her cheeks and said through her teeth that if he got into danger he should just run. But the hero assured her that this would not happen. Her abilities were confirmed long before the certification. He also recalled that Kate easily dealt with the orc, and if she was careful, there would be no danger. Jun was sure of this and asked her to finally believe in herself. Kate was embarrassed but agreed with him. He turned towards the rift and noticed that the hunters were looking for partners. Then he remembered the hunters who were with him in the rift yesterday. They were truly an excellent team. But they all had a terrible character, as if they considered themselves superior to others. He was pulled out of his memories by Kate, who had already changed into her new scarlet tight suit with wings. Jun looked at her carefully. She began to get nervous and asked if this suit suited her. He said her name slowly. Sweat appeared on her face. She did not understand his reaction. After which he asked if she could choose her partners. What type would she prefer? He began to list the types of warriors, for example. A tank that distracts monsters or those who cover at long distances. Her lips began to curl in a dissatisfied grimace. Was he openly ignoring her like that? When she finally stopped thinking and looked at her, he was surprised and asked what was going on. She started screaming that he himself said that he had no one but her, or maybe it was a lie. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked the most important question, whether the manager wanted to sign a contract with another hunter. Jun stopped her, because even if he concludes a contract with another hunter, this does not mean that the contract with her will be terminated. After this comment, her eyebrows hung heavily over her eyes, and she said that she didn't need anyone anymore. She turned around on the spot and walked importantly towards the rift, recommending that he follow her, because they needed to work. Near the rift was a rift control trainee from the Hunter Academy who had one of his fingers stuck deep into his nose. He threw aside what he found at the excavation and noticed that something strange was happening here. 2 days have passed since the discovery of the rift, but the hunters who entered it have not yet returned. The team that went there on the first day returned 8 hours later. After them, 32 hunters already entered there, but for some reason they did not return back. Usually the hunt took just 8 hours, especially since in this rift there was neither food nor a place to rest. He thought that this was definitely worth reporting to the Hunter Academy and began typing a message. But he immediately rejected this idea, because there will be a change of post soon. Let the other person in charge sort it out. He is only an intern. A male voice addressed him, noting his good work and introducing himself. The man said his name was Jun and his partner was Kate. They worked in the fault department at the mayor's office. The intern scratched the back of his head and assumed that they had come to investigate the fault and handed him the tablet. While Jun confirmed his identity, the guy kept his eyes on Kate and finally realized something. This was the same huntress who refused the Icarus Guild. She lowered her eyes in embarrassment and confirmed his guess. She didn't like such popularity. Jun interrupted the awkward conversation and asked if they could enter. At the same time already taking a step towards the rift, the intern extended his arms towards the rift, as if inviting him to enter. After which he told Kate that she was really popular, to which she asked him to stop. She was already ashamed. They stepped into the rift, and only after that the trainee remembered that he should have warned them about the peculiarities of this place. He watched their figures disappear into the portal and hoped that nothing bad would happen to them. June turned around and asked Kate if she had heard what he said, but she didn't even seem to hear the manager's question. The hero decided not to repeat the question and launched a program to scan the fault. The program reported that the fault had been registered and work could begin. June turned his gaze to the endless desert fields and suggested starting to map the area. But Kate's attention was attracted by some people who were sitting not far from them. It looked like a hunter's camp, but they all looked tired. Several of them were writhing in pain. Some were sitting by the stones, and some were already lying helpless. Kate asked the manager what could have happened here. He suggested not speculating and go ask them themselves. While they were moving towards the hunters, one of them said that there were more sacrificial sheep in this place. Looking at Jun, the man noticed that he was not even a hunter, and asked what business they had come here for. He introduced himself and said that they had arrived from the city hall, after which he asked the hunter to tell us about the situation inside the vault. There were a lot of wounded people around, but it was unclear why none of them came out. The man replied that the hunters were sitting here for a reason. They had no way to get out and asked them to turn around. The partners followed his suggestion, looking around them. When suddenly they turned their attention to the fault, it seemed to stop. At first, June assumed that it was a glitch, after which he realized that if it were him, then it would be impossible to enter here. Suddenly, Kate gave the answer to a riddle that he could not solve. The fault was in a state of inhibition. She explained that glitches only happen in faults above B rank, and slowdowns can happen in absolutely any faults. Fault breaking was a strange phenomenon that sometimes occurred as a feature of the fault. Kate approached the hunter and asked him to share all known information about this place. He opened the information tablet, which spoke about the features of the rift, which was activated when more than 25 people were in it, and in order for the exit to open, it was necessary to destroy all ordinary monsters. Kate carefully studied the information. In order to get out of here, you need to destroy 280 monsters. June noticed that if you kill one of the champion monsters, you can get a weapon of rank B. The man coughed and suggested that they just wait here. They have been here for several days now, and skilled hunters from the academy will probably be sent here soon. Jun objected, because if you combine your efforts, you can still destroy 280 monsters. The hunter grunted displeasedly and asked if they even knew what kind of monsters were found here. Just like June, the wounded hunters thought that there were orcs here. His face was filled with horror, and some memories surfaced in his head. June and Kate waited silently for him to continue. The hunter said that if they go through the rift a little further, they will meet B-rank trolls. Kate began to panic. She could still cope with the orcs, but the trolls were already a new level. The man nodded. The trolls were indeed several times stronger than the orcs, which is why they were sitting here, waiting for help. Kate thought about it. It was impossible to kill the trolls by inflicting several minor wounds. They knew how to regenerate, so one powerful fatal blow was needed. But there was another problem. She was not sure that she could provide security for the manager. She told Jun that she would go in the other direction because it was too dangerous. June only thought that now was one of the best opportunities to change her weapon, and an idea arose in his head. He called Kate and asked if she was sure that he was safe. Would she agree to go? This option was ideal. Then he turned his gaze behind her, as if indicating that she should turn around. June explained that he found for her those who had not yet given up and would go fight with them. The archer Ross, the tank Henry, and the healer Arthur. Ross was determined, so he said that if he initially thought that he had entered a rank B rift, then there was no obstacle to the hunt. Henry didn't lag behind his partner, so he moved forward and offered to follow them, because they couldn't afford for a civil servant to get hurt. When June caught up with him, he asked what he was thinking about when he came here without armor. June was silent. Henry glared at him, waiting for an answer. He was talking to him. Why was there only silence in response? Jun continued to study the data. 3 trolls were waiting for them 30 meters ahead, so everyone should prepare for battle. While the hunter was trying to understand why he had decided so, those same 3 monsters had already appeared behind him. The battle began, and Jun received information about the rift. It was indeed a B rank, and the map's completion rate at the moment was less than 5%. Henry put a shield in front of him, with golden ornaments, and was ready to begin. He rushed into battle, and the trolls themselves seemed to be coming at him. Kate was surprised. These were offensive skills. He was a powerful fighter. Thanks to his abilities, he pulled enemies towards him, allowing the team to perform various maneuvers. As he continued the fight, he managed to shout out comments that these opponents were not ordinary guys. Taking a slight acceleration, he powerfully hit one of the trolls. Then he performed a maneuver that allowed him to throw the monster over himself and separate him from the general crowd. He turned to the team and suggested that Ross deal with the one on the right first. He shouted in response that he already knew this and confidently pulled the arrow. A yellow target appeared near one of the trolls. This was the mark of the attacker. It allowed him to reduce the enemy's defense and increase the damage he would receive. Ross released an arrow and it pierced the blue giant's shoulder, who roared furiously. He pulled the arrow out of himself and broke it in half as if it were a piece of straw. But Ross was not going to retreat and immediately sent a volley of arrows at the troll. Jokingly, he warned the troll that he would now pinch a little because he planned to shoot 20 arrows at once. The troll lowered his head, either protecting his eyes or hiding them from the light that the arrows emitted. But this attack did not harm the troll. He only spent more time pulling out the arrows. At this point, the situation became more complicated because the archer assumed that after this attack, the monster would be dead. As soon as the troll got rid of the thorns fired at him, he rushed towards his offender. But Kate appeared on his way, ready to attack. She jumped high, raising her sword to strike, the wings of her suit fluttering in the wind like her red hair. Kate was incredibly fast, so much so that the troll couldn't even understand where she was at that second. Suddenly, she dealt a powerful blow, and the monster let out its death roar, losing its head at that moment. She exhaled heavily. She spent a lot of energy on this attack. Ross behind her shouted that they were a good match for each other. Arthur, who was treating Henry at that moment, asked the archer to think only about the battle now. Ross boiled. He did not understand what he had just said, to which the doctor replied that he did not get involved in meaningless disputes during the battle. Kate at that moment approached June and asked if everything was okay. He, perplexed, replied that he was simply watching the battle and was not going to interfere in it. The girl said she was just worried about him and was glad he was okay. Jun's face changed and he asked her to concentrate. And at the same moment, he took off from the place where he had just stood and shouted for Kate to turn around. A huge troll was flying at her from behind, intending to literally trample her into the ground. She managed to jump away at the last moment. The monster dug its claws into the ground. Henry apologized. It seems his skill was released by mistake, putting her in danger. What just happened was very dangerous. She began to think about what could have happened if the manager had come under attack. This could have been her fatal mistake, because he could have just died. This thought did not upset her. On the contrary, it gave her strength, and now she was ready to destroy everyone just to protect her boss. She squeezed the hilt of the sword with force. It seemed as if the sword had become attached to her hand. Kate rushed into battle. Now nothing could stop her. The troll opened his mouth wide. It seemed that even he was surprised by her confidence. She dealt him several cutting blows, but despite their force, it still looked graceful. The troll took several large leaps back to give him room to maneuver. Looking at how the girl was rushing towards him again, he made the only right decision for him. The monster let out a terrible loud roar, because of which the air around seemed to vibrate. The hunters suddenly stopped, wondering what was happening to this troll. Henry begged everything around him that it wasn't what he thought it was. But he was not mistaken. It was a battle cry. The troll called a flock to his aid. A crowd of blue monsters rushed towards them, growling furiously and trying to destroy even the sand beneath them. The hunters turned around and ran. It seemed that this was the only sure way. Kate did not move. She only watched as the deadly storm approached. 9 monsters were approaching her, but she had no intention of retreating. Ross noticed this. He didn't want to die, but he couldn't leave her there alone. He overtook his partners and asked them to stop. Kate needed help. They looked after the girl, who confidently walked forward towards a whole horde of trolls. Arthur didn't understand what they should do, but Henry removed all questions. They had to retreat. Here they would all die. But another detail caught Ross's attention. He saw her sword. The blade emitted blue light and shimmered as if filled with energy. This was the aura of the sword. June watched everything that was happening from a hiding place. He was confident in her abilities and tried not to give her any reason to worry about him. Henry shouted that no matter what it was, the aura of the sword or something else, you couldn't just stand there and wait for death. There were probably more monsters nearby. Ross did not listen to him. With her behavior, Kate gave confidence to the archer, and he was sure that they could handle it, and ran. The ogres ran towards the battle, exposing their claws and fangs. Kate took a fighting stance, preparing to strike the first blow. And now they were close enough. She made a powerful jerk and put her sword in front of her. Arthur and Henry thought she was crazy, but she still needed to be covered up, so they followed Ross's example and moved towards the massacre. At June's house at this moment, Jill was going through another ordinary day. She filled the refrigerator with various snacks, confident that Dad would like them. Stretching contentedly, she headed off to clean the apartment. She cleaned the living room, her room, washed and ironed all the things. Jill decided to clean her father's room at the same time, and she began to do the same as the rest of the rooms, dust and vacuum. Suddenly her attention was captured by a book with an unusual title, 50 Ways to Become a Good Father. Although there was no reason to be surprised, he had only recently learned to use hot water. Memory loss is a terrible thing. There was so much emphasis in the book, she wanted to start reading, but something stopped her. Jill decided not to meddle in his business, grabbed the vacuum cleaner, and decided it was time to continue cleaning. It was necessary to finish not only cleaning, but also school as soon as possible, become a hunter, and return everything to him 20 times more. After vacuuming, she noticed a garbage bag lying under the table, but when she pulled it towards her, the contents seemed strange to her. It was too heavy for garbage. She took out a magic stone from the bag. Did her father really throw it away? No, he definitely couldn't have done it. Maybe he accidentally fell out of the box. The crystal looked very expensive, but she decided not to think about it and return it to its place. She quickly opened the top drawer of his bedside table. The girl definitely didn't expect to see what was inside him, so she screamed in surprise. She was lying on Jun's bed, surrounded by magic stones. There were 9 of them. She was wondering how much it all cost. No less interesting was the strange purple thing lying in the box with them. Maybe throw it away. And in the box there was a document, a hunter's pass for a man whose name was unfamiliar to her. At this point, Kate continued to fight in the rift, swinging her sword again and again. The next powerful blow was delivered right on target, and she cut off the troll's hand. 2 more monsters flew towards her and tried to attack her from above. But it was too fast for them, so when they struck, it hit the ground. She literally rolled across the ground and was ready to attack again. In one leap, she overtook her opponent and struck powerfully with her sword. There were already several troll corpses around her, but she continued to strike again and again. Things were not going so smoothly for Ross. A huge blue hand was pinning him to the ground. He found the strength to move his hand away from his throat, and with the last of his strength, he screamed for help. Henry called him an idiot, but there was nothing to do. He had to help his comrade. He grabbed the troll from behind, muttering under his breath that he didn't understand why they were so strong in the first place. While the 3 of them were picking at one monster, she single-handedly killed another. There was too little strength left. 2 more trolls stood in front. But she couldn't afford to lose now. She had to protect the manager. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she screamed that she would never give up. With loud cries, she again flew into battle and aimed the tip at the troll's head. But he managed to cover his head with his hands, protecting himself from her blade. While one resisted the sword, the other had the perfect opportunity to attack Kate. She opened her eyes wide. It seemed that the last attack had been a fatal mistake. The satisfied troll was already rushing towards her, preparing to destroy her. Suddenly he froze, as if he had turned into stone. The way the troll collapsed to the ground amazed both Kate and her opponent. Jun had to use his abilities. Otherwise, he would have returned from the rift without a partner. Kate took the opportunity and destroyed another troll. Breathing heavily, she fell to her knees and tried to recover. She thought that she had just been terribly lucky, but whatever it was. Her thoughts were stopped by June, asking if everything was okay with her. The girl smiled back and said that she was not hurt. Jun nodded in satisfaction but needed to take a break before moving on. With their combined efforts, the 3 hunters finally also destroyed the troll and fell to the ground around it. 2 hours later, the air was once again filled with the clash of blades, explosions of arrows, and screams. Working together, they continued to exterminate the trolls in the rift. Henry checked the status window. In a couple of hours, they destroyed more than 100 monsters, and if they continue in the same spirit, they will be able to clear the rift. He looked at Kate. She had amazing abilities for a C-rank hunter. Could he really be witnessing the birth of an S-rank hunter right now? Maybe that's why Ross didn't leave her without his attention for a minute. At that moment, the archer asked what she was doing after work and invited her to have dinner together. Kate hesitated and mumbled something about how she already had things to do after work. Henry decided to intervene and suggested that everyone have dinner together. Because it was only thanks to her that they were still alive, Ross did not like this gesture. Jun decided not to participate in these conversations and took out his tablet to check the status of the rift. They have already managed to open 60% of the map. If they continue to move just as quickly, they will be able to finish today. In addition, during this time Kate has become even stronger. It looks like her amount of mana has doubled. While she did her best to refuse the hunter's offers, Jun thought about how much her level and performance had increased. He decided to save Kate from the guys and suggested getting ready for battle, to which they offered to rest a little. But there was no time for this. After 200 meters, an enemy was waiting for them, who was much stronger than those whom they had destroyed before. At that moment, the ground began to vibrate, as if not a monster was waiting for them, but an earthquake. The tremors intensified, and now not only their legs were shaking, but they themselves seemed to be thrown up from the ground. And they saw the culprit of the earthquake, a huge purple troll with 3 heads. Arthur decided to clarify whether this creature was a troll, but the answer was not needed. They had to fight it anyway. Kate was exhausted. At that moment, she was looking for inner strength within herself that would help her fight. But the monster was not going to give them extra time. He roared terribly. Balls of light began to form right next to the mouth of each head. And then one of the rays escaped from the troll's mouth and flew straight at Kate. She did not expect such a quick attack and simply froze in place due to shock. Jun understood only one thing. This troll was too strong. His partner would not survive his attack. He rushed from his spot in her direction, and it didn't matter what would happen next, because it was worth protecting her. Covering it with his body, he was ready to take this blow upon himself. There was an explosion. Sand rose into the air, and Kate was thrown back by the shockwave. She fell to the ground and tried to disperse the dust that rose from the impact. Only a few seconds later, she realized what had happened. She stood up and began screaming Jun's name in panic, trying to get a good look at him. Ross lay on the ground and didn't understand what the hell happened. It was just an explosion or someone got hit. Arthur, unlike him, already understood what happened. Henry forcefully pressed Arthur to the ground, ordering him to duck. One blow would be enough to die. Kate continued to run between blows, screaming Jun's name and begging him to answer. And finally she found him, but did not want to believe her eyes. Jun's body lay on the rocks, showing no signs of life. She approached him carefully and extended her hand, afraid to touch him. Gently placing her hand on his shoulder, she asked him to wake up. Ross shouted that they needed somewhere to hide, hoping that the red-haired girl would hear him. Kate heard only her thoughts. She already realized that June was not breathing. Tears flowed from her eyes. She could not protect her boss. She threw herself into his arms and begged him to forgive her, but he could no longer answer her. Everything around was exploding, and she continued to hug Jun's body. She didn't care that she herself could die right now. Ross knew that if he didn't help her right now, it would all be over. He ran out of cover and headed towards her as fast as he could. Henry asked what this idiot was up to, and he responded by asking to go with him. For the next attack, the troll needed to recharge. They needed to have time to get closer to it. This was the only chance to defeat the monster. The hunters didn't want to admit it, but Ross was right, so they sped up and followed him. Henry shouted that he would attack from the front and ordered the guys to go around the monster on the right. He let out a battle cry and ran straight towards the monster, his mace pointed forward, when suddenly the troll again began to charge the light ball from his mouth. Henry realized that the situation was not under their control. The monster attacked much faster than they expected. The monster fired a volley directly at the hunter, and he flew away from him at high speed. Having bounced off the ground a couple of times, he finally stopped. His shield and mace scattered to the side. Experiencing terrible pain, he could no longer continue the fight. Several hunters' marks appeared around the three-headed troll and flashed, blinding him. Ross stood not far from him, firing a hail of arrows at him. With a malicious smile, he told the troll that he was his opponent and should not be distracted, thereby trying to protect Kate. Memories flashed through Kate's head. She saw their first meeting and acquaintance. The way he picked her up in the first rift and asked her not to stand like a pillar. They were in the middle of a battle. How he thanked her for new sensations and dishes that he had never tried. His smile and the phrase that she was the only hunter he needed. She thought she had finally found her place. Tears continued to roll down her cheeks. But suddenly, for some reason, her status window opened next to them. The window said that, faced with circumstances, she acquired a new skill, an oath. Another explosion was heard behind her. Ross barely managed to escape it. While the troll was reloading, he fired several more arrows directly at his head. The monster's eyes filled with anger. He opened his mouth and growled, spraying saliva in all directions. Ross kept up with his opponent and also shouted to show his determination. And then another volley of light burst out from the troll's throat. At the last moment, the archer managed to dodge him, pressing himself to the ground. But right at his feet, two more explosions were heard, which sent the remaining two heads towards him. A powerful shockwave lifted him into the air and sent him flying. He fell flat on his back, kicking up a heap of sandy dust. Ross howled in pain as he fell straight onto a rock. Henry was lying next to him. He suggested that he just die. Why was there any need to resist if he was aching from falling on a tiny pebble? Arthur arrived in time to him, asking if everything was okay with him. But the archer was killed by the realization that he was a loser. At this point, Kate continued to read, having just received an S-rank skill that bound her with an oath to the target chosen by the master. Thanks to the oath, all her indicators doubled, and the damage received decreased while the selected master was within a radius of 500 meters, after which a window popped up offering to choose Jun as her master. Hope lit up in her eyes, but she couldn't fully understand whether this meant that Jun was still alive. She grabbed his hands and prayed that everything would work out. Suddenly, holographic bracelets appeared around their hands. The computer said that the gentleman had been selected and was within a radius of 500 meters. With the oath's blessing activated and her stats rising, she was ready to continue the fight. Henry also found the strength to get up, but it was difficult for him to attack alone, so he simply ran around from the explosions. The last one caught him. He fell and yelled at Ross to stop suffering and finally get up. The archer continued to lie and asked to cover him a little more. Arthur concluded that his partner had absolutely no conscience. When suddenly Kate ran past them, she asked Arthur to keep an eye on him because he was still alive. Seeing her, Ross jumped up and shouted that he would cover her in battle. Henry looked at him wide-eyed. Just a second ago, this idiot was lying around exhausted. Because he reveled in his pain, he almost died several times. The next explosion flew right next to Henry and he went flying again. He fell right next to Arthur, who reported that if they take damage immediately after he heals them, then there is simply no point in it. After which he asked to wait here for a while he went and checked on Jun. Henry bit into his hand and asked him to heal him first. Arthur had no choice but to disagree. June finally came to his senses and was able to open his eyes. He saw that Kate had chosen him as her master. She has definitely become stronger, it seems at least twice as strong. After which he thought that if he went out right now, it would be strange because he almost died, so he decided to sit still a little longer. At this moment, Kate decisively moved towards the huge troll. She teased him by zigzagging across the battlefield and forcing him to make attacks. The troll got tired of playing by her rules, and he decided to act differently. The monster combined the efforts of all three heads, and a pillar of fire burst out of its mouth. Kate did not expect this. Dodging the fire, she jumped to the side, falling to the ground. She was in incredible pain. She clenched her fist and hit it hard on the ground. Suddenly, she felt that she was in mortal danger. Turning around, Kate saw that the troll's huge right foot was now directly above her head. Several explosions were heard behind the troll, and he winced in pain. It was Ross. He shouted to Kate that he would aim at his back, and she should not worry and just continue the battle. And then several explosions flew at him. He was no longer going to just fly and fall, so he began to use this for his own purposes. The troll was distracted by Ross, which was the perfect moment for Kate to strike. She pushed off the ground and slashed straight at his shoulder, cutting his skin. The monster turned towards her with displeasure, grabbed the place of the cut. It seems that this was the first time it was really hurt. Without waiting for the attack to replenish, he decided to hit her right then and there with his undamaged hand, sending Kate flying. Landing expertly on her feet, she held her sword out in front of her to keep her balance. At that moment, she realized that her damage had become much stronger, and she would no longer yield to the troll in battle. Kate managed to refill her sword with aura and rushed into battle. She threw another punch at his shoulder and pushed off to land on the ground. While the monster was growling from being wounded, she was already behind him. Without waiting for his answer, she delivered several cutting blows directly to his back. With one hand, he tried to reach his back, where the last blows had landed, and with his eyes, he continued to look for the culprit of the pain. Having discovered her, he extended his hand to grab her and deprive her of the chance to move, but Kate skillfully dodged. Another blow landed directly on one of the troll's three heads. He growled again in pain, and several fangs broke off and flew out of his mouth. The troll leaned on one knee. It seemed his strength was running out. The monster missed another blow to the head that Kate kicked at him. He fell on his back, screaming furiously, the air around him shaking, and Kate confidently walked around him. She looked him over again, as if choosing where to strike next. She jumped onto his chest and at that moment realized that this was the end of him. Her sword glowed blue, and she masterfully learned to use the sword's aura. She plunged the sword into his head and froze. The fight was over. Ross looked in fascination at the fragile girl who had just defeated a difficult boss. He exhaled and said that they barely made it. Henry noted that it was because of him that they almost died a couple of times. Jun watched her triumph from afar. She had grown incredibly, mastered the sword, but still had a lot to learn. He looked around himself. One thing he knew for sure. After work, he would have to buy new clothes, since they were all full of huge holes. An image immediately came to mind of Jill screaming because he was being bullied at work. He finally stood up, took off his shoe, and shook out a pile of sand. Arthur noticed this. He noted that June was absolutely fine. Kate heard this comment. She turned around and saw the manager, who was alive. She rushed towards him faster than she could in battle, her eyes filling with tears. With a running start, Kate fell into his arms and went limp. She could finally exhale. Ross called Jun a bastard zombie. He didn't like coming back alive, which takes away the girl's attention from him. Approaching June, Arthur asked how he managed to survive, but June was not sure of the answer to this question. Henry groaned and was sure that he would die today. He was overcome by the feeling that 100 years of his life had been taken from him. Arthur pointed his hands at Jun and said that he would still heal him just in case. He was waving his arms strangely and panicking. Arthur asked him what he was doing. He was surprised. His abilities didn't work on Jun because there was nothing to heal in him. But how could this happen? He received direct fatal damage, but not only did he survive, but he was not injured at all. Ross was still trying to deflect attention from him, as the difference was that in the end, he still survived. Henry suggested stopping here because they no longer had the strength to fight. They needed rest. Jun nodded affirmatively. This was indeed the best option. The hunter asked how they should divide the magic cores that they had obtained. The answer surprised him. June said that they should divide them equally among themselves. The law did not allow him to make money from hunting, which Henry was glad about. But he was quick to point out that he had a rather convenient application for working with the rift. Jun asked the guys for a favor since he didn't get anything. They looked at him in surprise and waited for an answer as to what kind of service he needed from them. He pointed his finger towards the dead troll who lay not far from them. After killing the monster, an extra reward came out. A rank B sword, which he asked to give to Kate. They smiled and happily agreed to provide this service because they were able to deal with the troll only thanks to it. Satisfied, Kate held a brand new sword in her hands. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. She could not stop thanking them. Ross noted that she looked very happy with her new weapon, and she laughed in response. June became wary when he heard approaching steps behind him. It was 2 hunters from the Icarus Guild who were walking towards them. As Emily approached, she smiled and said hello, while Gale continued to maintain a stern expression. Gale responded with a sarcastic comment. He didn't expect to see June and Kate here. Then he turned to the carcass of a 3-headed troll, which lay lifeless on the ground. He noted that Kate had become many times stronger. The fact that she coped with the champion monster was amazing. She was pleased to hear such words from the famous hunter. She smiled sweetly and thanked him. June was not going to give in to the barbs, so he grinned and said that it was all thanks to the suit that Gale gave her. Gale began to slowly walk towards June and for some reason reminded him that he did not give this suit as a gift, but lost. Emily intervened in the argument and suggested that Gale move on because they still had a lot of work to do. Gale agreed and stated that he and Emily would go first since the others were so busy that they were just chilling and headed forward. Emily walked up to June, handed him a business card and asked him to contact them if they were thinking about transferring. June clarified what she meant, to which Emily replied that she was talking about transferring Kate to their guild. After these words, Jun began to slowly tear the business card he had just received into pieces. Destroying the card in front of Emily, he said that he didn't care if someone was treated like a thing that could be sold or bought. At this moment, their comrades opened their mouths wide. He really tore the business card of the best guild to shreds. Jun continued that he doesn't care about other people. Unless that someone is his person, then he's not going to hold back his comments. Emily froze. Cold sweat appeared on her face. It seemed like something had gone wrong, but she didn't mean anything bad. The hero clenched his teeth and hissed that this was the last warning, and that he should no longer mention the word transfer in relation to Kate. He continued to glare at Emily and said that talking about a person as if he were a thing was extremely insulting, and threw the pieces of the business card on the ground. They returned from the rift late in the evening. The boss decided to organize a small corporate party in honor of today's outing. June decided not to go to it because Jill was waiting for him at home, and he had already spent time buying new clothes. On the other end of the line, there were cheerful, drunk colleagues. He heard that right at that moment, Kate was talking about the incident with the Icarus Guild. At that moment, Kate jumped up, waving her fists, and trying to accurately convey Jun's words, that he would protect his man. Greg thanked June for his work and the right approach to their employee, while Nate jumped in surprise in the background, when suddenly Nate pulled the phone out of his boss's hand and began to conduct his dialogue with June. He noted that, in his opinion, tearing up the company's business card was too much. June asked for forgiveness for this act, when he suddenly heard notes of approval from the end of the receiver. He decided to ask him again what he meant, because so far opinions changed from phrase to phrase. Nate said that he believes that there are times when you need to bow your head, and times when you need to let your anger out. The Icarus Guild was a huge and famous company, but that didn't mean they had to always lose to it, and he shouted that June had done the right thing. He continued to shout that it would be one thing if Kate left voluntarily, but treating her like a thing was a disgusting act. Greg joined the conversation and saw nothing wrong with angering a couple of boastful S-rank hunters. Nate pulled the phone closer to him and switched to a whisper, as if he wanted to ask something personal. He asked Jun if he could also become his person in order to be under the same confident protection. Jun didn't know how to respond to this comment, and cries for another shot could be heard in the background. He was sure that the other end was no longer listening to him, but just in case, he said that they would meet tomorrow. He hung up and smiled. He was pleased with today. Kate's growth as a hunter and how warmly she was received in their company. After which I slowly trudged home no matter how well everything had turned out. It still turned out to be a difficult day. He went home, where Jill and a clean apartment were waiting for him. Jill said hello when suddenly something else caught her attention. She drew attention to his new clothes. June was silent, because he expected to evade this question. He began the story by saying that he came across a sale on his way home, and it was already getting colder outside. And besides, he felt sorry for the old lady who was selling suits. Jill asked where he found the old lady who sells suits, and that's where June made a mistake. He urgently needed a plan to distract her. He quickly realized what could be done and said that he would not refuse tea. At that very second, Jill ran to the kitchen. While she was pouring water into the kettle, she thought about today's finds. The handle, the magic stones, and the hunter's pass. Suddenly she thought that her father worked as an office worker during the day, and as a hunter at night. The image of my father in a superhero costume, and how he received signals for help, immediately appeared in my head. She was sure that she was right, because his work colleague, who came to visit them, was also a hunter. And now she saw two partners in stylish suits who were about to go on a mission. The next picture was of Kate deftly turning over on his back and both of them deftly dodging bullets. She continued to think out various scenes and began to boil with anger. The kettle she put on the stove did the same. Jun walked into the kitchen and pointed out the fact that the kettle seemed to be already boiling. She got scared, and while she turned to Jun in panic, she touched the teapot with her hand, which immediately went flying. Without thinking for a second, Jun rushed towards the teapot and caught it with both hands. While the daughter watched this picture in surprise, the hero asked her to be careful because she could get burned by boiling water. She could no longer contain her emotions. She screamed and asked what he was holding in his hands right now. Jun didn't know what to answer because it was obvious that he was holding a kettle in his hands, but he did not take into account the fact that he was holding a hot kettle. He did not immediately notice his mistake and stared at his hands and the red-hot iron in them. Jun quickly moved the kettle onto the table and began to make excuses that it was not so hot. Apparently the water had not boiled after all, but the kettle whistling argued the opposite. She grabbed his hands, turned on the water, and put them in there. His hands needed to cool. Jill apologized for her carelessness because she could have gotten hurt. Wiping his hands on a towel, he asked what she was thinking about so much. She screamed as if she remembered something. Jun continued to look at her questioningly. She ran into the room. This action caused him even more misunderstanding. But a second later, she was already returning to him with some kind of package in her hands, which she handed to him. He began to read. It was an informational entrance flyer for initiation into hunters. Jill hesitated and began to say that there would be nothing important there and she just wanted him to know. Then she noted that it was a weekday and she knew very well that it was busy, so there was no need to come. Jun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It will be next Monday. How can he get time off from work? But the most important thing is that he understood that this was incredibly important for her. So the poet said that he could come. Jill blossomed. A smile appeared on her face and she thanked her father. Another event happened in the rift that Jun missed. Ross decided to talk to Gail about how badly Jun treated Emily and her business card. But Gail did not understand why he had come such a long way just to report this. He stopped jumping and waving his arms and froze, looking at him. After which she asked to punish Jun, because the way he behaved irritated him terribly, and Gail had a reason to do it. It was already lunch on the next working day. Everyone had left the office, and Jun had a great opportunity to ask his boss for time off. He glared at him from his desk and didn't know what reason to come up with to leave next Monday. The hero finally made up his mind and walked up to the boss's desk, apologizing in advance. He asked if he would mind if he only worked half a day in the afternoon next Monday. Greg asked why he was going to do this, to which Jun replied that it was personal. The boss tilted his head at his answer and asked if it was something that could not be discussed. Jun was not going to tell the true reason for his request, so he simply confirmed his guesses. Greg thought about it. He didn't know what to do, because Nate was going on a business trip next Monday. Jun did not understand what kind of business trip this was, to which the boss reminded him that the initiation of new hunters would take place next Monday. An official note was sent to their office asking for the participation of all nearby organizations, so they could not ignore it. Jun opened his eyes wide. He needed to go there, but the boss said that Nate would go there. He added that they wanted Jun to concentrate on working with Kate, so they didn't ask him to attend the ceremony. However, Greg said that if it was very urgent, then he should pass on the approval notice, since their department could tolerate 1 day of absence of 2 employees. Jun assured him not to worry and said that he would rather go have lunch. He immediately found the place where Nate had lunch, because every day he spent it in the same cafe. Jun sat down next to him and immediately began the conversation by saying that he had heard that he was going to attend the entrance ceremony at the Hunter Academy. Nate nodded and said that he would spend time there from 8 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon and return to the office after lunch. The hero asked if he could go to the ceremony in his place. Nate was taken aback by the question. Why would someone suddenly go instead of him? Jun hesitated for a second and realized that in a conversation with Nate, it would not be possible to hide the truth. He started telling him that he had a daughter and she was being initiated next Monday, so Jun wanted to be there. The soda went back into the glass straight from Nate's mouth, where Jun got his daughter from in the first place. He asked how old Jun was, and when he found out that he was only 26, things became even more complicated. If his daughter is being initiated into hunters, then she was 17 years old. He continued, and with the next question, he clarified whether Jun had a wife. Jun lowered his head and continued the story. He had to reveal that Jill was not his biological daughter. This made Nate even more confused as to how all these facts could possibly fit into one story. As they crossed the road, Nate asked if he knew about Kate's daughter. The boss exhaled after Jun said that Kate was at their house and even knew his daughter. After which he decided to clarify how Kate reacted to this. Jun said that her reaction was normal, but did not understand why he was asking these questions. After assessing the whole situation, Nate said that Jun should really go and talk to the chief. He also assured his colleague that he would keep everything he had just learned a secret. The week flew by quickly, and now it was Monday. Jun stood not far from the academy and watched the crowd that continued to accumulate near. It was really crowded here. I wonder if it's because the school is expensive or there were other reasons. He turned around and his attention was drawn to a particularly dense crowd of people. After listening, he realized what was happening there. People were shouting Emily's name. In the center of the crowd stood a huntress from Icarus. Everyone tried to get her autograph, but Emily politely refused, clarifying that she was in a hurry. People continued to run past him, and he just grinned at the fact that these kind of people were forced to attend schools. He hoped that he would remain unnoticed, because this meeting would not bring anything good. But Emily had already called him by name and was walking contentedly in his direction. Jun ticked displeasedly. It was the last thing he wanted at that moment. It seemed as if she was deliberately talking louder than usual to get attention. When suddenly she bowed before him and began to apologize for what happened in their last meeting. She was so excited by what she saw that she rushed in and didn't think at all about his colleague's feelings. Emily continued to stand obediently, bowing her head, and a crowd began to gather around them, whispering that this man was even more important than the huntress, since she bowed before him. June asked her to get up because everyone around them was looking at them, but Emily continued to say that she did not want to cause a negative reaction from him. He admitted that he too had been cruel to her, and began to ask for forgiveness, when suddenly she said okay and straightened up. People looked at him with displeasure, and he felt as if he had been tricked. Emily handed him her card again, and she asked him that this would be a reminder of her peaceful intentions. With a smile on her face, she said that this business card had nothing to do with his colleague Kate. June asked if this had nothing to do with her, then why did he need this business card at all? She asked to take the business card and remember that June could contact her if she needed help. He looked in surprise, first at her, then at the business card. Then he leaned over and sincerely thanked her for this gesture. Emily suggested they go inside. The event would start very soon, and then they went their separate ways. A voice sounded from the speakers in the corridor that the ceremony was beginning, and invited everyone to enter the hall, and future students were asked to remain in the designated area. Among them was Jill. The color of her uniform perfectly matched her brown eyes. Emily continued to watch June. She felt his aura and realized that he was an unusual person. She knew that she was not mistaken. She felt the same from him in the rift. Emily understood that June was hiding his true power, but did not understand what. All that remained was to wait and see what would happen next. One day this power would enter their world. Suspecting nothing, June continued to look for Jill in the crowd of students. Suddenly he noticed her, but could not understand how he managed to find her so quickly in a huge crowd. Outwardly, he did not express any emotion, but inside he was very excited about this fact. Suddenly he blushed, covered his face with his hand, and thought, maybe he really had fatherly feelings. The presenter introduced the dear guest, who today honored them with his presence, and the president of the Academy of Hunters, Adrian Chol, came onto the stage and bowed to the audience. While the introductions continued, June decided to find a good restaurant nearby to have lunch with Jill. A message came out of his phone saying that the oath-taking ceremony had begun. A girl with dark blue hair stood on the stage and, raising her hand, named the points of the oath one after another. The two women standing next to him were discussing the fact that this girl was the younger sister of the Sword Emperor, who was considered the best hunter of them all, and she herself was already an A-rank hunter. He took another look at the little girl who was standing on the stage and couldn't understand how she could be an A-rank. He remembered Jill's words that he should treat her well, because one day she would become very famous. He decided that now was the time to show this attention. All the future hunters said their vows, there was loud applause, and the leader of the ceremony announced the end of the ceremony. Jun managed to quickly get out into the street. He continued to rummage through his phone while he waited for his daughter, and finally he heard her joyful voice and delighted screams. She was jumping for joy and couldn't believe that she had finally been initiated as a hunter, while Jun tried unsuccessfully to get her attention. He decided to stop trying, handed her a bouquet, and congratulated Jill. She was speechless. Her face lit up even more. Suddenly she lowered her head, thanked him for the bouquet, and her voice began to tremble. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She said that he should not have given her flowers, June reassured her, and said that she deserved this bouquet, and finally suggested moving on. They walked along the square of the academy. Jill said that in 2 days, training would begin, and they were divided into classes. Jun asked what class she was assigned to which she became embarrassed and said that she was assigned to Class D. Jill hesitated and promised to do everything possible so that she would be transferred to Class A in the near future, because her future rank depended on it. He pretended that until that moment, he did not understand what she was talking about and thanked her for the clarification. After which he ruffled her hair and said that he was sure that very soon she would be in A class. She laughed and asked if Jun was hungry, suggesting they go somewhere for lunch. He pointed to the right and talked about ribs, but Jill was already flying to the left and screaming about the amazing spicy sausage stew nearby. Suddenly, she had to slow down, because a huge crowd of people blocked the street ahead. She opened her mouth in surprise and began to scream as soon as she realized who was in the center of this crowd. It was the president of the Hunter Academy and Emily from the Icarus Guild, surrounded by guards, after which another male figure appeared from the car. A handsome guy with dark hair and a languid look was also heading in their direction. Jill literally screamed, because it was the Emperor of the Sword himself, Jonathan. The entire famous retinue had just passed a couple of meters from them, when suddenly Emily turned to look at them. She stopped and asked if they had already had lunch. June said that they were leaving right now. Jill could not come to her senses from what she saw. She had just seen her idols in person, and one of them knew her father. Emily suggested that we all have dinner together, after which Jill turned and asked how she felt about it. Jill couldn't help but agree. At that moment, President Chul approached them and asked Emily who she was talking to. She explained that this was June, the Rift manager from the mayor's office, whom she had already told him about. Adrian immediately understood who he was talking about, the same manager responsible for the Hunter with outstanding data. He kindly handed Jun the ore and greeted him. Jun bowed and reciprocated. Emily grabbed the girl who was with June and decided to find out if she was his younger sister. June hesitated to answer. He did not understand what to do, lie or tell the truth, after which he finally decided to say that this was his daughter. Emily froze in surprise for a couple of seconds, then leaned over to the girl and asked her name. And while Jill, like a soldier in formation, announced her name, Emily turned on her brain activity to the maximum. June decided to remove all questions and said that these were all the consequences of a specific set of circumstances. Behind them, a conflict between brother and sister was in full swing. One claimed that everyone was waiting only for her, and the second that only he noticed this because he hated her. Adrian took notice of them and introduced Jonathan, who didn't really need any introduction. Jun looked at the first hunter and founder of the 3 mana control methods. Jonathan also studied him carefully in response. This was the very person from whom the hunter with great potential did not want to leave. June bowed and greeted the guy, who bowed back and was very glad to meet him. Adrian also introduced Olivia, Jonathan's younger sister, who at that moment was squealing about her ruined hairstyle. Looking at everything that was happening, Jill covered her mouth with her hands. She couldn't believe it. Right now, a hunter has personally met her, who has developed a style, school, and techniques that hunters use to this day. From all the thoughts that were rushing around in her head, she could only open her mouth in surprise, which really touched Emily. Jonathan noted that June was quite well built and asked if he was a hunter, to which he received a negative answer. The hunter expressed his regrets. He was sure that he would have made an excellent hunter. Jun thanked him for his flattering words, but he was absolutely happy with who he was at the moment. Jonathan turned to his sister and invited her to say hello to everyone. Olivia tisked displeasedly and said that she was not interested in people weaker than her. Jonathan pronounced her name with particular sternness and with his eyes advised her to still come up and say hello. She took a couple of steps forward and began to feign greetings to their new company, after which she raised her nose displeasedly and said that this does not mean that she recognizes them. The greetings were over and the president finally suggested going to dinner. They went to a VIP restaurant which was located in the Hunter's Academy. The food there was simply delicious. Adrian noted that he had the pleasure of having breakfast here this morning. Emily at that moment decided to start a conversation with June and recalled that they first met in this building. That day she saw them talking with Gale before judging the Hunter's ranks. June asked how her partner was doing, to which Emily joked that he was as gloomy as ever. As Jill brought the spoon to her mouth, she began to think about her father's position. He was the manager of the Rifts. Does this mean that he goes into them? And so, the spoon ended up in her mouth, and she screamed that she had never eaten anything tastier than this in her life. Olivia sighed heavily, rolled her eyes, and said only one word: plebeians. At the same moment, Jonathan pointed at her, looked angrily, and asked her to be silent. The girl, in response, crossed her arms, pouted her lips, and said that Jonathan was always rude only to her, without completely understanding why. He was very upset about this situation. Jonathan wanted his sister to at least sometimes behave like Jill. Jill waved her hands and said that she was really grateful to be able to eat such delicious food. After which she noticed that June also liked to dine here. He had already eaten 3 plates. She leaned over to him and said that she would try to cook just as well at home. Emily approached Jill and suggested they take the pre-assessment since they were here. The girl beamed, because right now she could find out her level and potential. Olivia said with an important look that the assessment takes place using special equipment. There was a sparkle in her eyes, and she added that the procedure is expensive, so not everyone can afford it. And again her brother's angry gaze fixed on her. Olivia threw up her hands and again did not understand what she had done wrong. Jill thanked them for the offer, but understood that she could not ask her father for money for this. Adrian understood why she doubted and said that the academy would cover all costs, and at that very second, Jill agreed. Jonathan suggested testing Jun's abilities at the same time. The hero lowered his eyes and said that he would still refuse this offer. Emily was surprised, because if the results are good, he will be able to become a hunter. The president literally begged him to try to pass this test. A rare opportunity. Jonathan also caught the excitement and wanted to know its results. He looked at the persuaders again and was forced to agree. They obviously wouldn't leave him alone. Jill was the first to be tested. She was placed in a machine that emitted pinkish-white light. The measurement lasted about 5 minutes, and finally the computer announced that the results of the study would be printed. Emily pulled out a sheet of results from the printer and was surprised. Jill is expected to awaken a rank A skill, and the final expected rank was also A. Jonathan made her happy, because only 5% of hunters could boast of such results. Emily encouraged Jun, because if this girl develops her skills, then a bright future awaits him. Jill approached Olivia, who said that perhaps she was not as hopeless as she thought. Jill beamed and thanked her, ignoring her snarkiness. Emily approached June. Now it was his turn to take this test. Olivia muttered that this was a waste of time and suggested that they go and have a cup of coffee or something else. And again angry looks were directed at her, which she still did not understand. Finally, June lay down on the machine and the computer reported that he was ready to be measured. Perhaps it was worth continuing to refuse their offer. If the results turned out to be strange, then a lot of difficulties and questions would arise. He looked at those who wanted this test so much, it seemed that they suspected him of something. Suddenly, the hero finally understood how this device works. It releases mana and calculates how much mana the body can let through. Jun realized that it was easier to completely prohibit mana from penetrating his body, because it was extremely difficult for him to release a little of it. The mana that the machine released simply began to float around and flow around the body, but could not penetrate inside. The computer reported that the test was completed. Everyone froze, because his test ended much faster than any other. Jun got out of the car and asked if the results were really ready. Emily started reading the result, which said it was impossible to measure the potential player, but it was all nonsense. Jonathan looked at the paper in bewilderment and asked if this had ever happened or if this was the first time such a result had appeared. Having received no answer, he suggested taking another measurement, but this was not necessary. Satisfied, Olivia inserted another comment of her own. Apparently, he simply did not have the ability to be a hunter. Emily continued to look at the results, because regardless of a person's lack of ability, they would still be ranked as an E or F class. She bit her nail out of nerves. Such results were incredibly rare. It was simply impossible. The girl started screaming at the hero, asking him to do the test again. Probably some kind of error occurred during scanning. Adrian stopped her. The next test would be difficult, because scanning an ordinary person several times in a row could be a lot of stress on his body. Jonathan muttered that he should also look at the results again. Therefore, he suggested to Jun that he strengthen his body. Then the results could be completely different. Indeed, there have been cases when abilities were discovered in people without a predisposition to them, so there was no need to get upset so quickly. Emily was sure that she felt the hunter's energy emanating from him. It could not be that she was mistaken. While the whole group continued to talk about how they felt bad about the test, Jun asked if they could finally go. Several days have passed since the test, and several days that Jun spent sleeping in the office. Greg sighed languidly, looking at the monitor, huge black bags hanging under his eyes from endless work. Nate rechecked all the papers for the 1000th time, but it seemed that his eyes no longer perceived numbers and letters. He took a break from his papers and suggested that they go to the sauna this evening because they had not washed for several days, which caused a terrible smell in the office. The boss looked at his trembling fingers. The idea was great, but he didn't even have the strength to walk there, so he planned to just stay here one more night. It seems that this phrase led to the fact that both employees also stayed for another overnight stay at work today. Jun's phone vibrated. It was already 12 calls from Jill. It seemed that it was impossible to ignore her anymore. Picking up the phone, he heard Jill's sad and serious voice, who was wondering if he would come home today. The hero glanced at the stack of documents that he had to sort through and said that he was not sure that he would spend the night at home today. She offered to bring something to eat, but he said he would order something if he was hungry. Jill offered to bring a change of clothes or a clean pair of socks, but this offer was also refused. He assured her that everything was fine and nothing was needed. Besides, it was already late, and there was no point in going out for a walk. As soon as he hung up, the boss asked who he was talking to and immediately clarified whether it was Kate. He looked at him in surprise and replied that no, to which Greg asked him to just tell the truth because he couldn't be fooled so easily. Nate decided to change the topic. Besides, he was interested in whether the fault in Inbangsan Mountain was confirmed. In response, the chief began to stretch in his chair. He hated this time of year because every year the Hunter Academy asks them to take care of field trips for students. They needed to select and test 100 rifts below rank C to choose the most suitable one for novice hunters. June thought that he should tell Jill about this, because they would definitely meet on this excursion. In addition, thanks to Emily's efforts, the girl already knew that he was working on fault zones. In the dead of night, he finally returned home. A contented but tired sigh was heard from the back room. Jill went out to meet him and asked him to let her know when he was going to return home so late. He apologized to her and promised that he would definitely do it next time. Jill suddenly transformed into a completely cheerful person and announced that she was going on a field trip to the Rift next week. This was her first trip, so she was very nervous, even if it was only an F-rank Rift. Jill's face became serious. It was the perfect moment to ask what her father actually did for work. He hesitated and began to tell me that in the department he deals with everything that has to do with faults. Jill decided to immediately clarify whether this meant that he himself was entering the cracks. He looked at her calm face and decided that after all it was possible to say, and hesitantly nodded to her. But the next question followed. She was interested in what exactly he was doing inside the faults. John frantically began naming as many responsibilities as possible to distract her. After he noticed the sad expression on her face, he said that there was no need to worry about it. This didn't have the effect he expected. She started stomping her feet and screaming that she couldn't help but worry about it because he was in danger there. She screamed that leaving everything in this state was completely unacceptable. She threatened him with her finger and said that she would give him special training. Jun didn't believe what she just said. She's a girl who just entered the Hunter Academy. We'll arrange training for someone who was actually the strongest hunter. But Jill didn't know that he was the greatest hunter, so she argued that she had the potential of an A-rank hunter. She clenched her fist and said that from now on they would train every weekend. In addition, she wanted him to go to the academy on Monday to apply for strengthening his body because then he would receive mana. Sweat was dripping from Jun's forehead. He thought that if the residents of Muriam heard her now, they would faint. Jill had already put on her windbreaker and was literally ordering him to follow her. They went to the alley near the house. Jill asked to open the window of its characteristics to check them. Jun opened the window and understood that right now he would have to lie because all the characteristics were maximum. While he looked at his numbers in panic, the girl asked him to read them in order. He began to invent them on the fly. Strength 10, Agility 6, Health 9, Internal Power 0, no skills. Jill stopped him. The total points were 25, which was impossible, because it was almost the same as E-rank hunters. His strength and health were even higher than hers, which was probably normal because his father was in good shape. Jill decided to clarify about the indicator of internal power, because she had never heard of it. Jun waved his hands and assured her that he was mistaken. His mana had a 0 value. The girl did not notice the catch and said that for an ordinary person this indicator is normal, although the rest of the characteristics are still unusual. After which Jill began training and offered to learn how to use Chul, one of the techniques that can be used at a distance from monsters. It might not be possible to use it right away since her father doesn't have any mana yet, but she still decided to show how it works. She held the gun in front of her and held it confidently with both hands. Suddenly the gun began to fill with mana and form a blue ball. She continued the lecture and said that taking mana from the body and redirecting it into the gun means reloading. If he manages to do this, then half the way will be completed, and she suggested trying. He twirled the pistol in his hands while thinking about how he could release a small amount of mana. Jill suggested that he close his eyes and try to feel the light energy in his body. Then he had to imagine how this energy, like a river, was sent from him directly into the gun. He was nervous and convinced himself that everything would be fine if he had complete control over himself. The gun filled with a blue glow and Jill began to squeal in shock. She didn't understand how he managed to do it the first time. Jun was frightened by her squeal and immediately stopped the reloading process. The girl looked at him in fascination. It seemed that her father was incredibly talented. He tried to calm her down and said that it was most likely a coincidence, because when he tried it again, nothing worked. Still, Jill was upset because she had trained for a month to be able to reload the weapon. Despite his obvious talent, she was still against her father becoming a hunter because it was very dangerous. Jun reassured her that he was not going to become a hunter and suggested going home. It was quite late and also boring. The next working day began. Today was the last day of preparation before the excursion. All the data was checked, the fault was selected, so the office was calm. As Nate passed by Jun, he noticed that right now his colleague was forging documents that stated that he had been strengthened at the Hunter Academy and had accumulated 1 unit of mana. Nate shouted that he would definitely go to jail for this, because he was an official who was falsifying documents right now. Jun assured him that he would definitely not be imprisoned, because he would show this document to only one person. The hero had to tell a long chain of events that led him to such actions. They went to lunch, where he explained that this was all to calm his daughter, who was worried about his work. Nate noted that his life is both complex and interesting, after which he remembered that his daughter would be on an excursion tomorrow, which the 3 of them would conduct, and asked if he would have to hide from her. Jun shook his head and said that there was no longer any reason to hide, because Jill knew where he worked and that he went into the rifts. The colleague exhaled, because this meant that he was worrying in vain. Plus, Nate reminded them that they had an important event coming up next week. The Hunter Academy will undergo a full check and they will have a chance to receive a B-rank split from them into their management. We can only hope that everything will go smoothly and the grade will be good. A boss popped into his head who put a lot of effort into this, and if they get a good grade, he will be promoted. If the score is not enough to receive a rift, then they will have to hide for a while to avoid his wrath. And then the day of the excursion came. Together with the new students, they went to the prepared vault. The academy coach gathered everyone together and asked for a moment of attention. He introduced his colleagues from the vault department who would be accompanying them today. Greg waved his hands in greeting and put on the sweetest smile possible. He told the students that right now they were in an F-rank rift where they would most likely encounter goblins who would pose no threat to them. However, anything can happen in a rift, so all students should remember that safety comes first. After finishing his endless lecture on safety, he asked if anyone had any questions. Looking at the dissatisfied freshmen and hearing the silence, Greg suggested they go explore the rift. The students took off along the rift as if it were a morning jog, and finally they found the goblins, who seemed to already regret the excursion. Fury burned in the eyes of the young hunters. They kicked, pushed, and trampled the unfortunate monsters. Greg noted that he has seen all this countless times, but every time the young hunters scare him. Continuing to observe them, he asked Nate if there was a chance that one of the graduates would work with them on a contract. He did not upset the boss, and encouraged him that the most important thing was to continue to hope for it. Olivia stood next to June, and he asked if she wanted to join. The girl noted that hunting the weakest goblins seemed useless to her, and then asked if he was responsible for the safety of the students. He replied that he was just an assistant, to which Olivia tisked displeasedly and asked if he could do anything in this life. June asked to keep his comments to himself, and Greg's face was already sticking out over his shoulder. He told her that she shouldn't be afraid of her first training session, and that if something went wrong, they would have her back. Olivia rolled her eyes. I wondered who would protect whom. It was unlikely they would have the stamina to simply run away from the goblins. Greg called her a hooligan, asked her to immediately go to training with everyone else and not interfere with the adults' work. Nate swooped down on him and quickly whispered that this was the sister of Jonathan, the Sword Emperor himself. At that same second, Greg rushed to catch up with the girl and offer her some fruit tea. Nate returned to June and laughed. It seems the boss is in for a tough day today. After which he leaned towards Jun. He was eager to find out which of these girls was his daughter. He pointed his finger at one of the students standing nearby. Nate noted that she was very sweet and would likely be very popular among her peers. Jill noticed her father and his colleague looking at her and waved at them. The school coach said that now they would have exactly 1 hour for independent hunting, and at the end of it, they should return here. Hearing this, Nate suggested that June finally approach his daughter. June literally jumped out of his seat and headed towards her. It seems that his colleague had never seen him run so fast in his life. The two of them retreated to a distant clearing, where Jun watched her train and gave advice. After another shot, he noted that she had a talent for shooting. She thanked him, but was quick to point out that unlike many, she trained alone to make him even more proud of her. Suddenly, June heard some kind of whistle and became wary. The weather began to change sharply. The sky darkened. A strong wind rose and thunder began to be heard. A goblin appeared not far from them, which was different from those they had seen before. The goblin had a strange purple tattoo on his forehead. He looked like a boss monster. But there should be no bosses in this rift, after all. June, Nate, and Greg checked this information several times. Looking at him, Jill noted not only the strange tattoo, but also his dark skin color. The girl put out her hand, as if protecting Jun, and asked him to move away. After which she, without hesitation, filled the gun with mana and sent a bullet at the goblin. The bullet hit the goblin right in the forehead, and he collapsed to the ground. Killing him was easier than she thought. She turned to Jun to say that everything was fine now, but something began to glow behind her. June began to scream furiously because everything was definitely not good. His working device reported that the Guardian of the Rift had just been successfully defeated, and behind Jill, a red and black crack began to spread. Another rift has just been opened, the difficulty of which will be determined by chance. June continues to scream to quickly run towards it. She finally saw what was behind her. A wind rose around the new rift, which began to pull her inside. June ran to help, but the girl was already completely sucked into the unknown. Without thinking, he pushed off the ground and jumped after her. At that same second, the rift that swallowed Jun and Jill disappeared. The students who were doing independent training at that time also did not understand what was happening with the weather and were very scared. Greg, who was lying on the ground drenched in fruit tea, also watched as the weather changed eerily. June and Jill found themselves in a frightening rocky area that seemed to be illuminated with red light. Jill, having lost her strength, collapsed to the ground. Jun looked around. This place looked damn similar to Muram's world. The computer reported that they were in the Isaiah's cave. The main goal was to survive for 30 minutes, and then Isis himself appeared in front of him. A huge dragon with burning eyes and huge fangs. Jill began to shake, and now only one word flashed through her head: death. Jun walked up to her and looked down at her. She seemed to be in a state of shock. He exhaled heavily. Why, the strangest things happened to him exactly when he has to hide his abilities. The hero picked up a mana pistol that belonged to his daughter from the ground. Jill asked him what he was going to do. He asked her to stay here and assured her that he would quickly finish off this dragon and headed towards it. The girl tried to get up to stop him, but her strength completely left her. The dragon watched for a short time what the guy was doing and was already ready to attack. Suddenly, the dragon roared for them to disappear and released fiery flames from his mouth. Jill started screaming and asked her father to come back because one such volley would kill any hunter. However, Jun was not going to stop. He was sure that the dragon could not harm them. He put his hand forward and the flames began to spread around on both sides. Jill doubted what her eyes were seeing because it simply could not be. The thought flashed through her head that it was the dragon who spared them. But the dragon's equally shocked face said otherwise. So it was all the father, the same father who a couple of days ago didn't even know how to use a mana pistol. June at that moment said that since she shot today, if he shoots, then nothing bad will happen either. The dragon continued to look questioningly at the guy who had just not died from his strongest attack. The gun was filled with Jun's mana and began to glow blue. The charge continued to grow. The air around them began to tremble. The dragon screamed and asked him to stop. He assured him that time was up and they had won. Jun asked him to hurry up with his speech because he did not want to break the mana pistol while continuing to hold back the power. The dragon begged him to let him ask just one question. Jun agreed. After which, the huge winged monster asked the most idiotic question. Is there any option not to kill him? Jun asked why he asked this, to which the dragon stated that his life was now in the guy's hands. Jun could no longer hold back the power and fired a huge burst from his pistol, turning it slightly to the left so as not to kill the dragon. The creature squealed in fear as if he were a 5-year-old child. And finally, the charge flew a couple of meters from his head and rushed further. There was a powerful explosion behind him. It seems that if this blow had hit him, he would not have survived. The dragon turned to him and asked what kind of hellish power was in him. He continued to be perplexed because he had not met a single person with such abilities. Jun looked at him from under his brows and asked if he wanted to know how he could survive. And after receiving an affirmative answer, he pushed off the ground and said that then they would have to start with several blows. Jun flew at him, clenching his fist and aiming for his head. What is this guy going to do? Is he really going to attack the dragon with his fists? And then the enemy's blow struck. It seemed as if he had been hit by someone who was 10 times his size. The dragon trembled with fear and grabbed his head. It hurt terribly. Jun suggested starting with obedience training while a huge lump stretched out on the monster's forehead. He also told him that the only way he could survive was to become his pet. Jun began training his pet and Jill told the legend of the dragon Azaius. Countless hunters were going to defeat him, including S-rank hunters, but no one could defeat him. She was sure that was exactly what she heard, but what she saw did not fit into her head. Right now the hunter was standing on the back of a formidable dragon and forcing him to do push-ups. Jun stomped on his back a couple of times and asked whether he wanted to do 6 more approaches, or would do it normally now. While the hero shouted army chants, Jill looked at him and wondered who he even was. Jun asked if the dragon was really one of the strongest and was stronger than the ogre general, to which he shook his head affirmatively and said that he was very useful. In his head, he thought that he could safely leave him with Jill to guard him, but he was confused by the fact that the dragon was a little stupid. Jill decided to interrupt their training and asked if her father thought they should go back. In one leap, he descended from the huge creature and agreed with her. But before they returned, they needed to discuss something. Jun began to say that what happened here, when suddenly Jill finished for him, that it was all a secret. His eyes widened as she promised him not to tell anyone. The girl was sure that he had his own reasons for hiding it, and she would be understanding because they were family. He nodded at her before turning to the beast and asking if he planned to go straight like that. He looked at him and asked if he could change his physical form, since he attracted too much attention. Then he threatened him with his finger and said that if he behaved thoughtlessly outside, he would not like the consequences. He understood everything and said that he would be reincarnated right away. The dragon lit up as if it had become a hologram and began to shrink in size. It continued to shrink until it was level with their knees. And here in front of them stood a pretty orange dragon with incredibly beautiful eyes. Jill immediately started screaming that she had never seen anything cuter in her life and suggested calling him Yoji. Yoji was clearly unhappy because a couple of hours ago he was one of the most terrible opponents, and now he became a pet dragon. Jun looked at him and asked if there was anything he didn't like. The dragon apologized and said that everything was fine. The hero invited his daughter to pet him and clarified that he was much softer than he seemed. Yoji obediently lay on his back and stuck his stomach out so Jill could scratch him. The weather inside the vault began to recover. The sky cleared of clouds and the sun began to shine. Greg and Nate also noted the change in the weather and were glad that nothing happened to the students. The boss thought about it. It seems that in all this time he had never seen Jun. And suddenly Jun appeared out of nowhere and apologized for his absence. Greg tisked displeasedly and said that it was time for them to return, but did not finish the sentence and looked at his subordinate's companions. He pointed his finger at Jill and asked if he knew this student. June immediately replied that she was his daughter. And while Greg's face was distorted in a surprised grimace, June said that there were circumstances into which he could not go deeper now and apologized. The boss grabbed him by the shoulders, shook him lightly, and said that he understood him perfectly well. Everyone makes mistakes when they are young. Jill walked up to Greg, bowed, and introduced herself. The boss continued to glance at Jun, then at his daughter, and the hero once again said that he could not give more details. Nate approached Jill and introduced himself. The 2-year-old was glad to meet him because his father had talked a lot about him. Greg was listening to the exchange of pleasantries when suddenly something caught his attention. It was a small orange creature. He asked where they found such an interesting puppy, while the boss was asking how they dyed his fur like that and couldn't decide on the breed. Jun told Yoji to keep quiet. Greg began to stretch his muzzle and said that they should take the animal to the vet. The chief took him in his arms. Yoji began to bark, to which the man screamed that he was trying to bite him. Jun said that now this animal will help him, and he discovered his talent as a trainer. Colleagues began vying with each other to ask how he discovered new abilities in himself, and whether he was now going to become a hunter. The hero answered without hesitation that he was not planning a career as a hunter, but this skill would be useful to him when exploring faults. The boss exhaled because he could not lose such a valuable employee and hugged the orange creature to himself. After which he decided that now was not the time to make out. He released Yoji and offered him a drink after work. Greg approached Jill and invited her to join too, because he could give some advice on a hunter's career. Jill refused the offer until the man said that he would order meat for everyone. She could no longer resist. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by a woman's exclamation coming from the side. It was Olivia, who was eager to find out what kind of animal it was with them. Yoji looked up at her and made an incredibly cute face. The girl picked up the dragon in her arms and spun him in the air. Jill asked not to lift him without reason. June approached Olivia and told her that this was his pet and he had discovered new abilities. She instantly screamed that the trainer class was the rarest class in existence, after which she asked if this was even possible, because the results of the preliminary assessment were not yet available. But most of all, she was interested in whether he was going to become a hunter, to which June said that he had other plans for his life. She began to raise her voice and did not understand why he was refusing, because a trainer would be welcome in any guild. Jun said that he was going to use his abilities to explore faults. A representative of the academy heard their conversation and was also perplexed, because the trainers in the guilds were even paid just for their presence. Greg intervened in the persuasion. He separated him from the hunter, and finally offered to leave, noting that everyone has their own path in life, and only he knows what he wants. Jun noticed that this gesture was clearly to prevent Jun from thinking about the transfer, so he once again said that he was not going to go anywhere. Greg beamed. Tears welled up in his eyes, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. He hugged Jun, buried his face in his back, and said that he loved him incredibly. Attempts to escape from the embrace were in vain. The girls watched with laughter as they strangely moved around the clearing. Yoji closed his eyes. He did not like to watch what was happening to his owner at this moment. Nate suggested they call it a day and finally go out to dinner, since they had all had a hard day today. The next morning in the department was very hot and full of discontent. Greg and Nate listened in silence as Kate and June discussed how the girl wasn't invited to dinner with them last night. June sighed tiredly from the conversation and repeated again that he was terribly sorry. She lay with her head on his table and constantly repeated that this was incredibly cruel of them. Kate didn't understand how they could go on and not call her, because they only had to make one call. She had not been at work for a very long time, had not seen any of them, and had been waiting for such a long time to meet. With each phrase, her voice became louder. She shouted that she was also part of the team. In addition, she heard that they had a barbecue pork dinner yesterday, which seemed like a very important moment for her. Barbecue, drinking, she also really liked all this, but instead she spent the whole day waiting for them in the office and cleaning up. Jun stopped her because it wasn't like that. They were actually having a barbecue beef dinner. He had just made a fatal mistake. Pork was something important to Kate, and beef was more expensive, which increased the importance of this meeting in her eyes. She froze in her chair and could not utter a word. Greg and Nate surrounded June and tried to make amends by pointing out that it was pork that had been fed on acorns, so it tasted like beef. He turned to Greg and said that it was definitely beef because the chef cried when he saw the bill. Greg tried to wink at him because, after all, right now it was much more important to agree than to be right. Kate lowered her head. She quietly called them liars, because not only did they not invite her, but they also lied about the meat. The boss tried to calm her down and offered to arrange another dinner in the company today and order a barbecue. but Kate was already heading towards the exit and announced that she would eat the barbecue on her own. Nate grabbed the candy and ran out to get it, continuing to apologize as he caught up with her. Kate was incredibly fond of sweets. She was already chewing candy and asked her not to forget in the future that she was also an employee of the fault department. Nate seemed quite pleased to have pulled off such a stunt, but still agreed with everything she said. He asked to take care of them during the inspection next week, and noted that she was the most important cog in their mechanism. But it seems that the check was on the verge of failure. Greg shouted at someone on the phone that they couldn't just cancel it. He asked to stop constantly repeating that now there are requirements that only a rank B hunter can work with a rift of rank B. The entire department has been preparing to take control of this rift for a whole year, but a week before testing it is canceled. While he continued to shout into the phone, it was already hung up at the other end. He hit the phone and called them bastards, after which he asked everyone to return to their work, and he would return soon, and left the office. June clarified that it wasn't they who specifically asked for help with this project. Nate said that this is not the first time this has happened. The colleague exhaled with dissatisfaction and said that this is how they are trying to show who is in charge here. At home, June also seemed to be in a conflict. Yoji was dissatisfied with the fact that Jill was deciding everything. She tried to calm him down and said again that they couldn't go for a walk now because she was busy cleaning. Besides, who knows what could happen outside? Yoji asked why she was afraid if she had a dragon, but the girl was most worried about him because she couldn't stop him alone. The dragon was offended by the fact that she thought he would get into trouble the moment he left the house. Jill suggested that he all go out for a walk when his father returned home, to which he fell to the floor and began to squeal like a small child, stomping his feet. When he was tired of the hysteria, he heard that the owner had returned home. After he greeted Jill, he walked over to Yoji, lifted him by the head and reminded him that his daughter liked cute things, not things that were loud for any reason. He ordered him to stand against the wall and raise his hands. They sat down at the table and Jill clarified what to do with Yoji. June said that he had bought food for him, but for now he would stand punished. June thanked Jill for the wonderful dinner while the dragon was content with only the smells. He added that her food tastes better every time and offered to wash the dishes. The girl jumped up and asked everyone to stay in their places, and she would wash the dishes herself. It seemed that this was another attack of gratitude towards him that he was forced to accept. With some tension, he agreed that she should do it. He walked into her kitchen and asked her to behave as before, because nothing had changed. How could she agree that nothing had changed if she saw the opposite? A picture immediately appeared in her head of her father literally spreading the fire with his bare hands. She didn't know if she could now behave as before. Then she remembered how she promised to protect her father when she became a hunter, and how I organized training for him so that he could at least do something. My thoughts were literally screaming because she was saying such stupid things. June watched this from the side and did not understand what was happening. It was as if someone was fighting in her head. Suddenly, someone asked how he could do this to her. At first, Jun was scared, and then he realized that it was the TV that Yoji turned on. He was staring at the TV and watching some series, calling the main character a moron. Jun sat down on the sofa and reminded him that he ordered him to look at the wall, not at the TV. The dragon fell into a low bow, apologized, and promised that he would behave well. The hero asked him not to play theater here and get up immediately. Jill entered the room and reported that Yoji had not eaten anything since lunch. June said that there was a bag of food for him right in front of the door. Jill took the package and began to carefully examine its contents, and she took out a dog bowl from it, which infuriated the dragon. June asked what the problem was and asked if he really thought that he would eat at a common table. The dragon hesitated, but he also had human rights, that is, dragon rights. June was convinced otherwise, so he took a bag of dog food, poured a bowl full, and invited him to eat what they were giving. Then he went to his room and asked Jill to make sure that Yoji did not go near the refrigerator while he was washing himself. The dragon looked at the bowl upset. Could anyone have thought that the great and terrible would be content with dog food? But there was nothing to do. He took one pebble and slowly brought it to his mouth, trying not to sniff. Jill grabbed his bowl and asked him not to eat it. Yoji's eyes welled up with tears. This girl was going to take away his last hope for dinner. She asked him to be quiet and brought him a plate of baked ribs, and she suggested that he eat quickly before his father got out of the shower. Due to the rapid eating, the dragon choked and began to cough. Jill handed him a glass of water. He took a sip and froze, looking at the glass. He stared at her with devoted eyes and said that he would protect her for the rest of his life. Jun rejoiced at the end of this day as drops of water slowly flowed down his body. The next day, the office was again filled with excitement, but this time the occasion was joyful. Everyone surrounded Nate, who announced that he had found a B-rank hunter who would sign a contract with them. He studied with this guy at school. He was always quite strong and purposeful, and after Nate shared with him his troubles at work, he said that he had already earned enough money working as a hunter and would help out his old comrade. Colleagues congratulated him and noted that now their boss would finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that same second, a joyful Greg flew into the office, shouting that he loved Nate. He hugged him and looked at him, missing everything he said to him, because now it didn't matter. Nate said that today they would meet in some expensive establishment, and if the boss wants, but he didn't have time to finish when June appeared in front of him and said that he would go with him. He clarified that it would be more correct if he went with the curator, and the boss stayed here. Greg was upset, but agreed with his words. And now the colleagues were already rising higher and higher in the elevator. June could not believe that they were going to the bar so early. Nate suggested thinking positively, because you never know when ordinary people like them will be able to come to such an expensive establishment like this. Besides, they won't get anything fancy. His friend will just buy him a drink out of the kindness of his heart. June thought, it's unlikely that this is happening out of the kindness of his heart. It all looked somehow strange. The elevator stopped, and they were met by a beautiful receptionist girl. Nate asked if Adam had arrived yet. They had an appointment. The girl smiled and said that he was already waiting and invited them to follow her. They walked along a long corridor, as if they were in a hotel. Strange sounds were heard from behind closed doors. The administrator opened one of the doors and wished them a pleasant evening. Nate entered the room first and was glad to see his old friend. Opposite them sat 3 huge men with a bunch of drinks on the table. The man who looked the worst said that they had not seen each other for a long time. It seems that this was Nate's acquaintance. Nate hesitated. Everything around did not look like a business meeting. It looked more like a brothel where a couple of girls were about to arrive. June silently studied the situation, but it was immediately clear to him that nothing good should be expected from this meeting. The colleague apologized for being late and joked that he should have taken a taxi after all. After which he introduced Jun and said that they had been working together for more than a year. Adam patted the seat next to him, inviting them to sit next to him. He told his guys to move quickly, because the civil servants wanted to get to him. Nate thanked him, and June went on his phone and quickly typed something. Adam poured a shot glass of bright orange liquid and offered them a drink. He turned his attention to Jun and repeated that he should drink too. Jun agreed. A conversation filled with memories began, Adam trying to remember how much time had passed since school. As June knocked back the shot glass, Nate talked about how he had a great job and great co-workers. Moreover, he was glad of the fact that Adam was a B-rank hunter and could afford to go to such expensive establishments. Adam noted that it was not that expensive, but he understood him since he lived from paycheck to paycheck. After which, he sarcastically added that he had nothing to talk about with someone who came by metro instead of a taxi, just to save money. He finally decided to introduce his comrades, noting that they were all B-rank hunters. The men asked to forget about the performances, because this was probably their last meeting. Holding back his laughter, Adam asked to be less rude to people who are involved in government affairs. Jun studied them carefully. The situation was heating up, and he was going to match this intensity. One of the men looked back at him with displeasure, continuing to sip his beer. Nate decided to get down to business and asked Adam about the contract with the mayor's office. Besides, their boss was looking forward to the meeting. Maybe it would be possible to introduce them after all. The hunters could no longer hold back their laughter. They covered their faces with their hands to somehow hide it. Jun realized that this meeting was not a work meeting. They invited them as jesters to have fun. But suddenly, to the surprise of everyone, Adam offered to sign a contract and go to work tomorrow. He continued to sip on his cigarette and said that he would only have one condition. Adam threw a cigarette into the glass and suggested that Nate drink it. Then he would agree. His friends burst out laughing. They imitated him and asked him to be more polite with civil servants. And one of them reminded him that this was his friend from high school, so he should take it easy. Otherwise, he would cry from grief. June watched as Nate shook with anger and indignation. He pulled back his coat. All this time, someone was in touch with him, and he said that he could come in. Adam raised his glass and asked why Nate was delaying, since the documents would be signed as soon as he finished it. June stood up and invited his colleague to leave this disgusting place. After which he reminded that, in fact, they had another meeting planned. The hero looked at everyone present once again and said that there was no point in them wasting time on trifles with these scum. Adam made a face and asked him to repeat what he had just said again, since he was so brave. Jun ignored him and told Nate that Emily from the Icarus Guild had agreed to sign a contract with him. Looking at the shocked face of his colleague, he continued that the girl was already on her way and said that she was in the area. Adam laughed. Did they really think that an S-rank hunter would sign a contract with them? Jun only confirmed this, to which the hunter shouted that he was lying. An icy sweat broke out on Nate's forehead from what June was saying, when suddenly the door to their room swung open. Emily stood on the threshold, smiling and saying that she could no longer wait for them. After which she added that it seemed strange to her that they postponed the meeting because of these types. The hunters no longer laughed, moreover. They could no longer say anything, because the same Emily really stood in front of them. June encouraged his colleague and asked how he managed to persuade Emily to work with them. Emily said that there was a very nice cafe nearby and suggested we move there. She looked again at the disgusting men sitting at the table. She clearly did not want to stay here. Nate flew out of the room at the speed of light and began apologizing to her. June asked to get him an Americano, and he would join them a little later. Nate didn't want to leave here without his colleague, but Emily stubbornly continued to take him out. The door finally slammed shut, and June sighed heavily. Without turning around, he invited Adam to drink a glass with a cigarette butt that was on the table. After a moment, it was clear that it would be better for him not to turn around, because when he did, his eyes were already bloodshot. Not far from this expensive but disgusting establishment, there was a really cute cafe. Nate and Emily ordered and sat tensely at the table. The guy was shaking violently. He held his legs with his hands to calm them down, but nothing worked. This was the same huntress whose business card June tore up. She probably came to take revenge. The girl continued to look at him carefully. He was very frightened, although his pride had just been seriously hurt. She didn't understand what was better for her to do: comfort him, pretend not to notice anything, or simply remain silent. When suddenly the device rang, signaling that their order was ready. Nate stood up abruptly and said he would pick up their order, but Emily was already rushing to the pickup counter. The girl behind the counter served her the 3 Americanos they ordered. The guy looked after her. She seemed to be flying, and he liked it. She brought coffee and finally started a conversation. Emily asked not to worry about June. Everything would definitely be fine with him. Nate replied that those guys were B-rank hunters, and if something happened to him, he would not be able to forgive himself. Emily just laughed because she sympathizes more with those guys who stayed with his colleague. He looked at her in surprise and reminded her that Jun was not a hunter. The girl took a sip of coffee and asked her to just wait a little. Her instincts never deceived her. At this moment, June confidently stood his ground and invited Adam to drink this delicious drink. Then he said that he would let him live if he did this. Adam stood up and moved closer to his face, wondering what would happen to him if he didn't drink. The man clenched his teeth and once again clarified what this puppy could do to him. June was no longer going to engage in dialogue and waved his hand. From this blow, Adam was violently carried into the wall and his entire body was instantly paralyzed. He started screaming that he couldn't even move his fingers. June approached him, put his arm around his neck, and whispered in his ear that he needed to drink his own cocktail. But realizing that Adam was not going to do this, he used his mana and his hands sparkled with red lightning. As soon as the lightning reached Adam's neck, he began to scream in pain. The blonde hunter watched this and did not understand why his friend did not resist at all. He decided to throw his fists at Jun to distract his attention. June did not leave this unnoticed and literally felt with his back that someone was flying at him. He put out one hand, the hunter crashed into it and flew into the wall. The third hunter chose observation tactics, since he clearly did not want to get hurt. June looked at him with empty eyes and said that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Adam didn't resist anymore, and June told him that he had been a bad boy today. He raised his hand to his stomach, where the hunter's mana energy center was located, and released another discharge. Adam looked like a toy whose eyes were bulging. It seemed as if all his organs had burst at that moment. He went limp and rolled down the wall. At that moment, the mana left his body and could no longer return. June looked at him one last time and said that now he would have to look for a new job, because he would no longer be a hunter. From today on, he promised to watch what the 3 of them did and said, and if he finds out that they caused such an annoying situation, he will find them, tear out their tongues, and force them to eat them. The door slammed shut. It seemed that this evening was over for them, just like their career was over. June walked confidently down the corridor without turning around. All he needed now was a glass of Americano. The awkward conversation continued in the cafe. Nate clarified that it was not true that Emily was planning to sign a contract with them. She was embarrassed and said that she couldn't do this. Jun just asked her for help and said that he had contacted some strange people. The guy got up from his chair, bowed to her, and began to apologize because it was all his fault. Emily asked him to sit down because she had her own goals and was helping for her own reasons. He looked at him in bewilderment as to what goals she had in relation to Jun. When suddenly the hero approached their table and apologized for being late. Emily invited him to sit next to him. Nate looked at him and asked if he was okay and if anything had happened in their absence. He calmed him down and said that he was just offered a few drinks and they had a nice chat. Their dialogue was interrupted by Emily and asked if she was now in June's favor. He confirmed her guesses and thanked her, to which Emily jumped on the spot and was happy. Nate only thought that everything had worked out for the best, because if he had come alone, he would have been in a terrible situation. Jun asked if the 2 of them had time to have dinner since he had a little problem at home. The thing is that Jill has prepared a lot of food, practicing cooking, and everything that they don't eat will simply go bad. Emily and Nate happily agreed to a home-cooked dinner. June walked away to call Jill, because she had no idea about anything, and they didn't have any abundance of food. Nate still couldn't get over the recent situation and once again apologized to Emily for the inconvenience. She understood why he kept apologizing, but it really was okay. The hero went outside, dialed the number, and a second later heard his daughter's voice. He asked her if she was upset or depressed, if food could lift her spirits. She put the book down and said that it would help if the food was really tasty. From the other end of the phone, it was heard that she was a very good cook, and the girl began to smile. Jill asked what happened to him. Since he asked such questions, he said that it did not happen to him, but to his colleague Nate. She jumped up on the bed and started screaming about what Nate liked to eat and what she should cook. John didn't know his favorite dishes, so he suggested that she simply prepare her signature dish. After which, I remembered that Emily would also come to dinner with them. Jill's eyes began to quickly widen. She rushed to the kitchen and asked to give her exactly 2 hours, and she would do everything possible. 2 hours passed pretty quickly, and in about this time they were able to get to John's house. The doorbell rang and Jill shouted that she was on her way and would open it for them. She opened the door and was glad to see everyone who stood on the threshold, just as they were her. At the sound of the open door, Yoji, who was in a hurry to greet the owner, ran out into the corridor. Emily froze, looking at the creature, and asked June what it was. June said that this was his new pet, that is, his partner, and Yoji did not seem to be happy with the guests. Nate began to say that they had recently been on a student excursion to the Rift, and his colleague had discovered his abilities as a trainer. Emily gasped. This was impossible, because awakening the ability is associated with the presence of talent and a certain lifestyle. Training abilities can manifest themselves when a person raises pets or works as an animal caretaker. Emily knew there was something wrong with him, but she didn't realize he was so unique. Suddenly, her attention was attracted by another small detail related to their pet. There seemed to be a mark shaped like a 1 on his forehead, and she remembered that 3 years ago, there was a dragon that had a mark 10 on his forehead. 3 S-rank hunters at once had to work hard to kill him. It was probably just a coincidence. She was sure that this cute creature was not a dragon. At that moment, Nate was talking on the phone by the window. He was telling the boss that he couldn't forgive himself for today. Greg asked him not to worry about such bastards, to have a good weekend, and wished him good night. He hung up and turned around to see Jun, who invited him to the table. When a colleague entered the dining room, he was simply horrified by what he saw. There were about 10 different dishes on the table. He asked him if he always eats like this. Yes, there was always a lot of different and tasty food in their house, because Jill was smart. Nate sat down and thanked everyone for today. The day was really difficult, but thanks to everyone at the table, everything ended well. June accepted his gratitude and thanked him in return, because if it weren't for Nate, his career as a civil servant would have ended long ago, and they wouldn't be sitting here now. Emily also noted that Nate has a great junior employee, praising the two guys in the same sentence. And finally Nate began to shine. The evening ended in the best possible way, and he thanked everyone once again. June suggested that they finally start eating before it gets cold because Jill was trying so hard. The dinner passed with endless conversations and laughter. But the moment came to say goodbye. The guests once again thanked Jill for the delicious food and went home. Jun sat down at the computer and began to read the tape, when suddenly he came across an advertisement for the search for an attacker-class hunter to help in the investigation of a rank B fault. The announcement also said that this would be a great opportunity to work in a team with strong hunters. At the moment, the team has 2 healers and a tank, and at the end of the announcement, it was said that they would welcome newcomers. But did this mean that they were accepting C-rank hunters? He reread it carefully again. The ad spoke of merfolk, monsters that hunters usually avoided. He decided not to think too much and just called to clear up all his questions. John apologized for the late call, but he had just seen the ad and decided to check if they were taking C-rank hunters. A male voice informed him that all newcomers were accepted, because their tank was rank A, so it would be easy to handle. After which he clarified that there were also 2 healers in the group. Everything would be completely safe, and he had nothing to worry about. Jun thought about it. It was strange that rank A and B hunters would accept a rank C attacker, but there was nothing to be done. He needed to help raise Kate's rank to B, so he said that he agreed and asked about the meeting place. The man told him about the meeting place, said that it was not far from the fault and they would be waiting for him there at 10 in the morning. Jun nervously tapped his finger on the table. It was all too simple. No interview or meeting, as usually happens when a group is looking for a new member. Hunting in the rifts was very dangerous, so it is very important to know well how strong your partners are. It is necessary to give the correct assessment during the interview, so why didn't they ask him anything? The hero continued to think about this again and again while all the inhabitants of the house snored peacefully in their places. He flipped through the ad again. It was 3 hunters from Solomon's Guild. It seemed that the ad's reread count had already exceeded 100, but he still couldn't figure out what the catch was. He took the phone and dialed Kate. The girl answered in just a couple of seconds. June apologized for calling so late on Friday and asked if she had a couple of minutes to talk. Kate assured him that everything was fine. She was just going through her things so she could talk. He asked if she was free tomorrow at 9:30 to meet him. She beamed with happiness and shouted into the phone that she could, and even in the event of a disaster, she would be in the right place at that time. June thanked her, apologized again for the late call, and said that he would be waiting for her tomorrow. After hanging up, he thought that he wouldn't be able to get rid of his thoughts all night. I threw on a jacket, glasses, a mask, and a bag, and decided to check this fault in advance, just in case. Kate couldn't control herself at that moment and was glad that they finally had a date tomorrow. It took Jun about half an hour to get there. He jumped over the fence. He had to get in quickly and get out quickly before he was noticed. Finally, the location of the new fault was found. The hero didn't think for a minute before going inside, because he knew that he was definitely not in danger. He found himself in a rocky cave, the tunnel of which went far ahead. Jun opened the app and registered fault number 6001. When he suddenly stopped, something caught his attention. There was a wide trail of red-pink mucus on the floor, similar to what snails produce. He took a small amount on his fingers. It was poisonous, but not dangerous, until it got into an open wound. The hero thought, it seems that there were no merfolk with poisonous mucus in the world. There was a sound from behind, someone confidently moving towards him. It was the same merfolk, a purple alien creature with one eye and a mermaid tail. He looked down at the screen and realized that he was not on the list of monsters in the rift. I looked at his tail. It was he who secreted this strange mucus. The monster began to be tensed by this strange expectation, and he let out a terrible roar. It was clear in Jun's gaze that if he moved now, he would be dead. The monster stepped back in fear and raised its hands as if giving up. The hero confidently moved towards him, feeling absolutely no fear. He grabbed the merfolk by the head and began to study him carefully. He twisted and turned it as if they had brought a dog to him for a veterinary examination. Jun ordered the creature to open its mouth to examine its mouth. There was some kind of poison on his small fangs, but it was different from the mucus. The most important thing was to remove the mucus from the skin, but it would be difficult for a hunter below B rank to do this. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and began to look for the organ that secretes toxic mucus. The hero took his paw in his hands and finally found what he was looking for. The fight will be much easier if you first cut off the merfolk's paws. The job was well done. He thanked his patient and kicked him flying. And then he added that if he wants to survive, then he should stay in the farthest corner of the cave and not crawl out of there. Now all that remained was to reach the place where the card data ended. Suddenly, the computer reported that he had become the target of a merfolk, and if the hero was seen within a radius of 50 meters, then the indicators would be reduced by 30%. He continued exploring the cave. 99% of the map was already ready. The last percent remained to be found. Jun had already walked around everything, which means this place was the only remaining area. Directly in front of him was a huge metal door. The program said that if you open the door, you can see a huge monster, but this did not scare him, so he entered. The air trembled because right in front of them was the boss monster of this rift. A 15-meter shark that swam around the arena, although it was not filled with water. Its mouth was filled with huge shiny teeth. This was a special sacrifice quest. The boss Shaktus will begin his attack as soon as anyone crosses the red line. To complete the quest, it was necessary to hold out for 5 minutes or make a certain number of victims. If the victim's goal is achieved, Shaktus will be sealed for 1 hour. And as a reward, the hero will have the opportunity to open a treasure chest. The casualty count was 9 to 10. Jun doubted there was a hunter who could hold out, which means 9 people have already died here. This was the reason why the hunters were not interested in rank, skills, or his name. They just wanted a victim. He thought that such terrible people could be found everywhere and took a step beyond the red line. At that same second, Shaktus opened his mouth and swam at high speed towards Jun. But as soon as he swam up to him, he felt the terrible power that Jun possessed and was afraid. In a panic, the shark tried to swim beyond the red line itself, just so as not to be here with this person. The hero sat down on the chest and began to wait for the quest timer to end. He was amused by his boss's behavior, so he took out a tablet and took a photo, which he added to the rift data. He carefully studied this room and entered data into himself in order to have complete information. And then the computer reported that the special quest was completed. The chest lid clicked and opened. Shaktus will be sealed for 1 hour and the red line will disappear forever. Jun reached into the chest and took out a rank A Shaktus bone sword. He held it up. The performance was great. He was sure Kate would like it. He continued to swing the sword like a small child and went home. Arriving home, Jun quietly opened the front door so as not to wake anyone. He looked at Yoji snoring near the bull, who was actually taken as a protector. He kicked him lightly and told him to go sleep in the corner and not lie on the road. Yoji muttered sleepily that Jill covered the meat with dog food, and if he was caught, his head would hurt badly. Jun knew that his daughter was feeding him, but it was to his advantage that the two became friends. Entering the room, he looked at it again. Maybe he should get rid of it after all, because for now, it remains useless. Jun went into his room, and Yoji jumped up. For some reason, the room suddenly became terribly cold. He climbed onto Jill's bed and began to ask why she had turned off the floor heating because it was still winter outside. Then he muttered that this was animal cruelty and fell asleep next to her. The next morning, Kate arrived an hour early because she was afraid of being late. She put on a white blouse and a beautiful pale pink suit, did her hair and makeup. She went to the window of some cafe and looked around herself again. She was ready for today's date. She waved to the child who was sitting outside the window. She was happy and rejoiced at everything that was happening around her. Suddenly, June appeared on the horizon, noting that the girl had arrived early. She smiled at him and hoped that he did not witness her admiring herself. He came closer and said that he was going to finish sorting out the data on the fault. Kate was taken aback. Right now, she wanted to believe that this was not a work meeting after all. He handed her a sword and said that she would obviously be more comfortable with this than with what she had now. The girl opened her eyes wide. It was an A-rank sword, but where did he get it? Jun replied that it was a secret, but in any case, he would help her become stronger. Then he offered to find a place where they could sit, and he would tell her the details of the rift, which they would soon recover from. She looked at her in disappointment. It seemed as if right now the colors were leaving the world and everything was turning gray. Kate lowered her head and said that she thought they weren't here for fun. Only now did June notice that she was wearing expensive earrings, which he had not seen on her before. An incredibly beautiful necklace that emphasized her thin neck, clothes that are inconvenient for battle, and a lunch basket that no one would take with them into the rift. He felt like a complete idiot for not telling her yesterday that they were going into the rift. The girl addressed him by name. He tensed and expected only a bad outcome. She said that it was all his fault. It seemed as if she was hanging over him and became several times larger. Kate continued that as a bounty hunter, she should have been informed of the processing in advance. But they didn't tell her anything, which means it was an obvious mistake on his part. She started screaming that he should take responsibility for his actions. Jun began to apologize and assured her that he would make sure she was paid for her overtime. Kate squeezed the handle of the basket forcefully and said that she did not need any money. She added that everything could be fixed by having dinner together, for which he would pay. Then she added threateningly that dinner should only be for two, and he shouldn't invite anyone else. He agreed. The girl clarified that he had made a promise and was obliged to fulfill it and offered to follow her. They settled down in a park nearby to have a snack. June happily ate the sandwiches she prepared and noted that they were incredibly tasty. The girl was happy to hear this, but reminded them that they probably shouldn't be late. The hero said that he had already contacted those hunters and said that he would be waiting for them at the rift. She began to talk about how in the rift they would encounter a merfolk who secreted toxic mucus. Merfolk can neutralize hunters with their paralytic fang venom. He continued, when he suddenly asked if she was even listening. Of course, she listened to him, but it was still nice to watch him eat her food. He continued and said that the hunters, paralyzed by the poison of the mermaids, would not be able to move for a long time. Kate nodded, took another sandwich from their basket and handed it to him, but he was already full. The girl recalled that she put a lot of effort into preparing them, not knowing that she would have to work on her day off. She took a sandwich out of the basket, handed it to him, and told him that she would leave here only when he had eaten everything. After breakfast, they had to call a taxi and go to Kate's house, because she didn't have a suit with her. They were 20 minutes late, but June understood that the hunters would wait for them anyway. The hero handed the hunter his business card and said that it was he who called yesterday. Without looking at the card, he looked at them and asked why they had come together. The team was counting on only one person, and one of them was clearly not a hunter. June said that Kate is a hunter and he is her manager, so he came with her. The department they work in was formed 5 years ago, and now they deal with faults of rank C and below. The guy reminded them that right now they were about to enter a higher rank rift. June reassured him and told him that there was nothing to worry about, because Kate was a B-rank hunter. In addition, he will go with them. This phrase quite surprised the hunters. The guy knew that civilians could not enter the rift, but June explained that managers and employees had such an opportunity. The guy with the short hair asked to give them time to think, while his partner was ready to go together. He pulled him along and invited everyone to finally enter the rift, after which he asked in a whisper not to complicate things and to kill the two of them in the rift. Having entered the rift, everyone began to look around and study the area in which they found themselves. The bracelet around Kate's wrist glowed, and a message came that the blessing of the oath had been activated, since the master was within a radius of 500 meters. Kate turned to him and smiled. Despite the fact that this rift was not under their control, he still held a working tablet in his hands. June asked if everything was okay. The girl replied that everything was just fine. He came closer to her and acted strangely, as if he was feeling awkward. The thing was that it seemed to him that the girl was not listening to him attentively when he talked about merfolk. Kate reassured him. She had heard everything about the paralytic poison in the fangs, and the fact that first they need to cut off their paws. The girl asked him not to worry because she was sure that she could handle it. The hunters stopped. They had been wandering along the rift for a long time, but did not meet a single enemy. At that moment, June announced that ahead, 10 meters later, 5 mermaids were waiting for them. One of the hunters looked at him strangely. How could he know that there were opponents ahead? But confirmation was not long in coming, and the hissing of merfolk was heard from behind. There were exactly 5 mermaids, just as June had said, and they were quickly moving towards them. While the guys stood there in surprise, Kate flew past them, who had no intention of delaying. She cut off the morphologist's limbs one by one to protect herself and her partners from the deadly poison. One of the hunters looked at how this girl was eager to fight. At this rate, she might not live to see the boss. So they too began to fight to protect their hope of treasure. Jun watched from above how the hunters fought and what their abilities were. Judging by the way they handled their weapons, none of them were healers, and reported that there were 7 more mermaids in 15 meters. Kate immediately rushed forward. The hunters asked her to stop because it was very dangerous to pursue 7. But this task did not seem difficult to the girl, so she confidently jumped into the very center of the battle. She cut off their paws again and again and dealt fatal blows. Literally 5 minutes later, she stood surrounded by defeated enemies. Jun praised her for her fast work and asked her to rest, since there were no more enemies nearby. The hunter looked at them in bewilderment and tried to understand who they even were, after which he gritted his teeth and realized that such abilities would definitely interfere with their plans. It was already the second hour that they had been in the rift. Kate was eager to fight again and again. With quick, sharp movements, she first cut off the merfolk's limbs to neutralize them, and then destroyed them. It seemed as if she was faster than the wind. The mermaids could not do anything against her, and now the red-haired tornado left behind a dozen more corpses. Kate lowered the blade, which was dripping with merfolk blood, and wiped her forehead from fatigue. The guys from Solomon's Guild watched her in fascination. Her swordsmanship was simply incredible. I can't believe that her rank is only C. No one on their team could attack as accurately, despite everyone's B rank. For such abilities, she herself must be rank B, and rank A is most likely on the way. Kate approached June and shared her feelings. She seemed to have become a little stronger. The guys admired her. They didn't understand how she dealt with merfolk so easily. For the girl, this seemed nonsense because it was easy to defeat the enemy if you knew the weak points. Jun told her that if you cut off their paws, they would become very vulnerable. They didn't even know about this, but how this damn manager knew about it was an even greater mystery. June called Kate and suggested moving on. And again, the sounds of battle, they came across another pack of merfolk. While the guys dealt with one mermaid, Kate took on everyone else. But the number of mermaids was definitely less than usual, as if only the strongest were hanging around. For the team, this only meant that it would be easier for them to get to the goal. One of the guys approached Kate and asked if she needed treatment. The girl said that everything was fine, but she offered to follow Jun because he was quite demanding. They went to the manager together to see if he was hurt, but he was fine. Another hunter speculated that a series of unforeseen factors had complicated matters. Now they need to come up with a plan for how the 3 of them can get rid of this huntress. But most likely they will also be injured if they try to get rid of her. June looked suspiciously at the guy, who at that moment was thinking of ways to kill them. He decided to interrupt his thought process and again suggested moving on. After going through several turns, they emerged from a narrow cave and found themselves at a fork. Jun studied the map and said that they should go left. Kate immediately followed him, but one of the hunters objected because he knew the local geography better. The guy confidently said that they should go right. Kate looked at him in surprise because if June said to go left, then it was better to go left. It was difficult for the hunter to find words against such iron logic, but he still decided to try. He reminded her that she and the manager were here for the first time, and the guys had been here more than once, so it was better for them to know where to go. Kate thought for a moment, and then replied that then they could go right, and she and June would go left. There was nothing to be done. They agreed and offered to go first. One of the guys quietly stated that he wanted to hit them last, so that his blow would be fatal. 10 minutes later, they continued to wonder who these 2 were. After all, right in front of them was the door to the boss, which previously took them more than 2 hours to get to. Kate giggled contentedly from behind him, and the guy just clicked displeasedly. The last thing to do in this rift is fight the boss. The girl immediately told Jun that it was dangerous to go inside. He agreed to just watch from the side. Kate nodded in satisfaction and asked him to be careful and stay away from the boss. Suddenly, a trembling ran through her body. One of the hunters gave her a disease that reduces the enemy's statistics by 30%. This girl might be close to a rank, but in this state she would not be able to cope with 3 opponents. However, the spell was immediately cancelled due to the blessing of the oath. The hunters opened their mouths wide as this spell was cancelled. Is there any way to deal with her? And finally, Kate understood everything. She guessed that something was wrong, but she didn't think that these guys were hunter-killers. It was impossible to hesitate, because she had already drawn her blade. Right now, they were preparing to kill her. Suddenly, a scream sounded from behind, asking everyone not to move. Kate slowly turned around. The blonde guy held a blade to Jun's throat and told her to stand still if she didn't want Jun to lose his head. Inside Kate, everything collapsed. She couldn't protect him. She missed him. Jun looked at the dagger and coldly asked what he was going to do with it. The guy grinned, said that he would find a use for him and moved towards the huge gate, continuing to hold him. The door closed with a roar. Kate fell to the floor. Everything inside her was torn to pieces. Why didn't she notice this earlier? Why didn't she protect him again? These questions tormented her again and again. The guys surrounded Jun and moved forward in the boss room. They knew Sharkus wouldn't attack until they crossed the red line. But he suddenly roared and quickly rushed towards them. Approaching them, he saw Jun, turned around, and began to quickly swim away. The hunters wondered why this creature was behaving so strangely. Suddenly they noticed a new oddity. The red line disappeared. It was as if someone had been making fun of them all day, but it definitely wasn't a joke. They opened a status window that said the quest had been completed. And the chest was open, but there was no treasure inside. Jun put on a mischievous smile. He was sure that they were surprised, considering their efforts and the 9 sacrifices made here. The hunter turned to him in panic, not understanding how he knew. The hero said that they could watch what was in the chest all day. Kate spent the whole day destroying the merfolk with a blade. He said that he came to check out the place right after they called yesterday. But it was a huge fault, and you couldn't just walk around here, like at home in your backyard. Jun sighed heavily. He sympathized with them, because when these 3 took him hostage, they signed a death warrant. The hunter grabbed him by the jacket and started screaming at him to stop talking nonsense. The hero reminded that they do not have time for such behavior. All that disappeared from the hall was the red line and the reward. But Sharkus was still here. The shark was already very close. Jun nodded to it, and it moved towards the blonde. The jaws slammed shut with force and blood gushed out. One of them was definitely not coming back. It was simply impossible why this boss would listen and follow Jun's orders. The hero confidently walked to the exit and asked him to take care of the rest of the garbage, and then he would leave him alive. Sharkus was happy that today he had as many as 3 victims and did not hesitate to fulfill the agreement. He was pleased that he punished those who killed hunters for rewards. Kate sat near the closed doors and cried. She blamed herself for everything that happened. The girl hit the ground with force, the oath aura on her hand glowing red. She should have protected him. She shouldn't have agreed to go into the Great Rift with him in the first place. Her eyes filled with rage, everything inside the cave vibrated. She was ready to kill them all. At that moment, Jun had already left the room with the boss and called her by name. The girl did not react. He came closer, shook her shoulder. She looked unwell. Kate couldn't believe her eyes. She threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Jun stroked her back and repeated 1,000 times that he was fine and she needed to calm down. She was finally able to get to her feet. The hero finally suggested returning home. The guy continued to reassure her and noted that they had worked well today, so he would buy her something tasty. The girl walked forward, and Jun thought about the energy he felt a couple of minutes ago. The energy was like a flame that flared up more and more every second. He had never felt this before. In addition, he felt this energy inside himself. Maybe it was some kind of hidden skill. They left the rift, went to a local store for some goodies, and went home. Jill, as always, was doing household chores when suddenly a strange sound caught her attention. She turned around and saw Yoji, who was driving around the room on a robot vacuum cleaner that she had never seen in their house. The girl asked where he got it, to which the dragon asked to consider it his intended soulmate. She sighed. The owner must have searched it and was going crazy and offered to return it. Yoji claimed that this thing had already decided to stay with him, and he would not allow their strong alliance to be destroyed. He put his paws forward and began to chase her around the room. Jill laughed and agreed to leave the vacuum cleaner, after which she noted that he smelled strange and suggested going to the bath. The dragon grumbled every minute while Jill washed him, and she suggested that he finish it on his own. She went into the room and met Jun. He noted that she looked very busy. The girl explained that it was nothing. She was just giving Yoji a bath. Jun was unhappy with the fact that a dragon at that age couldn't even wash himself. He suggested just leaving this useless creature. Yoji heard everything and even shed a tear from grief. Jill remembered that she had an important question for her father and asked him to talk. Tomorrow there was going to be a hunter's festival, and she wanted to go there together. Jun had never heard of this festival and looked at her questioningly. The festival was organized every year. There will be shops selling and exchanging equipment, concerts and sparring, and famous hunters will also be there for consultations. He thought about it. On the one hand, he didn't want to cross paths with the hunters again. On the other hand, his daughter would be happy if they went there together. Jill saw his doubts and began to say that this is not necessary, because he works so hard and she understands everything. Jun remembered phrases from the book on how to become a good father, and said that he would be happy to go with her. The girl literally jumped for joy and thanked him. At that moment, Yoji ran into the room, all wet. He also wanted to go because he had been collecting coins for a long time to take part in the festival. June was furious because with one action this creature destroyed the cleaning work that Jill had done. The next day they went to the exhibition and conference center where the Hunters Festival was taking place. The event was truly huge and an incredible number of people came to the center. Yoji, who was sitting on Jill's neck, wailed that he could walk on his own, but the girl refused to let him go because in such a crowd he could easily be trampled. Besides, she knew that he wanted to quickly run away and buy some food. All this time he's just waiting for the right moment, because that's how he got the robot vacuum cleaner. It really was true, there was a bag of coins hanging on his back. He had worked so hard for this day. The girl laughed and asked him to keep his money, and if he behaved well, then she would buy him something. Jun suggested that he carry Yoji, he must have been heavy. Jill refused, because it was not hard for her. And besides, Yoji was in no hurry to be held by the master. They sat down at a nearby cafe and ordered baked goblin ribs. Jun was not happy with this idea. Yoji was drooling looking at them. This was the first time he would try them cooked. Jill deftly pinched one piece onto her fork and invited the dragon to try it first. It was incredibly tasty. He could not even imagine that if you first roast a goblin and only then eat it, you could discover such a combination of tastes. The girl invited Jun to try it too, and he was already handing her the rib. Suddenly an angry little dog barked next to them. She looked angrier than all the bosses Jun had met. They silently watched the animal as it tried to scare them. Yoji clenched his fist and yelled at the dog to get away from them. And after he called her a troll spawn, she completely shook with fear. A second later, she was already flying towards the exit. Jill offered to buy Yoji a collar, since there were a lot of signs around saying that all pets must be on a leash. The dragon immediately jumped up on the table and declared that he was not a pet, but a security expert monitoring the safety and health of the master and his daughter. Jun ordered him to immediately get off the table, after which he asked what this defender was doing besides cleaning out the refrigerator. Jill washes him, plays with him, puts him to bed every day. So who else is protecting who? He suggested that he close his mouth with food and hurry up, because he also needed to do other things. They had lunch and went to a nearby store where they bought Yoji's collar. The dragon muttered that he would think of it as a very expensive family necklace. The company was walking around the fair, and suddenly their attention was attracted by hunters who were shooting at the shooting range. The hunter took aim with his mana pistol and fired at the target, but the mana suddenly flew up. The owner noticed the new customers, approached Jill, and asked if they wanted to try it. The girl tensed. She really wanted to try, but she didn't have the money for it. Yoji was already pulling his bag. The entertainment cost 100,000 won, and to win the main prize you need to knock out 10 targets. It was too expensive to take a risk. But the owner tried to stop them, because the main prize was an elf ring worth 8 million won. The man was distracted by the shooter. The guy knocked out 3 targets, and for this he will receive a buffalo potion. The guy was breathing heavily. He didn't understand whether these targets were falling at all. The shop owner smiled and thought about the magnificent plan, specially arranged targets, especially the last one, made from the bones of an S-rank monster. During the entire time of the shop, the record was 5 goals out of 10. He was sure that even the Sword Emperor himself would not be able to kill everything. Jun brought him back to reality, said that he would try and hand it over payment. Yoji looked at the master with displeasure, because he is always so greedy when it comes to his food, but squanders money on entertainment. Jill tried to stop him, but Jun had already fired 3 bullets in a row. From the outside, it seemed as if he didn't even hit the target area. The shopkeeper said that no targets were hit, so he could only give a soft toy as a consolation. He went behind the counter and began to look for the box where the prizes were. Suddenly, he saw that 8, 9, and 10 targets, which were the most difficult, were broken. Jun smiled and said that his daughter did not need a stuffed toy. He looked at the targets again. Only small pieces remained of them, but this was simply impossible. Suddenly, he was seized with even greater panic. What kind of prize should he give for this? The man only paid off part of the loan taken out to buy the Elder Elf's ring. It seems that was the end. Jun heard him and suggested giving them a low-rank ability ring since he didn't hit all the targets. This was the moment of his salvation. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he joyfully handed over the ring. Jill pulled it onto her finger and couldn't believe that she could actually take it. The hero immediately noted that there was no need to thank him in any special way, and you could just say thank you. Jill agreed and thanked her father. Satisfied, they continued on their way through the fair. The hunter who shot before Jun was indignant because he did not receive any ring, to which the owner of the shop reported that he was closing. He was afraid that Jun might come back and bankrupt him, so he handed over the stuffed animal and asked him to leave it. Jun and Jill, with Yoji on their heads, moved towards the main stage, and the girl still couldn't get enough of her new ring. A man spoke from the stage and said that the first faults began to appear 10 years ago. It was something like a historical reference, telling about the appearance of faults in hunters. Jill suggested stopping and listening as her father's memory might return. Jun froze in amazement, and Jill asked if at least part of her had returned to him. He held his head and said that some memories were returning, but lately he had been concentrating only on work. In addition, he was very grateful to the girl for all the homework that she did. He certainly could not have done it himself. Yoji turned on him and said that he always thought that Jill was working for him, not just helping. The hero glared at him and rage boiled inside him. A couple of seconds later, there was a bump on the dragon's head which he received for his words. The presenter continued the story about the first fault and asked the question where it appeared, and a second later a man from the crowd shouted the answer. He was invited to go up on stage and receive his prize. It seems he was very lucky. Yoji was starting to get bored and started begging Jill to go look at the food. The presenter began to talk about a rift that appeared 3 years ago. It seems that this story was about the dragon Masalis. He was showing the claw of the dragon that had killed 857 people and wounded about 2,000 more. Jill looked at Yoji from under her brows and asked him never to do that. He raised his head proudly and said that only dragons of the lower ranks do this. Go out and run around like wild ones, but he's not like that. Yoji missed his lair. He looked at Jun and asked to be sent home to a lonely existence. Jun smiled and asked if he could never eat Jill's braised ribs again. The dragon called him a cunning old man and hugged Jill tightly. He sincerely liked to live and protect this girl. Jun smiled at the dragon's last remark and saw that something was happening not far from the stage and suggested going there. Not far from the stage, people were actively taking pictures with someone. Probably famous hunters were there. Coming closer, Jun was finally able to see the center of attention of those around him. The faces seemed very familiar to him, but he could not remember how he knew them. Suddenly, Jill screamed that these were hunters from the Meizai Guild, and an insight came to Jun. He asked if she wanted to take a photo with them. The girl screamed and immediately ran in their direction. She really wanted a photo with them. She asked Alan to take a photo, and he immediately called Mira and William. Jill started yelling at her father to hurry up so they could take a photo together. Jun was disgruntled when he went to take pictures with people who succeeded only because of him. He stood in the center. Everyone posed for a souvenir photo. Jill looked the happiest of them all. The girl thanked them for the photo, and Alan said that they were very flattered that they were interested in their guild. Jun asked his daughter if she wanted to watch something else, or maybe have a snack. This attracted the hunter's attention. He looked after them and continued to listen to their conversation. Mira approached him and asked what happened and why he was looking at them so intently. Alan took off and ran after them, leaving the hunter's question unanswered. He shouted and asked to wait for him. He only needed a minute of their time. Jun turned to him and asked how he could help him. Alan's team had also already caught up with them, and he finally asked if he happened to be the hunter Ethan Liu. Jill's mind flashed to the past she found in her father's room with the name Ethan Liu on it. Yoji tried to intervene and say that they didn't have time and were rushing to the food court. Jill covered his mouth with her hand. Jill turned to Jun and asked if everything was okay. He told Alan that he had made a mistake and that Ethan Liu was not him. The hunter bowed his head and apologized. Apparently, he had made a mistake after all. The hero did not see anything terrible in this. It happens to everyone, and they went on about their business. It was definitely the same hunter who saved them in the rift. He was wearing a mask and wanted to hide his identity, so now he didn't confess. Another guild fan approached them and asked for a photo, and that was definitely the end of the conversation. All participants in the dialogue were sure that someday they would meet again, but now was not the time. They spent about another hour at the festival, after which they went home as they were very tired. Jun looked at Yoji, who was driving around the house on a robot vacuum cleaner. Now his precious body would not move on its own. At home, he will have this wonderful device, and on the street, Jill will be perfect. Jun clenched his fist, not liking the fact that the dragon considered Jill a means of transportation. Yoji rushed the vacuum cleaner towards the girl and asked her to be quieter and more careful, because Jill was watching her favorite drama. She took a break from watching and asked her father why he was in a suit. Jun didn't want to tell her the details because she would be worried, so he said that he would need to go away. An urgent announcement was heard from the TV. A huge fault had been discovered in Mount Wumyan. Yoji clarified the location of Mount Wumyan. It was quite nearby. Jill listened carefully to the conversation. The mountain could actually be seen from their window. The girl and the dragon were stuck to the window of the room. What they saw was both fascinating and frightening. The silence was broken by Jun's phone, which was ringing persistently. He replied, it was Nate. They were already waiting for him in the office. It was an emergency. Jill looked at her father again and again out the window. The crack that had appeared was visible even from the house. A huge red and black ring that continued to grow. Emily was already close to the fault. In just 10 hours, the fault became the size of a 20-story building. She opened the status window. The approximate estimate of the crisis rose to 2,000 and continues to grow. The rift from which the dragon Masalis emerged was estimated at 2,200. But the readings continued to grow very quickly. She turned to the hunters gathered here. There were about 100 hunters here, mostly A and B ranks. And there are only 7 S-rank hunters, including Emily and her partners Gale and Ray. Everyone was in a disgusting mood. The rift demotivated them with its numbers even before the battle began. Ray continued to look at the fault, the assessment of which was growing by the minute. He thought that he needed to tell his mother the password to his bank account, because he most likely would not return home again. A headquarters was set up in an abandoned building near the fault for coordination. Gale reported on the situation. They had completed the deployment of troops and were currently awaiting further instructions. President Adrian once again noted that this is an extremely dangerous mission. Civilians are being evacuated to keep the perimeter of the fault under control. It was necessary to prepare for the worst. All the hunters who were sent on the mission understood this. Moreover, this time the Behemoth Guild and the Sword Emperor will not be able to help. Adrian folded his hands and said that the only one who could be commander-in-chief was Gale. He didn't have time to answer him. A siren sounded throughout the area. This was an urgent broadcast from the Rift Control Office. All civilians were asked to respect the instructions and proceed to the nearest shelter sites immediately. The sirens died down, and Gale said he would do everything he could. But it was impossible to do everything they had the strength to do. They couldn't afford it. Everything had to be done perfectly. Emily listened to their conversation from around the corner and did not want to interfere. Adrian reported that according to the information, there were 2 hours left before the outbreak, 70% accuracy. If the outbreak is left unchecked and monsters fill the streets of Seoul, a terrible tragedy will occur. The catastrophe cannot be compared even with Masalis. Everything must be kept inside the rift at all costs. After which the president clarified that he would give a signal to enter and sent the hunters to prepare for this moment. Emily leaned her elbows on the wall and slid down it a little. She took out her phone and dialed a familiar number. The situation at June's home was also tense. Jill wondered if he was going to work because of the news. He didn't know the exact answer to this question, so he needed to get to the office quickly, but most likely she was right. The news reported that the rift crisis exceeds 2,000. Yoji asked if he should go straight to the rift instead of the office, because it would obviously be faster. Then he decided to ask if maybe he should go to the rift. This was a very attractive idea. June thought about it for a couple of seconds. But still, this option will only complicate everything. The hero went out and ordered Yoji to protect Jill since he could not stay at home. He turned to him and made the most menacing look. June suggested that he figure out for himself what would happen to him if the house was destroyed or Jill was injured when he returned home. He went out into the corridor and said to be sure to lock the door. As soon as the hero was on the street, his phone began to ring again. June picked up the phone and was quite surprised that Emily was calling him. Emily was very worried and asked him for a favor. He stopped. He was not prepared for such an outcome of today's events. She continued. He probably already knew about the fault on Mount Vumian. Monsters are expected to emerge from the rift within 2 hours, and the hunters plan to go inside and stop the tide. Typically, the commander-in-chief of a team for S-rank rifts is Jonathan. But right now, he is exploring another rift with the Behemoth Guild, and it will take him 3 weeks to return. By order of President Adrian, Gale was given the position of commander of this expedition. They only had 11 teams and 7 leaders, S-rank hunters. If everyone concentrates on the mission, then clearing the rift will be possible. But after these words, Emily hesitated. All hunters are depressed and expect more problems than even in the case of Masalis. And finally, she said what she wanted to ask from him. John needed time to think. He hung up the phone and sat down on the nearest bench. After sitting there for about 10 minutes, he was finally ready to move on and make a difficult decision. He exhaled heavily, as if gaining courage, called Nate and told him that he could not come to work. The colleague replied that he understood him and would pass everything on to the boss. Jun thought it was strange that he didn't ask any questions, so he added that as soon as he finished his business, he would arrive at the office. Emily's words rang in her head. She understood that he had reasons to hide his true powers, but she only asks for one request. She wanted Jun to become the commander-in-chief in this battle to protect her comrades. At this moment, everyone in the headquarters was terribly tense. Gale stood at the wall. His head was pounding. Was he really going to be the commander of a huge army? And when he gave an order, they would listen to him. Emily interrupted his thoughts and noted the fact that the president had made him commander-in-chief. But despite Adrian's orders, she wants to ask someone else to become their commander. He couldn't believe it, because right now his colleague was asking him to let the upstart Jun boss them around. She lowered her head and said that this was not a joke. Gale asked if she really thought the other hunters would agree to this, but the huntress knew that they would not agree, so the two of them needed to stick to the same legend. They needed to tell everyone that this was the president's order, then no one could disobey. He became furious and started screaming. He didn't understand what was happening to her and why she was making such decisions. It seemed as if steam was coming out of his ears from anger. At that moment, Jun said hello. Emily rushed to him. He really came. She was grateful to him for that. Gale also headed in his direction and asked to clarify something. Why does he think that he can take the place of commander-in-chief in such a complex rift? June replied that if his help is not needed, then he can leave, because they are waiting for him at work at the mayor's office. Emily walked out in front of June and started yelling at Gale. With each passing second, The hunter believed more that he was dreaming than that this was reality. June clarified when it is possible to go to the rift. This can only be done after the director's order. It is planned that this will happen in the next couple of hours, since we need to get there before the outbreak. Suddenly a male voice was heard from the entrance, wondering who this man was. It was Ray, who rolled his eyes at Jun and reminded him that this place was prohibited for civilians. Emily introduced Jun and said that he would be the commander of the operation today. And now the debate about his candidacy began again. Ray shouted that they didn't have enough S-rank hunters, and they were inviting some civil servant to take the commanding position. Emily said that it was Adrian's order and they couldn't do anything about it. Gale leaned on the table and said that he too was wondering why this order was given, but it had already been given. Emily smiled discreetly as soon as Gale agreed to her plan. At this moment, June was already outside, and through the window he said that he needed to prepare something. He suggested continuing the meeting without him, and he would return soon. The team looked after him in amazement. This man does whatever comes into his head because he can be trusted. June went to the fault, which by this time had already reached more than 60 meters. But without hesitation, he entered it in one jump because he needed to check it from the inside. He quickly moved from rock to rock to take the most advantageous position for observation. The rift was S rank. The number of monsters is huge, but just because the rift is high rank does not mean that the monsters will also be S rank. There were monsters of ranks A and B, trolls, ogres, and even creatures that Jun had never met. One of these caught his attention. It was a goblin, but its skin color was strange. He threw a pebble right at his head. This goblin looked stupider than normal. The creature began to quickly turn its head and spin in place to find its offender. And finally, he raised his head and extended his finger towards Jun. The goblin scratched the huge rock trying to climb onto it, but this was impossible. The goblin's body began to swell strangely, as if it was being filled with liquid from the inside. And a couple of seconds later, there was a powerful explosion. Jun managed to quickly group himself and jump to a nearby rock. In the place where the goblin stood, there was a deep crater. This means that the source of this explosion was the goblin himself. Jun noted this feature of the fault. He went further along the fault. He needed to check the next section. Next, huge ogres were waiting for him. One of them noticed him and tried to kill him with powerful blows. The ogre did not pose much of a threat. The hunters would quickly deal with him. So Jun moved on, which surprised the monster. And while he lost sight of him, he had to quickly move to the next section. Jun thought that there were a lot of monsters in the rift that were not included in the register, and it was very dangerous to clear the rift in this state. He noticed strange yellow stripes on the ground and landed on one of them. At that same second, a clap of thunder was heard and lightning struck the place where he landed. My head hurt terribly. One such blow would kill another hunter. Obviously, it was not worth stepping on the yellow areas. The rift was huge and stuffed with a bunch of different monsters and gadgets, probably due to its high rank. The Hunter Academy continued to monitor the situation and the rift numbers. The assistant walked into the director's office, which usually didn't mean anything good. But this time the guy said that the level of the crisis was gradually decreasing, and the time of the outbreak had been pushed back by 15 minutes. Adrian looked questioningly at his assistant. He did not understand why this was happening. There were only two options that could lead to this. Either the rift dissipates on its own, or the number of monsters inside decreases. But if the fault dissipated on its own, the numbers would decrease much faster. The president suggested that the plan continue. But when he saw his colleague's gaze, he clarified what was wrong. The assistant decided not to continue this conversation and only said that the operation would continue in 30 minutes as planned. Gale approached Emily and relayed the president's instructions to begin in 30 minutes. He was worried about where June had gone, since no one had seen him for an hour. He assumed that the manager checked the situation and simply ran away. This statement infuriated Emily because he is not that kind of person, and if he did not want to help, he simply would not have come here. Gale yelled back at her. He didn't understand how she knew this. He didn't know they were that close. In addition, it was strange that he came after her call. June appeared behind him and said that he had not run away anywhere. The hunter froze. He could not understand why he did not feel his presence. June handed Emily some papers and asked that they be sure to distribute them to the leaders of each group. Gale kept thinking. He had been the 7th best hunter for over 8 years, so why couldn't he sense his presence? Maybe it was due to stress. No, stress could not affect this. There was only one option. This guy is not as simple as he seems. June clarified the situation and specified when they would be able to enter the rift. Less than 30 minutes remained. So there was time for a short briefing, and he asked for everyone to get together to do it. All the hunters who arrived on this mission gathered near the headquarters and looked in surprise at the guy who stood in front of them. The crowd whispered, "Maybe the management wants them to die for sure, since they chose him as commander-in-chief." No one understood why the president chose this boy to lead the mission. The hunters began shouting for this circus to be stopped and for Gale to be returned to them. And while Emily tried to calm everyone down, June silently watched the chaos that was happening here. Jun asked for attention and his voice rang in the ears of the hunters. The screams immediately died down. Everyone looked at him carefully and felt the enormous power that emanated from this man. Jun coldly announced that he was starting the meeting. The hunters looked at him in amazement. It was unclear what was happening here. And Sam from the Icarus Guild activated his defensive skills on their own. Jun continued and thanked everyone for finally paying attention to him. He approached Emily and asked her to hand out the printouts, which he brought to the leaders of each team. She went into the crowd and began to carry out his task. The hero said that what they would now receive was a map of the area inside the rift. This amazed the hunters even more. Where could he have gotten a map of a rift that no one had been to? The map was divided into 9 parts, from A1 to A9. He began to talk about the order of attack, but Sam raised his hand. He had a question. Sam asked if there was any evidence that the card was genuine. Jun replied that even if there was such evidence, they would not believe it, and asked if there were any other questions. Gale chimed in. Jun should have answered that question, after which he clarified that whether to believe him or not is their concern, not his. In addition, the hunter had many questions regarding his identity. Jun said that he would talk about this later. He explained that employees of the Fault Control Department can use a special application. The application provides access to information about registered faults, and all information about this fault is also located on his tablet. Sam started screaming, because what he just said sounds like a mockery.
Gale turned to Jun and asked him to stop being sarcastic, because the lives of all these people are at stake.
Jun continued calmly. He understood that everyone was nervous, because this rift was the largest since the incident with Masalis.
And their commander-in-chief is a civil servant who handed out pieces of paper at the briefing and claims that this is a map.
He understands that they do not want to trust documents called a card because their lives are at stake. Perhaps there is not a single person here who would be confident in the success of the operation. Probably on the contrary, those present here came to the conclusion that as a result, the missions would be destroyed. However, they had to trust him for the operation to be successful. He asked them to trust them one more time. Their victory depends on how much faith they can give him. And if they trust him, he will guarantee that everyone will survive. After this fiery speech, everyone began to listen to what Jun was saying, and 30 minutes later, they entered the rift. The hunters walked in a dense crowd and looked around, studying what was inside. Ray screamed because what the manager said turned out to be true. The map was absolutely accurate. Jun reported into the headphones that, as he said earlier, the 1st to 5th teams, Squad A, are included in Zone A7. From 6th to 10th, Team B, which is responsible for Zone A9. The 11th team, responsible for supplying supplies, will follow Team A. He also asked to report immediately if something happened, and gave the command that we could start. The hunters roared and moved forward into the designated area. Emily turned to Gale, bowed to him. It was time to go into battle. Gale continued to watch the squad go into battle. One of the hunters said that it was time for them to move forward. Suddenly, out of an inner wave, Emily thanked him and offered to treat him to dinner when they returned. At that same second, with a joyful cry, he jumped out at the ogre. Sam called him an idiot for attacking like that because it was supposed to be unexpected. Troop B was holding a wait-and-see attitude when Jun suddenly announced that Troop A had begun the battle. Ray immediately jumped up and shouted that none of them could lose today, and sent his troops into battle. Each of the hunters let out their own battle cry. The mood was as good as ever. Jun watched from a high cliff and coordinated his troops, hoping that very soon they would finish this rift. The president watched the progress of the battle on cameras and could not understand who took command of the operation. Gale delivered precise blows to the ogre and his head flew off to the side. Sam was a tank hunter, so he punched monsters. The entire field was strewn with dozens of hunters, each of whom had his own creature for battle. In the next blow, Gale put all his mana and hit the ground with force. The blast wave destroyed a bunch of monsters at once. Sam admired his last blow. It was exactly what he expected from him. Even though this battle wasn't easy, they seemed to have wiped out everyone in the area. There were a bunch of corpses lying around them, and Gale informed Jun that Team A had cleared Area A7. The manager thanked them for their good work and gave the order to go to Zone A8. Sam decided to talk to Gale and said that if he were president, he would appoint him commander-in-chief. The hunter asked him to focus on the battle. Sam sighed heavily and said that he didn't understand what Adrian was thinking about. However, Gale continued to be warmed by the idea that after this was all over, he would have dinner with Emily. Jun stopped the squad and said that from now on they need to follow several rules. Ahead of them were black goblins, either attacking or blowing themselves up. If the goblins explode too close, you can die, and even armor will not save you. The hero noted the advantage that they never attack first. So if you are careful, there will be no problems. The entire column of hunters moved along the rift. It seemed as if Jun was giving them a tour. He stopped the squad near the yellow lines and said that this is where the territory of electric traps begins. If you fall into them, death will occur instantly. Sam clarified if it was really an electric trap and if anyone had stepped on it. Jun declared that there was no need to attack, picked up a pebble from the ground and threw it directly at the yellow line. The moment the stone landed, A powerful electric discharge was heard, and everything around lit up. The hunters made sure that whoever gets inside will die with 100% probability. Even with rank S, death is inevitable. June reported that the main problem was not electrical traps and goblins, and the one who was waiting for them ahead was a one-eyed giant of rank S who would kill anyone with one blow. Jun noted that despite the giant's strength, he is very slow, so there is a chance of victory if you follow a good strategy. He turned to the hunters and asked if anyone had the skills to restrain. One of the guys came out to him with a huge suitcase. This is certainly not a skill, but a restraining pistol. The gun fired a net that could contain the giant for a while. He clarified how many of these guns they had with them. The hunter said that only 6, but that was enough. The hunters, led by Jun, stood right behind the huge giant. And so the hunt for him began. Group A must attack from the front. Group B will enter from the left, right sides, and from behind. Snipers will prevent the giant from taking aim at the hunters, and will also eliminate monsters that come running in response to the noise. Jun noted that there are traps everywhere except the right side, so this is the most advantageous position for snipers, and their main target is the goblin fuses. He said that he would personally command all the detachments, except for the group with mesh pistols. All instructions were accepted, and the hunters began their coordinated work. It seems that the giant was even surprised by such courage of the hunters, but with his speed, he didn't have much time to think, so the monster swung its weapon. The snipers also got to work, and while there were no other enemies nearby, they also fired at the one-eyed man. Dozens of blows flew at the giant. They did not cause significant damage to him, but distracted him for some time. Gale made precise, powerful attacks and shouted to his squad not to stop. The monster received another wave of blows, but it was difficult for him to respond, since the blows came from different directions. Sam flew straight up to the giant and delivered a flurry of fist blows. This seemed to anger the monster the most, and he turned his eyes to Sam. He chuckled nervously, checked with his opponent to see if he had overdone it, and waved his hand. The monster waved his hand, and Sam flew into the air. The squad with the net guns took the opportunity and fired the nets towards the monster. The nets flew right to the target. They entangled his legs and braided them tightly. Gale shouted that they had succeeded. They were able to block the giant's movement. He clenched his teeth, which meant that the moment had come to strike the main blow. In several large leaps, he climbed onto the giant, as if on a ladder. He remembered Jun's words that the most important thing is to be able to blind him. Then they have every chance of winning. But there is only one attempt at this. Gale raised his sword right above his eye, when suddenly a huge hand moved straight towards him. Emily was already at his side and held out her sword to protect him. At that moment, the snipers fired a shell into the giant's hand, and Emily had to leave the huge body. Gale grinned. This was his chance, and he raised his sword again. He stuck the blade into the giant's eye. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the monster roared in pain. Sam turned around. Strange sounds were coming from behind him. They were dark, explosive goblins who came running at the noise, just as June had predicted. The snipers reported over the communications that there were too many goblins, and they could not cope with them. Jun took note of this and gave orders to all 11 groups at once. He ordered to shoot to kill and not spare ammunition. The hunters immediately began to execute. Hundreds of projectiles flew towards the explosive dark goblins. The goblins began to explode, hoping to inflict damage on the shooters, but they were too far away and the entire field was lit up with explosions. The forces were running out. The battle lasted about an hour, but there were no casualties among the hunters. Gale thanked Jun for his excellent command, but they all needed a break. But they didn't have that time. Jun ordered everyone to concentrate. They needed to kill the last monster. Jun said that they needed to gather themselves and find strength, because the main boss was already on the way and pointed ahead. The hunters looked high into the sky and their faces quickly filled with horror. It seems that it will be impossible to pass this level. None of them have seen such strong and huge opponents. Jun was focused. He was trying to find the weak points of this opponent in order to understand how to fight him. There was a control line ahead, and behind it stood a giant 300 meters tall. This is the Titan Maranuk. Instead of hair, there was a flame on his head, and his eyes shone bright red. He looked at the crowd of insects that had not yet started fighting with him and waited. The status window stated that only 5 people could enter the boss area, and those who did not enter the boss area would be kicked out of the level. If Maranuk cannot be defeated within an hour, his army will follow those who remain. Gale began to list those who could fight among the S-rank hunters. It was him, Ray, Sam, Emily. But June did not let him finish his 5th name, and said that he would go with them. He once again listed the names of those whom Gale had named and asked them to begin preparing for battle. Tired but not fallen, Emily accepted his order with a smile. Gale looked at the mysterious Jun and asked if he had some kind of plan. The hero simply walked forward and noted that the entrance to the boss was behind the yellow line. The hunters followed him and also stepped over the yellow line. The team had been chosen. Nothing could be changed. At this moment, all the other hunters seemed to begin to evaporate and disappear from the rift. Ray clenched his fist and stated that the main goal was to last as long as possible. Sam tried to continue joking and said that he thought that they had already won, and now the main warriors of this battle would be served, and the rest would be sent home. After which he turned to Jun and asked why he went with them. He wasn't even a hunter. He replied that he couldn't find a way. Sam looked at him questioningly, trying to understand what way he was looking for. Jun continued his sentence and said that he could not find a way that would give them the opportunity to defeat the Titan without him. The thought ran through Gale's mind that this strange man still thought that there was a chance to win. To defeat someone who was 100 times larger than them and loomed over them like the tallest high-rise building. Maranuk began to awaken, which meant that the battle was beginning. Suddenly the computer reported that Maranuk's abilities were being restored, the players were frozen, and the use of skills was impossible. Sam started shedding tears. It wasn't fair. They couldn't even move and Maranuk would kill them. At that moment, the Titan raised his axe in the air and aimed at a bunch of ants on the ground. A huge blade rushed towards them at the speed of light. Emily closed her eyes. There would be a blow right now and they would die. But after a couple of seconds, she realized that the blow never came and opened her eyes. In front of them stood Jun, who held the blade with one hand. There was not a scratch on it, only the ground was slightly cracked. Maranuk was at a loss. He could not believe that anyone could escape death. Jun began to squeeze the blade with his hand, and it began to crumble, as if it were not steel but clay. He finally clenched his fist all the way, and a powerful shockwave came from the axe, which threw Maranuk into the air. The Titan's abilities were restored, and he was in full combat readiness. At that same second, the freeze on the team lifted, and they had the opportunity to use their skills. Gale was in shock. This man never ceased to amaze him. Some great power was hidden inside him, but no one knew what. June turned to the team. There was only one moment that he was worried about. And the fears were confirmed. A camera was installed on Sam's shoulder. Jun exhaled heavily. He called him a coward for filming everything. Then he turned to Maranuk and said that this time, this was really the last request that he would fulfill for Emily. A blue aura began to appear around Jun. Right now he was filling the air with his mana. Blue energy began to rise from his body like mist and take on the shape of a sword. Jun slowly raised this heavenly sword above the Titan's head to strike. It seemed as if the whole world around her had frozen. Emily forgot how to breathe and simply watched what he was doing. Gale was shocked. This was the first time in his 8-year career that he had seen such abilities. Jun was only focused on defeating this giant. He moved his hand towards him, and the heavenly sword fell on Maranuk, cutting him in half. Everything happened so quickly that the Titan didn't even have time to understand anything when his body began to fall apart. A stream of blood began to flood the field. It seemed as if it was raining. The computer reported that the object had been eliminated and the rift had been cleared. The rift will dissipate in 2 hours, so applicants should hurry to exit it. Emily looked around for the manager. He seemed to be nowhere to be found. Sam can't believe he really just left. But all this was not important now. Gale said that they had won and suggested going home. Besides, they had to hurry because they would have to report, and it was a terribly difficult day. Ray invited everyone to have a drink at the bar today and turned to Emily, to which the girl said that she had a date today. Gale was happy to hear these words. Jun was already in the center of Seoul and heading home. He called Jill and said that he was free. The hero asked what she would like for dinner, Yoji shouted in the background, asking for pizza. The information system reported that the state of emergency had been canceled, and Jun continued to discuss the future dinner. June was walking home and did not suspect that a couple of hours before his return, the city was very restless. A couple of hours later, after Jun left, Jill offered the dragon dinner. Yoji wished her bon appetit and attacked the bowl of ribs. While the pet devoured one rib after another, Jill completely lost her appetite. She was worried about her father and hoped that everything would be fine with him. Yoji reached his hand towards Jun's plate and asked if he could eat his portion since he wasn't likely to be back anytime soon. The girl quickly lifted the plate. Yoji began to shout that the gentleman was invincible and would definitely return home. He began to parody the moment when Jun closed himself off from his flame and called his power crazy. Jill placed the plate in his paws and told him he could eat it since there was still some braised ribs left. When suddenly the whole house shook and Yoji had to balance to save the food he had just obtained. Jill looked at Yoji and asked what that push was just now. But Yoji didn't care, because the most important thing right now was that he didn't drop anything. There was breaking news on TV. A dragon appeared in the city center and another tremors occurred. The whole table was overturned, food was everywhere, and Jill appeared to have hit her head. Yoji was sitting on the table, covered in sauce and shedding tears because he had dropped his ribs. He turned angrily to the TV, looking at the one who was to blame for this. And a second later, he flew out the living room window heading toward the city center. Jill was tying her sneakers. It infuriated her that this dragon only creates problems when her father is not at home. A huge rift opened in the center of the city, from which a dragon emerged. The dragon was in no hurry to attack. At the moment, he was simply studying the situation. The rift department was already in place. Greg shouted that the Mazai Guild had finally arrived. Alan, Mira, and William moved towards the rift. From that moment, this place was under their control. William approached the guards and asked what the rank of this dragon was. At the moment, he was of the same rank as Masalis, but the numbers could increase. Mira pulled the bowstring and aimed the arrow towards the dragon. Alan, in a panic, tried to stop her, but the girl believed that while he was standing still, it was better to deprive him of one eye and simplify the task. Nate hurried to them and asked them not to make hasty attacks, because the dragon could become furious, and there were still many civilians nearby. He shouted that he understood her anger, but attacking right now was a mistake. The dragon was looking intently somewhere at that moment. The hunters tried to find the object of his interest and looked in the same direction. Nate didn't notice anything unusual, and asked if there was anything in the sky that might have attracted him. Suddenly a red star blinked in the sky. No one had seen this before. It was Yoji, rushing at the speed of light to take revenge on the one who deprived him of another helping of ribs. The moment he landed, he changed shape and turned into a huge red dragon. Yoji was much larger than the dragon that emerged from the rift. The crowd froze. It's simply impossible to believe. There are now 2 dragons right in the center of the city. Greg was hiding behind Nate and asked if he thought they had already seen this red dragon. At first, Nate didn't understand what the boss was talking about, but then he noticed the number 1 on his forehead. This was the same animal that June took to help in the rifts. Yoji flew up and pushed the second dragon hard, after which he caught it in the air and sent it back into the rift with a powerful kick. Nate heard a familiar voice. Jill ran past him, heading towards the rift. She jumped, grouped herself, and disappeared inside the portal. No one had time to stop her. The purple dragon sat in the desert fissure and held his head. The last blow was strong. He was interested in what idiot dared to stop him and turned his gaze to the offender. The purple dragon with the number 9 on its forehead finally realized who he had just called. Right now, looming over him was his master, the dragon Isaias, the strongest of them all. Isaias reported that the dragon made 2 mistakes. The first mistake was that he left the rift without its permission, after which he struck with a powerful blow. The dragon flew too far. He beckoned him with his claw and asked him to come to him. He looked down on him and asked him if he knew what braised ribs were. The purple dragon thought about it. He knew what ribs were, but he had never heard of stewed ribs. Isaiah said that this was his second mistake. The dragon dealt him another blow, and the second one did not understand how he could be mistaken about something he had never heard of. He wanted to continue this conversation, when suddenly Jill's voice was heard from somewhere from the side. Isaiah looked at her in panic and asked how she ended up here. The girl was afraid that he would cause problems, so she followed him, to which Isaiah said that she still shouldn't take such risks. The second dragon was furious. He did not understand how a pathetic little man dared to address the Lord informally. Isa stopped him and clarified that he was going to do this to a member of the owner's family. He said that this was his owner's daughter, a great person who makes the most delicious braised ribs. Then he swung his fist at him and said that he would have to receive 5 more blows for wanting to harm Jill. A few minutes later, Jill watched a picture that once looked different, much like Yoji's father trained. The purple dragon was doing push-ups while Yoji sat on top of him and noted that he was in terrible shape. Jill shouted that she already felt sorry for this dragon and suggested going back. Yoji didn't think it was enough to awaken the bitter taste of human society, but Jill suggested making ribs at home. Yoji immediately changed his form and said that the second dragon was lucky, but if he went out again without permission, he would be finished. Jill looked around and asked if this dragon also had nowhere to go and that's why he lived here. She invited him to go with them and asked his father if they could leave him. Yoji was against it. She sat down next to the purple dragon and asked if he could shrink. He nodded, and after a couple of seconds he was already different. A little dragon with incredibly beautiful pink eyes. The girl stroked his head, praised him, and called him cute. She finally offered to go to their home, but if the father was against it, then nothing could be done. Tears welled up in the dragon's eyes. He realized that the owner's daughter was an angel. At that moment, on the street, Nate and Greg were blocking the path to the rift. Alan asked them not to talk nonsense and move away, because they must protect this place, and a civilian had just entered the rift. Suddenly Mira was taken aback. It seemed that there was no need to save that girl. The girl came out of the rift safe and sound. And besides, she had company. Nate couldn't contain his emotions. He was happy that June's daughter was okay. He ran up to her and, just in case, asked if she was hurt. The guy saw that everything was fine with her, but thoughts were spinning in his head. After all, she entered there without equipment. How did she manage to return unharmed? But there was one more question that needed clarification. Nate leaned towards her and asked in a whisper if these 2 creatures were dragons. Jill happily confirmed his guesses and reminded him that he had seen one of them last time. The girl didn't understand why Nate's face was so distorted, because she thought that everyone already knew it. Mira also carefully studied these creatures, and even though it was impossible, she had an idea of who they were. She finally said that these were dragons. Nate, vying with her, answered that these were the pets of their employee June. Nate began to stretch Yoji's muzzle and asked Mira if he could do this to the dragon. He made another attempt to convince her that these were puppies. Yoji looked up at him and asked if he wanted to die. Jill asked Yoji how dare he talk to his father's colleagues like that, and if he continued, she wouldn't feed him today. As Mira continued to investigate and noted the numbers on their foreheads, Nate interrupted her again and asked Jill if it was time for them to go home. Jill looked at him in surprise, not understanding where he was going with this. Nate motioned with his finger for her to come closer so he could say something in her ear. He whispered that if it turns out that these babies are dragons, it will put the whole world on their ears, and besides, her father will be in a difficult position. Jill loudly declared that her father was already waiting for her at home, and that she should return home as soon as possible. Mira tried to stop her. Nate stood between them and stopped the huntress, who continued to shout that these creatures were dragons. Jill picked up these little ones and her heels sparkling ran towards the house. Alan put puzzles together in his head. June was the same guy they met in the rift, and these two of his pets were dragons. And even though he had most of the details of this picture, he still couldn't put them together. Jill had already reached the house and was trying to put the house in order, which was in chaos. Yoji continued to run after the dragon and shouted that because of him he did not eat the ribs. The girl made another attempt to calm them down and noted that the house was in terrible condition and needed to be put in order before her father came. Yoji finally got distracted, thought about the consequences of the devastation, and announced that he himself was going to start cleaning up. Jill looked at him and asked if he could handle it on his own. The dragon immediately armed himself with a broom and a rag, ready to fight the mess. A couple of minutes later, he was flying around the apartment on a robot vacuum cleaner. Jill was amused by the whole picture. Suddenly, the phone rang. She took it out of her pocket. It was her father. June said that he was done with work and was heading home, after which he asked what she wanted for dinner. Joyful Yoji shouted into the phone that he wanted pizza, to which the hero replied that no one asked him. The dragon was upset that his owner always ignored him, because he was trying so hard to behave. June hung up the call and decided that eating pizza was a great idea. His attention was drawn to a screen that showed news and reported that a dragon had appeared in the city. There were two dragons on the screen at once. One of them was Yoji, but the second he had never seen before. He sighed heavily. It seemed that while he was gone, his pet had managed to make some trouble. 30 minutes later, June was already at home with a box of pizza, and Jill was greeting him. He told her that he was fine and she shouldn't worry. Suddenly, Yoji flew into the corridor, hugged his leg, and began shouting that his master was the best. June assessed the situation. Jill was fine, and the house was intact. He turned to the dragon and said that luckily for him, he would continue to live. A second dragon peeked out from around the corner. He was shocked that with just one glance, this man could subdue the crazy tyrant Isaias. He probably really was a great man, since Isaias himself calls him master. The dragon jumped out in Jun's way, bowed down, and said that he, the ninth dragon, Carciel, would now worship him. Jill looked guilty. She asked her father if they could keep this dragon. She said that he was alone in a deserted place, and Yoji also gets bored alone. Jun didn't mind keeping the dragon if that's what she wanted. He once again clarified his name. The dragon got down on one knee and loudly announced that he was Carciel. Jun liked his name, so he suggested not changing it. The hero headed to the shower and Jill warmed up the food. Yoji at that moment felt like an empty place. He ran into the kitchen and tugged at Jill's apron, wondering why she didn't give Carciel a nickname. Jill agreed with her father. She also liked his name. She picked him up. Yoji continued to squeal that his name was cool too. Having sat him down on the sofa, the girl suggested watching TV and called him Yoji again. The dragon was angry because his real name is Isaias. June went out into the living room and carefully studied what happened to her. The window was covered with paper because someone had broken it. He turned to Yoji and asked who did it, although he knew the answer to this question very well, so he deprived him of pizza for dinner. Everyone had dinner, wished each other good night. The dragons slept under a blanket in the living room on the floor. Yoji was dreaming about pizza and drooling on the floor. Someone touched his paw. It was Jill. She was sitting next to him with a plate of pizza and asked him to be quiet. He rushed to her with tears in his eyes and hugged her tightly, after which he began to gobble up piece after piece because he was incredibly hungry. Jun was sleeping soundly. Today he had a terribly difficult day, which was finally over. Notifications continued to arrive on his phone. It seemed that a difficult day awaited him tomorrow. The next morning, the news reported 2 incidents from yesterday at once. 2 dragons in the center of the city and the most complex fault in history. The most talked about person was June, because thanks to his command, not a single hunter was harmed in that rift, not to mention civilians. He didn't like this explosion of popularity, but was glad that at least no one came to their home. At that same second, the intercom rang. Jill went to open the door, and June asked to pretend that he was not at home. Jill turned on the screen. The man standing there looked familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on her who this man was, and she screamed. Standing right in front of their door was the president of the Hunter Academy, Adrian Chall. Behind the door stood a tense gray-haired man who was waiting for the door to be opened for him. June shouted the command to rise and the dragon lined up. He said that now a very important person would come to see them, so they needed to hide and not stick out. Karsiel showed with all his appearance how much he respected the owner. The hero liked the way the second dragon praised his orders. She had not experienced this for a long time. Yoji was angry. He was infuriated by the fact that the gentleman was falling for this acting game, but was not paying attention to him. Jill opened the door, and the president and his assistant entered the apartment and bowed low to June. June immediately got down to business. He was interested in where they got his address from. Adrian replied that he personally did a long search. The hero noted that it was tactless, but since they had come this far, he invited them to enter. Everyone went into the kitchen, sat down at the table, and Jill served tea. Adrian thanked the girl for the tea despite the fact that their visit was so unexpected. June interrupted the pleasantries and asked what business they came for. The president said that he watched the situation using emergency surveillance cameras, and the more he looked, the more he admired him. June noted that he had to go to work soon, so he asked him to get down to business. The assistant nodded and took out a pile of papers from his folder. They checked the cameras that the Mazai Guild was using and found out that the person who saved them was June. Jun looked at the papers and was upset by the fact that he still got caught. But they did not come here to find out what is right and what is wrong. The assistant stated that they were here to offer to officially become a hunter, and if June becomes a hunter, but he interrupted him and said that he would not do this. The president was dumbfounded. The assistant suggested looking at the conditions and only then making a decision. But Jun was not interested in fame and money. What he has now is enough for him. Life in a place where there was a continuous struggle for power and the smell of blood was in the air exhausted him. He lived a cruel life where he was reborn thousands of times to get everything. And after he defeated everyone, he was left with not fame and money, but only loneliness. Therefore, he was not going to exchange the peace and happiness that he has for wealth. But he added that if they showed a little sincerity, he would think that Adrian had blossomed. Jun asked if it would be possible to arrange a joint inspection of the B-rank fault with their fault department. The president noted that this, as indicated in the content of the answer, is contrary to the law. Jun sighed, then he couldn't offer them anything. Adrian continued that if everything meets the conditions, then he will transfer the right to manage the rift, and he will deal with the conditions himself. Then he asked what he decided about his proposal. Jun waved his hands. He was not going to be a hunter, especially since civil servants are prohibited from having another job. The president and the assistant looked at each other. It seemed as if they were communicating with the power of thought and coming up with a new plan to persuade Jun. The hero interrupted their thought processes and stated that in moments when they really needed his strength, he would help. With their mouths open, they looked at him and couldn't believe their ears. Adrian jumped up, leaned his elbows on the table, and shouted that this was more than enough for them. After which he suggested not to delay his request and immediately please his department. Nate picked up the phone and June said that the Mazai Guild had signed a contract with them. The office was buzzing. Everyone was jumping, rejoicing, and dancing. This was their old dream. Greg performed the hottest dances, shouted that today was a corporate party, and he would treat the entire department to beef. He snatched the phone from Nate and asked when his best and favorite employee would finally arrive. Jun said that he would come to the department immediately after finishing his meeting. The president's assistant noted that he had excellent colleagues. June smiled back at him. They walked further along the corridor, approaching the conference room. They were waiting for a meeting with an invited hunter from abroad, who would soon be here. Guest hunter Richard has just landed at the airport. He thought that taking the first place among hunters from the Sword Emperor would be an easy task. But I still hoped that Jonathan would hold out at least a little, so that it would be interesting. The hunters, together with the president and June, had been waiting for Richard's arrival for several hours. The assistant tried to contact him, panicked, and did not understand why he was so late. Everyone in the conference room felt awkward being here given the recent events. Emily decided to finally start a dialogue with June, and noted that the foreigner was very late. Gale also spoke out. Most likely he did not take them seriously, since there is no behemoth guild here. At that same second, the door swung open with force. It was Richard who decided to open it with his foot. He lowered his glasses and said that Daddy was here. He looked around the hall and asked why only rabble had gathered here and where they put Jonathan. Then she began to reassure them that it was just a joke. None of the hunters understood what was happening, since Richard spoke English. A minute later, he realized this himself and took out an artifact from his pocket. This device made it possible to translate his speech into any language, without the use of a translator. He walked up to Ray and extended his hand. Gale was quite wary of this pompous idiot. Richard looked down on the hunters. He did not consider them strong opponents, but they could make excellent subordinates. Emily was as uncomfortable as possible from his gaze, and Gale tried not to notice his impudence. The guy turned sharply on the spot and continued to study those present. His attention was attracted by June. It was immediately clear that this guy in a suit was not S rank. Did the government send a civil servant to clean up after them? Richard fell on a chair next to June and said that his mood was ruined due to the fact that not everyone here knows how to fight. The president dabbed the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and suggested starting the meeting. He said that 10 years ago, a huge hole appeared on Mount Sode, which they called the Core. In order to suppress the Core, the hunter Jonathan created the Behemoth Guild. Over the past 3 years, more than 20 dives have been made. But until now, suppression is impossible due to the levels of varying difficulty. The assault team reported that at first glance, the Core seems safe. But as soon as one goes beyond the 500-meter mark, the number of monsters suddenly increases. In addition, according to preliminary estimates, the monsters that appear there are above S rank. The Behemoth Guild put forward a proposal to continue level ranking and introduce the SS rank. Huge monsters wait in the Core at every turn. They attack on the ground, from the air, and in the water. So far, the hunters from Behemoth have not been able to advance far. According to estimates from the Academy of Hunters, it was found that at this rate, conquering the Core is impossible even in a century. The aide added that everyone present was invited to ask to join the attack. Gale asked the president how strong the monsters were compared to the last boss, Maranuk. Adrian exhaled heavily. They could only guess. Most likely Maranuk was a child's toy compared to those in the Core. Emily asked if June would go there with them, but that too had not yet been decided. Her last words shocked the foreign hunter. He didn't understand why everyone was so worried about this guy who wasn't even on the list. Richard decided to immediately remove all questions, pointed his finger at June and asked who he was. The president continued to be nervous and revealed that June was the commander-in-chief of the S-rank Large Rift operation. Richard laughed, because if a person who looks like he would break if you touch him is a commander, then he will gladly kill him. Gale jumped up and asked what he said, but Richard remained focused on his goal. He hovered over him and said that he had seen many weak guys who became commanders, after which they died with a hole in the back of their heads from the Allies. And if he doesn't plan to finish the same way, then he better get out of here. Jun just laughed, stood up from his chair and straightened his tie. After which he turned to him and asked if he could cope with him with such little inner strength. The veins on Richard's forehead bulged and he began to fill with anger from within. Then he grabbed him by the suit and raised his fist, aiming for his head. While Richard was preparing to hit June, he stood motionless without any emotion. In a second, Emily appeared between them and asked to stop the circus. The foreigner asked again what was wrong with this bastard that everyone was running around with him. Emily stopped them because this is a general conference room and ordinary people nearby could get hurt. In the basement of the building, there is a training room where you can freely fight with each other. Richard laughed even more, wondering if it was worth going somewhere far for a guy who would break from one of his pushes. He pointed his finger at the president's aide and asked if he would take them to the training room. The assistant leaned over to Adrian and whispered that at this rate Richard might get hurt. The president turned to June and asked if everything was okay, to which he only nodded in response. After which Adrian headed for the exit and said that he would escort them out on his own. Richard began to flex his fists and said that although he was not into intimidating people, he would show this guy his place. And so everyone present in the conference room went down to the basement training room. June promised that he would sort everything out and settle it himself, but even if he was lenient, Richard might not be well. Besides, the team leader would harass him if the training room broke down. The foreigner was ready for battle, called June a suit, and offered to kneel right now and beg for forgiveness. The only thing that annoyed Jun was that this guy talked too much. Richard began to boil. He promised that even if someone tried to stop him, it would be useless and he would kill the suit. Jun decided to finally end it and climbed into the training ring. Richard rushed towards him and tried to strike him, but nothing happened. Another blow and missed again. It seemed as if he was 10 times slower than Jun. The hunter began to panic. He did not understand how the enemy was dodging his blows. June just continued to watch him suffer. Richard struck a dozen more blows, but never hit. And at that moment, when the foreigner simply rushed at him, June took a step to the side and the guy flew down. After which, the hero struck him once in the shoulder. The team opened their mouths wide, not understanding what consequences this could have. But Richard just froze, as if he had turned into a stone statue. The hunter lost his balance and fell like a stone to the floor of the ring. Jun won another of his fights, turned around and headed towards the stairs from the ring. He looked at the resident and said that he had not hit him too hard, so he would wake up on his own in a few minutes. The manager checked Richard's limp body. Everything was fine. Nothing was broken. He had just lost consciousness. The president froze. He could not even imagine that they faced such force. Gale also finally confirmed his suspicions. This man was truly on a completely different level. Jun turned to the president and said that he was leaving because he had other things to do. The hero headed to the bar where his department was celebrating an important event, the signing of an agreement with the Mazai Guild. The West Department rejoiced, and the boss treated everyone to booze and beef. A girl from their unit asked why they were looking for Jun from the academy. Did they really want to recruit him? The manager replied that they only had one request, at which point Greg and Nate breathed a sigh of relief. Just in case, the boss once again reminded that Jun should not leave and abandon them. He smiled in response and agreed with his words. Nate didn't understand why the Mezai Guild, a recognized guild of rank A, wanted to enter into a contract with the mayor's office. And Greg was still uncomfortable with this news. He added that it seemed that these hunters would not listen to them, but would simply laugh. The boss asked Jun if he would take on Kate and one of the new hunters. The answer was positive. He asked to take care of Kate so that she would not feel alienated. The entire department was looking forward to tomorrow, because they were sure that the huntress would enjoy working side by side with the Mezai Guild. And then the next working day arrived. Everyone was expecting the arrival of new hunters, but the atmosphere in the office was tense. From the very morning, Kate stood her ground. She would not work with other hunters. The employees were stunned. They did not expect such an answer from her. The girl noted that she could protect Jun herself, so the department did not need additional team members. Nate tried to convince her because even despite how strong Kate was, you can't stop 10 opponents with one hand. Then he asked a logical question. What would happen to the manager if the monster attacked from behind? Memories flashed through his mind. Considering what had happened some time ago, he was right. June knew what to do and reported that he was fine, and Keith was now in no way losing to A-rank hunters. He looked at her with his bewitching black eyes and waited for an answer. Kate was pleased with his words. She was embarrassed, but agreed with him. It seems that the conflict was resolved, Kate agreed, and Nate thanked June with his eyes. Suddenly, the door to the office opened, and the guy who entered announced that the Mezai Guild had arrived. The employees ran around in a panic. Tea had to be prepared, and it wouldn't hurt to clean up. The boss stopped the chaos with his hand and asked the fault department to gather around him. He made a speech that the department, of course, is grateful that the Mezai Guild signs a contract with them, but there is no point in groveling before them. Then he added that if they oppress someone, then they need to immediately convey it to him. He will sort it out. Nate shouted that their boss was cool, and June just smiled silently. And then the members of the Mezai Guild entered the door. Alan, Mira, and William. Greg ordered the staff to put force into their eyes and not be nervous, but he himself was terribly nervous. The hunters confidently approached them. Greg and Nate tried to keep their cool and look brave. Alan hovered over Greg and asked if he was the head of this department. He hesitated in response, muttered something incomprehensible, and only at the end announced that he was the boss. The hunters bowed low and greeted him. Nate and Greg, watching what was happening, opened their eyes wide. The boss asked in a whisper why they were so disciplined, but June did not know the answer to this question. Alan stood like a tin soldier. There was no mistaking him. Memories of how the president of the academy negotiated this work with them surfaced in his head. He asked to serve Jun unconditionally with all his heart, and if the relationship between the president and the manager deteriorates, it will be entirely their fault. Alan thought only that June would not remember how he insulted him in the rift. June invited the hunters to sit down while he made them tea, but Alan and William offered to pour the tea themselves. But this would put him in an awkward position if the guests were busy drinking tea. The hunters began to tremble again. The manager asked me to just read the contract carefully and familiarize myself with the terms before putting the seal. Alan hesitated for a second, then ordered his partners to quickly sit down at the table. A moment later, all three were in place and waiting for the papers to be brought. And as soon as they received them, Alan ordered the signing, and they simultaneously raised their hands. While the hunters were putting their signatures, Greg tried to shout out that the contract must be read and then signed. June realized that the likely reason for this behavior was the president's instructions. After signing the contract, all the paperwork was completed in the department, and June headed home. Yoji greeted him with joyful cries. June assumed that they had not yet had dinner and they needed to do it without him. The dragon laughed sarcastically. He didn't even know that this was possible. Jill was already advancing from behind. She moved the pet away and asked when he would stop behaving like this. They sat down at the table. Yoji continued to watch the master, waiting for a command. Jill sighed heavily and said that he could eat. The dragon seemed to get drunk from these words. Yoji attacked the bull, and June asked if this dragon was really that strange. Or maybe Carciel was strange, because he sat far from the table and ate dog food from a bowl. Suddenly, Yoji choked and began screaming for water. Jill decided to ignore the theater and asked her father if he was free tomorrow. There would be a lesson at school at 10 in the morning with parents present, and she hesitated. The girl did not ask anything and only reasoned that tomorrow was a weekday and her father was probably busy. June said that he would come, because he had worked well today. Jill blossomed and began to say that the lesson would be held in a rift that appeared 2 weeks ago, and there were no monsters in it. The hero was happy to see her joyful. He could not refuse her because he so liked to see her like this. Yoji slammed his paw on the table and declared that he would also come with them. The next morning, all four went to an open lesson. A small shopping area with drinks and treats was set up in the rift. Jill went to one of the stalls and asked for 3 fish stuffed with red beans. She gave one to Yoji and handed the other to Carciel, but he refused. The purple dragon thanked her for her concern, but such food does not suit him. Jun glanced at Yoji. No matter how you looked at it, Jill had instilled in him the wrong eating habits. One of the teachers shouted into a bullhorn and asked everyone present for their attention. He said that this place appeared immediately after clearing the rift with Marinuk, and monsters do not appear here. However, if students find a fragment of an unknown map, they will be able to better master the use of mana. Parents will be able to watch their children only from the observation deck. Students need to look for map fragments and place them in a cup in the center of the wasteland. To simplify the search for fragments, everyone will be given auxiliary beads, artifacts for practicing mana control. June and Jill had already received a bead. Jill's was glowing red. If you introduce mana into this ball, you can change its shape at will, and the color changes from red to purple. The more purple, the stronger. Jun hesitated in case he put too much mana in there and it would break. Suddenly the ball changed in his hands and turned into a black knife. But Jill had never heard that black was even possible. The teacher spoke into the bullhorn again and asked the students to prepare to leave. Jill waved to her father and the dragons and went on her mission. June waved his hand at his daughter when he suddenly felt something strange. In the wasteland where the bull was located, there was incredibly powerful energy. It seemed to come from the goblet that was there. He couldn't afford to put Jill in danger and decided to test something by releasing some mana into the goblet. Vibrations began to spread across the ground, and the bull began to emit violet energy. Jun couldn't understand how the goblet could absorb his energy. The ground shook, a strong wind rose, and it became difficult for the parents to stand on their feet. As soon as the vibrations died down a little, the parents rushed to the teacher. They were unhappy that their children were being trained in a dangerous place. Another strong vibration passed and everything stopped. The parents screamed for their children to be returned here immediately. June continued to observe what was happening as the cup absorbed his energy. In addition, the energy that the thicket emits has become many times stronger. He opened the information window. Nerjez was watching him. He needed to head to the center for a special quest. As soon as the quest was completed, he could get an entrance ticket. There were 60 points left until the end of progress. Probably these are the same pieces of the map, and the cup is the key to enter the core. Everything around calmed down, and the parents began to scream even more furiously and look for the person responsible for this event. It seemed like a couple more minutes, and it would become more dangerous here than in some fault. The dragons discussed that all people except their master are so weak. Jun continued to study the information. The gatekeeper was interested in him, and judging by the fact that he killed the applicants, it was impossible to allow anyone else to obtain the map fragments. He turned to Yoji and ordered him and Carciel to follow Jill. While one dragon was ready to sacrifice his life for his younger master, the second was happy at the chance to taste some more food. They walked away from Jun and Yoji headed towards the food stalls. Jun understood perfectly well that Yoji would go to Jill only after he had taken care of some of his own business, which meant he had time to calmly search for the fragments. Jill wandered through the forest unsuccessfully, and so far she had not found a single fragment. She didn't want to upset her father, when suddenly the ball lit up and she had hope. The girl did her best to believe that this was not another dummy, but the ball led her to some bone, and this was another failure. Suddenly her attention was attracted by a strange sound from the bushes. A frightened Olivia fell out of the bushes and screamed Jill's name. The girl came out of the bushes, brushed herself off and asked if everything was okay. She angrily approached Jill and asked her not to scare her like that again. Jill gasped. It seemed that Olivia was worried about her. The classmate blushed, crossed her arms, and returned to her previous self, declaring that she simply had to take care of the weak. Olivia continued to scream for the girl not to do this again, but something was rushing towards her at high speed. She quickly turned around, covered Olivia with herself, and tried to force her to lie down with her hand. The girl took a fighting stance and quickly fired a burst of shots towards the attacker. From the number of shots, dust rose around, behind which 2 figures could be seen. The haze cleared and Yoji emerged from it, rubbing the area of the shots and asking what kind of stupid bugs were in this forest. Olivia finally saw the dragons and realized that one of them was the same pet she saw last time. Yoji rubbed his nose and asked Jill why she was lying on the ground. The girl also finally opened her eyes and did not understand what these two were doing here. The 2 little warriors clenched their fists. They decided that Olivia was offending Jill. Olivia felt something strange. Some strong energy did not give her the opportunity to move. Jill lightly pointed her finger at Yoji and asked him to calm down, because Olivia was her friend. And last time we met, she called him very sweet. After which she ordered him to go and apologize for his behavior, but the dragon refused. The girl added that then he would also eat food like Carciel. Within a second, Yoji was on his knees in front of Olivia, apologizing and promising that this would never happen again. Carciel began to lament that it was first necessary to assess the situation and only then take action. Olivia was dismayed at how skillfully Jill controlled these monsters as if they were pets. Suddenly, June appeared behind her, wondering what happened here. Then he added that he just wanted to check if everything was okay. A terrible chain has formed in Yoji's head. If the master finds out that he arrived just now and even attacked her friend, the consequences will be terrible. Jun asked Jill if Yoji protected her well. The dragon rushed to the girl, covered her mouth with his paw, and assured the master that everything was fine. Then he went to Olivia, put her hand on his head, and said that everything was fine with the girl's friend. Jun watched him carefully. He knew that this creature had recently arrived here. But fortunately for Yoji, Olivia hugged him and confirmed his words. While the girls were busy with the dragons, June opened the status window. By this time, he had found all 66 map fragments. He put them in his pocket and thought that if he returned here, in the evening, he could remove the seal from the cup. The hero went to the girls and said that it was time to gather and they needed to go back. Jill began to shed tears because she had not found a single fragment. June encouraged his daughter. This time she was just unlucky. Next time everything will definitely work out. They were already at home, had a delicious dinner, and were getting ready to watch a movie together, but June was going somewhere. Jill asked him in surprise where he was going at 10 o'clock in the evening. The hero said that he would return very soon, but Jill still did not want to let him go. She begged him not to go anywhere today, and there was fear on her face. He turned to the dragon sitting near the TV and understood everything. She was too scared of the horror film. At that very moment, Yoji and Jill grabbed his legs and began to cry so that he would not leave. He asked everyone to be quiet, and an idea popped into his head. Jun froze over Yoji and clarified that in fact he wasn't the least bit scared, and as punishment for his behavior, he will take the dragon with him. Jill then began to beg to take her with him, but it was too dangerous, so he will not take her with him, and in return promises to return quickly. The girl was interested in how quickly he would do it. Her father said that a round-trip taxi ride would take only 2 hours. She howled again. If this takes 2 whole hours, he might actually faint. And when asked what time would suit her, she stuck out 2 fingers and said 20 minutes. Yoji laughed and asked if she had any conscience about how she imagined a distance of 2 hours and 20 minutes. She loomed over him with the most terrifying expression on her face. It seemed that his life depended on the answer to the question of time. June patted the girl on the head and promised to come as soon as possible. In addition, Carciel remains with her, who is not afraid of anything and will be by her side all the time. The door slammed shut. Jill grabbed Carciel and began to sob in fear. Jun chose the fastest way to get to the place. He took Yoji in his arms and rushed towards the rift in big jumps. Yoji offered to ride him because it would be even faster, but it was too noticeable. The dragon fluttered in the wind like a flag and wondered where they were going. June said that in the fissure where they were during the day, there is a monster, and they need to deal with it in about 5 minutes, because Jill is at home and she's scared. The dragon thought about whether the one who lasts 5 minutes in battle with Jun is a god or a monster. Literally 10 minutes later, they were already in the rift. June was heading towards the treasured bowl. Yoji noticed that there really weren't any monsters here, and that was strange. Jun asked him to wait a little and threw the collected fragments into the goblet. The goblet vibrated and began to release swirls of purple. The dragon hid behind June. It all looked like a scene where a monster appeared, and if light also appeared, it would be perfect. At that same second, light burst out of the ground, blinding the heroes. The ball of light began to take on the shape of a fairy from children's books. The fairy carefully studied Jun and Yoji, because it was they who freed her from the seal. She said that she is the administrator responsible for the tutorial, and she's obliged to check the qualifications of the applicants. Yoji grinned and sarcastically asked what this flying thing was. The fairy screamed. The dragon Isaiah stood right in front of her, although she was sure that the dragons were now deeply asleep. These words gave Yoji even more confidence, and he suggested catching this thing and returning home. Nerges retreated. She is just the keeper of the lowest-ranking center, and she cannot cope with Isaias. She asked him to stop and asked if he was the same dragon born in the center and why he listened to the orders of a common man. The dragon did not understand what he wanted from him and what difference it made where he was born. Yoji was furious, no matter how strong he was, but none of his opponents fed him braised ribs anymore. June glanced at the timer set on his phone and asked if there was anything else Nerges could tell them. He had absolutely no time to chat. He took out an auxiliary ball and began to fill it with mana. The ball began to fill with black and blue energy, and after a couple of seconds it turned into a huge sword. He was already swinging it to strike, when suddenly the fairy squealed and began to beg for mercy. Nerges shouted that if they killed her, they would not be able to continue their attack on the center. Jun lowered his sword and asked why he couldn't attack. The fairy explained that if the tutorial administrator disappeared, then the path to the next floor of the core would be blocked. But the hero didn't care. All he had to do was hand over the entrance ticket to the academy. Nergis fell at their feet. She begged for forgiveness and apologized for her arrogant behavior. Suddenly, a mysterious bag appeared in front of them, and the status window reported that the hero had received Nergis's recognition. June released his sword, and it stuck into the ground next to the ferry. They grabbed the bag and tickets and headed towards the exit, Yoji trying to taste them. Nergis closed her eyes and waited for the outcome. They had received a ticket, so they could kill her right away. She opened her eyes slightly, because it was too quiet around. The fairy straightened up and watched as June took the bag in one hand, the dragon in the other, and simply walked away. June only thought that he would hand over the tickets and that his work would be over, and let the hunters deal with the rest. At this time, at the entrance to the center, the Behemoth Guild was trying to figure out when they would finally find the real entrance. Jonathan said that this time their expedition was over, and they needed to return to report everything to the president. Then he added that reinforcements would soon arrive, and it would be a little easier for his team. Ricky asked the Sword Emperor if they would send newcomers to help them. Jonathan clarified once again that these will be reinforcements, hunters who belong to other guilds, so you shouldn't even think about unceremonious treatment. Ricky said that even his mother doesn't grumble that much. Chloe asked if that's why he has such a terrible character. He immediately turned to the girl and noted that for her statements, he would write a statement for insulting his parents. The next day, the Fault Department called. Nate spoke to someone and said that he would pass everything on to June. After hanging up, he asked Jun if he had received basic rift training. Jun replied no. Then he should have done it next Monday, when I would be giving lectures at the Hunter Academy. Jun nodded, because this trip was a great opportunity to take the entrance ticket to the president. Kate screamed that she had a rank assessment next Monday, to which June then offered to go together. The girl beamed and asked if they could have dinner together after that. June remembered that a couple of weeks ago he promised her a dinner for just two. He happily agreed, and Kate suggested they meet at the entrance after they were both finished. The following Monday, June went to training lectures. He had already sat through the morning class, and the lecturer dismissed them for lunch, asking them not to be late. Jun grabbed the bag he got. Now is the time to hand over the entrance ticket. He approached the president's office, but someone was already there, and an assistant had already noticed him. The assistant quickly ran up to him and told him that if he needed anything, he could just call. June reassured him and told him that he was here for basic training anyway. The guy looked at him, perplexed, why a person like him would undergo training. June just handed him the bag and asked him to give it to Adrian. The hero headed to the elevator, saying that they were already waiting for him in class. The assistant opened the bag and a pink light appeared. He took out a strange paper and could not understand what it was. In the study room, the lecturer had already begun his afternoon lecture. The girl sitting next to Jun watched as he diligently wrote down everything. She decided to start a conversation and asked why she was using her free time so stupidly. Jun said that he is quite inexperienced in working with faults, and his memory is not very good, so it is better to write everything down. The girl lay down on her desk and said that no matter how hard they tried, the attitude towards civil servants would still remain terrible. They were not some Mr. June. And after he asked who she was talking about, the girl screamed, "How could it be possible not to know the famous June? This is a famous person who proved that even an ignored and despised civil servant can be respected by everyone. He completed an S-rank dungeon with 0 deaths and broke the arrogant hunters," after which she added that she would really like to get his autograph. The door to the lecture room opened and the president's assistant entered. The president was standing right behind him, and the assistant was pointing his finger at Jun and shouting that he had indeed come for basic training. The president apologized to the lecturer and said that he had come here on a very important matter. Jun thought that the president should have realized that he didn't like to attract attention. Adrian approached the study desk and loomed over the hero. The rest of the civil servants asked what this guy had done so wrong. The president apologized to Mr. Jun for the sudden visit. At that very second, the civil servants in the audience turned into small children who had just realized that this was the same civil servant in front of them. Jun exhaled heavily. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to finish the lecture. He stood up and walked towards the lecturer, apologized, and asked permission to leave. The lecturer was perplexed how he could refuse such a person, but just in case he allowed him to do it. The entire lecture hall watched the men with surprised glances, and the company headed to the president's office. The girl sitting next to him could not believe that Jun himself was sitting next to her, and she thought that he was just a handsome and strange guy. The door slammed shut, leaving everyone to ponder the recent scene. Jun informed the president that if he did this, their cooperation might be difficult. Adrian apologized again, but the entrance ticket was so important that he simply had no choice, and he also promised to apologize to everyone watching for this scene. Jun watched him carefully. It seems that he still understands his words, but something needs to be done to prevent this from happening again. Adrian opened the door to his office. He knew that such an appearance would cause inconvenience, but there was simply no other way out. Members of the Behemoth Guild who had just returned from the center were already sitting in the office. Chloe looked at June in surprise and did not understand why an ordinary person came to meet them. But Jonathan knew the newcomer very well. The Sword Emperor rushed up to the manager and began to shake his hand. He never thought that June was the person who found the entrance ticket. In addition, no one knew that the entrance ticket could be located in a completely different rift. Chloe asked Ricky if he was going to stand up and say hello properly. He twirled the entrance ticket in his hands. Did everyone really think that this was not a fake? The president shouted at him, asking him to stop immediately and apologize to Jun. But he just called him a big ass and added that if he was lying, then he wouldn't get rid of him so easily. Adrian screamed even louder, his behavior crossing all boundaries. Jonathan and Chloe also tried to calm their partner down and apologize to June. Jun chuckled. Ricky looked like a low-grade bandit at the market in Muram. The hunter began to roll up his sleeves and fill them with mana. He was infuriated by the fact that while Jonathan was talking, someone allowed himself to laugh. After which he himself began to laugh, noting that civil servants always hide behind the backs of hunters and therefore do not know what pain is. Ricky offered to personally demonstrate to Mr. Civil Servant how scary he was and pointed a gun at him. The tip of the pike stopped a couple of centimeters from Jun, but he did not move. Ricky asked him if he was beginning to understand who he was trying to deceive. After which he put away the weapon, patted him on the shoulder and asked him to relax, because he would not hit a civil servant. Adrian watched Ricky's disgusting behavior and didn't know what to do at the moment. Ricky reached out and said that now he still has to re-educate the scammers. June turned to the president and told him that he had raised his puppy too poorly. Chloe and Jonathan froze. On the one hand, Ricky really behaved badly. On the other hand, these words will lead to a new conflict. Ricky became furious and asked if June wanted to die at the hands of this puppy. He only smiled in response. He was sure that this guy would not be able to cope with his strength. Ricky froze. He did not understand what was happening to him and could not move. Jun released another wave of mana, and the hunter fell to his knees in front of him. After which he began to choke and with the last of his strength begged for mercy. The hero said that he would get away with it, but asked him to remember that there would be no second time. The manager walked around him, sat down on the sofa, and Chloe tried to revive her partner. Jonathan was shocked. This guy subdued the S-rank hunter with just his energy. June asked if he could hear why he was invited here. Adrian knew that the hero did not like long, flowery conversations, so he said directly, he was asking to become a member of his squad to attack the center. Without hesitation at all, June replied that he would not be part of the attacking squad. The president knew that it was useless to fight him, so he simply thanked him for the entrance ticket. And he handed him an envelope as a thank you for everything he had done for the academy. Jun was even more upset because civil servants are fired if they take bribes. Adrian waved his hands and tried to assure him that this was not a bribe, but simply gratitude. However, Jun still wanted to maintain good relations with the Hunter Academy. He asked that from now on, no matter what request he makes, the president will give his consent. Jonathan understood that these words meant that in the future he would actually become the head of the Hunter Academy. Adrian agreed to this request, despite the outrage of the Behemoth Guild. But he asked me to promise him something in return. June listened to him carefully. Currently, many hunters have died in the rift, and the center boasts a level of difficulty that is not comparable to a normal rift. He asked him to prevent the needless death of hunters, at least in the center. June replied that he would do his best to achieve this. Adrian clapped his hands and promised him to fulfill any request he asked. The hero stood up. The rest can be discussed later, but he needs to return to training. And henceforth he asked to refrain from actions that could harm other people and left the office. Everyone in the office exhaled heavily. This meeting turned out to be really tense. The president sat back and asked them if they had seen the latest news. After all, just before them was Jun, who became the commander in the S-rank rift and single-handedly dealt with the boss monster. In addition, it took him less than 1 minute to kill this very boss. Chloe tensed and asked the president if he was really human. Jonathan literally tore his hair out because at the first meeting he gave him advice and asked him not to be upset that he had no mana. Jun, unlike the others, was only worried about missing part of his afternoon classes. He entered the audience where there was no one. It seemed that everything had already ended. The lecturer finally saw him and said that since he had gone out on urgent business, no one expected him to return. Jun apologized for the situation at the lecture, but the lecturer replied that there was nothing wrong with it, especially since he completed his studies with the approval of the president. The hero bowed deeply to him and thanked him for his understanding. The lecturer handed him a box. It was a random box that is given to training participants. Mostly it dropped F-rank items, so there wasn't much hope to be had. Kate was already waiting for him in the corridor, simply glowing with happiness. He asked how long the girl had been waiting for him. She said that she had just arrived and began rummaging through her purse. Kate took out the hunter evaluation form and stated that thanks to it, she was now a B rank. June was happy for his employee, but noted that these were all the fruits of her efforts. All the work at the academy was finally done, and they went to lunch together. After lunch spent in pleasant company, June went home. The entire household gathered around the box that Jun received during training. The hero offered to open the box to Jill, but the girl refused. She had opened them several times already, but because of her crappy hands, only low-rank items fell out to her. Yoji burst into laughter and repeated over and over again that she had crappy hands, and the girl ran after him, screaming that this expression meant failure and not what he thought. Jun decided not to hesitate and opened a random box himself, which began to emit a red light. Jill noted that there must be at least a yellow light, otherwise it is a dummy. Suddenly, the box began to gain strength and glow even more. The light changed to a light blue and enveloped the room, something Jill had never seen before. But the light did not stop and continued to change, now becoming purple. They say that if you get blue, it means an unexpected turn in life, but purple is the level of the 9 o'clock news. Jill asked if her father was too indifferent to what was happening, but he only noted that it all looked good. Music began to play from the box, and a voice announced that a spiritual heritage had been discovered. Jun didn't understand whether this was good or bad, because he didn't feel any special power. He was holding a beautiful emerald book in his hands, and the status window reported that this was an encyclopedia dedicated to the center, which, with increasing study progress, would increase anti-magic power. Jun thought, it was strange that he received a spiritual heritage dedicated to the center. If we are talking about the same center, Nerji said that the dragons were born in the center. Jun turned to Yoji and asked if he knew what it was. The dragon didn't. He gave him an angry look, suspecting him of hiding something, but the dragon really didn't know. Carciel also clarified that he knows nothing about the center. He was definitely born there, but does not remember anything. Jill said that this box usually drops items up to S rank, and she had not heard anything about heritage items. Carciel thought that this was the first time he had seen the master be so interested in something. Is the owner really going to go to the center? Yoji lost interest in the book because it was not something edible and decided to go to bed. Jill went after him because he promised that he would brush his teeth before bed today. Jun stood up and stated that he would make sure the teeth were brushed. At that very moment, Yoji clung to Jill and shouted that he was ready to brush his teeth and wanted to do it with her. But Jun took him by the wings, for today this task will be done together with the main owner. The hero took him in his arms and headed to the bath, and Jill and Carciel wished him luck. The next morning, the dragon sat in front of the TV and was indignant that all the dramas lately were the same. Yoji was more outraged and asked the authors to come up with something new, continuing to switch channels. Suddenly, their attention was attracted by the sound of the front door lock opening. Carciel noted that the younger owner is currently studying, and the older owner never returned so early. Could it be that thieves have come to them? Yoji flashed his fangs. He had just not relieved the stress from brushing his teeth last night. The door opened. The dragon shouted that he would bring justice to the thief and flew towards him, when he suddenly crashed with force into the hand of the one who had just broken into their home. It was June, who was very interested in what this dragon was doing again. But most of all, he was interested in his words about yesterday's stress. The hero squeezed his muzzle a little harder, and the dragon screamed that he didn't mean anything bad. While Jun continued to hold Yoji, Carciel calmly walked out into the corridor and bowed to his master. The three of them finally went to the kitchen, Yoji wondering why he returned from work so early. And without waiting for an answer from the owner, he began to shed tears because of his dismissal. Jun reassured him because everything was not like that. He just had a business trip to Konvodo in the evening, and he came to pack his things. Carciel only listened attentively to their dialogue, not daring to break into it. Jun said that he would start cooking a little later, but for now he would go clean up. He decided to start with his bedroom, but when he looked there, he realized that it was perfectly clean. Then it was decided to forget about cleaning and at least do the laundry. But after the hero looked into the laundry room and this task was completed, Carciel said that when the older owner goes to work, the younger owner does all the housework and goes to school. Jun knew that Jill was very different from ordinary schoolgirls, but he didn't expect it to be so much. Then there was only one thing left for him to do: start cooking. Jun was almost done with dinner, and Jill finally returned home. He tasted a spoonful of what he had prepared and was glad that the girl was home. Jill was shocked. She did not expect her father to return home so early. Jun said that he was going on a business trip in the evening, so he decided to cook dinner. The girl sat down at the table and wished everyone a bon appetit. He also wished her bon appetit and asked why she didn't ask for pocket money. The girl said that she had already received pocket money. Last month, he gave her as much as 720,000 won. Jill said that she bought a vacuum cleaner, a dryer, and began reporting on food costs. Jun interrupted her. This was money for living, and he meant personal money that she would spend on herself. He explained, for example, she might need money to go out with friends. Jill replied that she preferred spending time at home with Carciel and Yoji. Jun just added that sometimes you need to have fun with the guys in order to make friends, and asked to be sure to tell her if she needs personal money. After which he put on his coat, took his bag, and said that it was time for him to leave. Yoji was drooling, because now his master's food was his food. He gloated over Karsiel because he did not understand his joy, because he only eats food, but Karsiel had already disappeared from his place.
June was walking through the area when suddenly someone shouted from behind him, the owner.
He didn't think it was his name, but he still decided to turn around. A girl ran after him and asked him to go on a trip together.
The girl finally caught up with him and stopped in front of him. She asked the owner to take her with him.
June looked at the girl carefully and did not understand who she was. A little girl with purple hair and pink eyes revealed that she was Karsiel. The dragon added that he did not like this image because it was uncomfortable, but it seemed to him that this way he would attract less attention.
The crowd continued to watch as the little girl called the man master.
June noticed the looks of dissatisfied people around them, closely watching them. He hugged Karsiel from behind and suggested that they move to another place first. At that moment, a heavy man's hand fell on Jun's shoulder and stopped him. The man said that his place was at the police station, but the hero tried to assure the man that all this was not what it seemed. But the man was not reassured by these words. He asked him to calmly follow him, because he did not want to shed blood in front of the child. He held Jun by the coat and said that if the girl had not been there, he would have died long ago at his hands. A child's hand squeezed the huge man's throat with force. The girl was interested in how the pathetic little man allowed himself to be insolent in a conversation with the owner. June asked Karsiel to stop, but he was sure that this man had crossed his boundaries. The hero exhaled heavily. If they stay here, then everything will only become more complicated. He decided to take matters into his own hands and picked up Karsiel to leave. June looked at the stunned residents. He understood that all this looked strange, but this was not what everyone was thinking about and assured them that they could be calm. He hailed a passing taxi and quickly left the place. Getting into the car, he asked to take them to Mount Sode. The driver quickly drove off. A couple of hours later, they were already there. June paid, and they left. Karsiel was indignant at the cost of the taxi because they were driving slowly, and with the money they paid, they could buy a lot of food. Jun asked him to calm down and noted that while he was in this form, he should not call Jun master. The dragon was scared. He didn't want his owner to kick him out of the house. The hero reassured him, because he was not going to kick him out, and then turned his attention to the happy father and son. He turned to Karsiel and asked to call him dad while he was in the guise of a girl. This was the only way to avoid misunderstandings if someone overheard their conversation. Karsiel beamed and said that he would be happy to call June his dad. June offered to have a snack before they entered the rift. Karsiel was upset because he did not bring food with him. But if he ate dog food like this, Jun would definitely have to go to the police station. Therefore, he suggested having a snack at a diner that was nearby. Jun ordered a bowl of ramen for them, which they had never eaten at home. Jill forbade eating such food because it was unhealthy, so they had one chance to try it right now. The hero didn't know whether Karsiel would like ramen because at home he only ate food. Karsiel was delighted with the taste that unfolded in his mouth. June smiled contentedly. Jun decided to ask why the dragon went after him, since, due to the current situation, he could not find out right away. Karsiel asked a follow-up question about whether Jun was planning to go to the center alone. And after June confirmed his guesses, he began to raise his voice, because it was dangerous even for him. Karsiel pounded his fists on the table. He knew that there was some terrible power inside the center, but he couldn't remember what. Jun patted the girl on the head and thanked her for her concern, but he really could have gone there alone. But Karsiel declared that if the Pope got hurt, everyone would be sad, so he would go with him and protect him. Jun agreed to go together, offered to finish the ramen and go to the center. 30 minutes later, they reached the entrance to the center on Mount Sode. It looked truly huge, but neither of these two were going to hesitate before entering. And now they were flying into a huge hole, not knowing when their fall would end. They landed, and June realized that this is where they end up before entering the real entrance of the center. Everything around looked quite peaceful, considering the stories of the Behemoth Guild. Jun said that since they were going to enter the real entrance today, Karsiel would need something. He gave him an entrance ticket and said that everything would be clear when they got to the right place. But the words that monsters appear unexpectedly were true, because behind them stood a huge blue titan. Karsiel shouted at his owner to hide behind him. He wanted to deal with this monster himself and released fire from his paws. June asked him to wait a little and took him right by the fiery paw. The dragon begged to let go of his hand because this way it could melt. Dark blue clouds of mana swirled around Jun. He asked Karsiel not to worry about the monsters, clenched his fist, and a handle began to form there. He had some things to figure out this weekend, and it would be best if he figured it out on his own quickly. He delivered a powerful blow and cut the titan in half. The huge business collapsed and raised a huge column of dust. Jun even thought that he had gone a little overboard with the force of the blow. Vibrations began to flow through the water in the rift from the force that broke out here. The water fairy sensed it. Was it possible that someone new had entered the center? If she could feel his energy even here, then this contender was quite strong. She thought that she was just bored and finally got a strong toy after a long time. Karsiel asked Jun where the very entrance they were looking for was located. Jun replied that judging by the energy he felt, they were almost there.
In the distance, they saw a red gap in the bushes. It seemed that this was where they needed to go.
Carciel overtook the owner and said that he would go and check first. Suddenly, the dragon's attention was attracted by something strange. There was a man lying in front of the entrance. It seemed he was badly injured and needed help. Jun opened the book he recently received from a random box. He found a similar illustration in the book and clicked on it. Then he pointed his finger at the target, and the book reported that information about human hell had just been downloaded. The book revealed a description of a trap plant that takes the form of a person and attacks when approached. He was given the status of a spirit world traveler and was given additional anti-magic powers. The hero thought that it would be very nice to get information by filling out this book, but he had too little time. Carciel pressed himself against him and could not move to the spot. With every movement of this trap plant, it hid more and more behind its owner. The dragon asked Jun if he was afraid to be here. The guy knelt down and stroked the dragon's head. It seemed like he was really scared. He asked me to tell him if he was afraid and then he would take him home. The dragon asked if they did go together, would he be a burden? Jun reassured him that everything was fine and he would take care of everything himself. He extended his hand to him and asked if he would go with him. Carciel put his paw in his hand and agreed to go. The dragon held the owner's hand and hovered in the air so that he would not bend over. Suddenly he began to feel very strange. His body slowly became heavier and heavier. Jun also felt that he had to make more and more efforts to hold the dragon. Carciel's speech became slower. He said that he should not lose consciousness. Immediately after these words, his body went limp and he hung in Jun's arms like a plush toy. There was nothing to do. Jun took the dragon as a backpack and headed further to the center. They were on the first floor of the center, which consisted of several islands connected to each other and having a single center with a cage. Carciel came to his senses. He was very warm, and he thought that he could sleep a little more. But realizing what had happened, he jumped up, because he had absolutely entered the center. He turned to the owner, who was sitting in a chair, and asked what he was doing. Jun explained that he was told to catch the artifact with a fishing rod, so he fished. Carciel was surprised and asked what impudent idiot dared to give orders to the owner. The hero explained that this was not an order, but something like a test, and then asked how the dragon was feeling. The dragon felt much better than usual, maybe because he was born in the center, and because of this his energy increased. He asked if it would be faster to go into the water and get the artifact, but Jun was told that the artifact would disappear if he went into the water himself. In addition, the hero waited for the dragon to wake up and was afraid to wake him up with noise. Carciel did not understand what could be noisy about fishing, and Jun began to slowly fill the fishing rod and hook with mana. The dragon noticed that the water suddenly began to ripple, and the hero asked him to step back a little. A huge column of water rose from the reservoir, which was 10 times higher than them. Yoji wasn't sure it was possible to fish this way, but Jun assured him that it was at least faster. A fish landed in Carciel's paw and he asked if that was considered cheating. Jun replied that he did not use anything other than a fishing rod, which means it was not cheating. The fishing rod began to disappear, which means that the artifact was caught. Probably it was a watch. He opened the status window, which informed him that he had captured 3 artifacts. In addition, artifacts could be combined to obtain a higher level artifact. Jun accepted the offer. As a result of the union, he received a wizard's bracelet, which increased his damage and anti-magic power. Jun showed the bracelet to Carciel and said that he would give it to Jill. The dragon was happy for the owner and congratulated him. Jun stroked him on the top of his head. The hero reached into his bag to take out a tablet or book and figure out what to do next. But a black hole appeared in the sky above the lake, as if it had been cut open. A hand appeared from the hole and the sky began to crack in this place. Carciel jumped out in front of Jun and asked him to hide behind him. What emerged from the rift informed her that they had completed this quest earlier than she thought. Jun carefully studied the creature that appeared and behaved cautiously. The little fairy said that her name was Tusitala, and she was an assistant to the adventurers who arrived at the center, after which she asked to take care of her and blew a kiss. Jun continued to silently watch her actions. The fairy was 5 times smaller than him, so it seemed to pose no danger. Tusitala flew up to Jun and asked why he didn't react to her. It was embarrassing. The fairy circled around the hero. She ruffled his hair and touched his face. She wanted to finally play with this toy, because this was clearly the contender she had sensed long before her arrival. Carciel began to growl. He felt some terrible energy emanating from her. Jun also felt this power, so he asked the dragon to stand behind him and not go out. Tusitala realized that she had been exposed, but she could not afford to lose her toy so quickly, and she began her theater, began to look around and shout if they felt the terrible energy. She clung to Jun and said that she was terribly afraid and could not even imagine how scared the adventurer was. The fairy turned to Jun and asked if he understood at least how creepy this place was. Then she added that without her help, they would die in the blink of an eye. Jun glanced at her and appreciated that Tusitala looked much stronger than he had seen before. But then he grinned and realized that there was no difference anyway, and he could handle it. The fairy began to get angry.
Why did this man allow himself to laugh while she was talking?
She was literally shaking with anger and wanted to kill him right now. But then I exhaled and decided to be patient and enjoy the game as long as possible. The fairy bowed to him and offered to tell him more about the center. The concentration of magical power here is very high, so it can weaken the adventurers. Therefore, a very important thing here is the anti-magic power, which can protect the body from the penetration of magic. And the deeper the adventurer descends, the stronger the concentration of magical power will become. Tusitala circled Jun and noted that he had already collected quite a lot of anti-magic power. But even so, without her help, they and then Jun interrupted her and asked how to get to the very depths. The fairy promised within herself that this would be the last time she would let him get away with interrupting. She pointed forward. On each floor there were tests. On this floor you need to catch a monster on the central island. Then you can move on to the next floor. Tusitala added that if they are afraid of the monster, then of course they can simply jump off the cliff, but then they will definitely die. Jun grinned and told her that he would be fine even if he jumped off. The fairy began to grin. This man annoyed her more than he pleased her with his presence. She said that Jun was her first toy in a long time, so she was patient, but this was too much. Jun thought that he cast the bait only to check whether the explanation written in the book was correct. But everything fits. Everything that is written in the book is reliable information. In front of him was the psychopathic fairy Tusitala, who loves the suffering of adventurers, and right now she wanted to kill Jun. He grinned and told her that she apparently misunderstood something, because the one who doesn't know her place is her. Jun's hand shot up. He released energy and shot at Tusitala's spear, which disappeared a second later. A couple of minutes later, they were walking along the bridge towards the center. The fairy was on a leash and sobbed, asking her to forgive her because she was too arrogant. Jun asked her to close her mouth because she was interfering with his concentration. She actually fell silent for a couple of minutes, but then decided to say that the bird in the cage was the monster. There was a huge bird sitting in a cage, which was roaring and trying to escape. Tusitala asked if he would let her go now, but Jun had no intention of doing so. The fairy began to sob again, and Karsiel grinned and wished her luck. Jun clarified that if he catches him, he will go to the second floor of the center. Tusitala frowned and said that it was so when she suddenly screamed when she saw the book. She flew closer and asked if the book was a fake. But after she realized that it was a real relic, she began to squeal and ask where he got it. Jun coldly replied that he found it in a random box, took out his tablet, and took a photo of the bird. Tusitala begged him to tell him more about the book, because in any case, he would have to wait 5 minutes for the bird's barrier to dissipate. But the hero didn't have that much time to just wait, and he grabbed the cage. He began to pull the rod, and dark blue energy burst out again. It was simply impossible, but with just one movement of his hand, he removed the barrier protecting the bird. Tusitala was shocked. She knew for sure that no one could remove the barrier before the set time. The barrier fell and the bird died along with it. The status window reported that the entrance to the second level of the center would open in 168 hours. In addition, the challenger can choose a reward for victory, a random third-level artifact, or the challenger's memories. The applicant's memories allow you to create a save point at the first level, but when you select this artifact, the person will automatically be thrown out of the center. Jun chose the applicant's memory artifact without hesitation. Tusitala shouted again, even if the choice was random, it is still a third-level artifact, which is very valuable here. Jun examined the stone again and said that he could stay here because he needed to go to work. He looked at Karsiel and said that he had something to do at home, so they were heading back. The fairy was shocked. It seemed that a truly crazy contender had appeared in the center. The exit from the center began, and Jun ordered the fairy to wait here, and he would return next week. After these words, only a glow remained from Jun and Karsiel, and they disappeared from the rift. The fairy prayed that all this would turn out to be just a bad dream, and that this man would never return here again. Everything was calm at home. Jill was doing normal household chores. She set the table, but Yoji was quite surprised that there wasn't a single dish with meat today. The girl said that he should switch to vegetables for a while, because his belly has already grown. He looked at her suspiciously and clarified the reason for the lack of meat. Maybe it was because Jun was not at home. Jill said that this was all for his health. The dragon began to boil. He began to fly around the room and squeal that she was petty and did not love him at all. Jill began to eat dinner and asked him to be patient, and when his father returned, he would prepare a lot of side dishes. Yoji was not at all happy with the fact that he was not treated as well as the others in this house. He jumped down and said he wasn't going to take it anymore. He went to the window and turned to Lady Moon. Tears welled up in his eyes and he asked her to fulfill his wish. Yoji asked her to make sure that the master returned home as soon as possible. Suddenly from the corridor he heard the sound of a door opening. Jun and Karsiel, who had just returned from the center, stood there. Joyful Yoji was happy that his wish came true so quickly and rushed towards the owner. Jun watched his face, as if in slow motion. After which he automatically took a step to the side, and the dragon flew into the wall behind him with all his might. While Yoji was sliding down the wall, Jill approached Jun and said that she was very glad that he returned before Sunday. He headed to the kitchen and asked Jill not to worry about dinner. She grabbed him by the jacket and loudly declared that this would not do. The girl asked first to go and take a bath as slowly and as long as possible. She suggested that Karsil do the same, because they were clearly tired. Jun had already sunk into the hot bath, and Karsil continued to listen to Yoji muttering something under his breath. The hero turned to Yoji and asked how long he would continue to behave this way. He said again that he didn't dodge on purpose and didn't want to hurt him. Then he turned to Karsil and invited him to get into the bath. Yoji invited the dragon to make a choice, he or the master. Karsil climbed into the hot bath and asked if these thoughts would change anything if the owner was still stronger. Jun asked Yoji to finish his theater and also get into the bath. Finally, all three were in the water. It seemed to the dragons as if they were in paradise. They went out and were met by Jill with a ladle, who asked if everyone had washed well. But these three could no longer utter a word when they saw what was in the kitchen. The table was set with a bunch of dishes, as if today was some kind of holiday. They sat down at the table, and Jill said that they had been working hard over the weekend. So she decided to cheer everyone up. Yoji looked at his plate, saw meat there, and turned to Jun. The dragon begged him not to go anywhere else. Jill lowered her head. She turned to him and asked him to eat silently, otherwise he would immediately leave the table. He immediately covered his mouth with his paw and accepted the order, because his dinner depended on it. Jill asked what they had for lunch today. Karsil said ramen without hesitation. The dragon began to say that it was very tasty, when suddenly he also covered his mouth with his paw, because this was their secret with the owner. Yoji was glowing as the second dragon tried something he had never eaten before, and Jun apologized to Jill. The girl just smiled awkwardly and said that nothing bad would happen at once. And right after that, she began her lecture about the high amount of sodium in ramen, which can increase blood pressure. Her story took up the rest of the dinner, and everyone realized that it was definitely not worth asking to cook ramen. Jun thanked his daughter for dinner, and said that he still needed to prepare for work tomorrow. Jill started clearing the table and offered to help him, but there was no way to prepare for it, because they were going to the auction. And the characteristics of items will only be shown after purchase, so he just wants to relax. At the next auction, the presenter announced the next lot, a bow with a starting price of 50 million. Everyone present very quickly raised the price, and now it has already risen to 300 million. A man sitting near the employees offered a price of 500 million. Greg asked Nate if they should compete for this lot. Jun said that this bow looked unremarkable, and suggested waiting a little longer. The boss leaned towards Nate once again because this bow looked very beautiful. The bow really looked beautiful. It was carved from blue wood. But the presenter hit the hammer and the bow was sold for 500 million. And now the moment has come for disclosing information about this subject. It was a decorative bow of choirs of rank E. The man who acquired it began to cry. Greg exhaled because they had just nearly burned out, and Jun said that he felt this setup. The boss was surprised by the fact that he simply sensed the low rank of the item. Nate suggested that they just trust Jun, because he always copes with any task he takes on. The presenter announced the continuation of the auction and presented the next lot. It was an ordinary sign with something written on it, and its starting price was 1,000,001. Greg leaned back in his chair and asked who would buy an old rotten piece of wood. He glanced at Jun, who had already begun to raise his sign. The boss, who had already rushed towards the manager, was stopped by Nate and asked to simply trust him. Jun felt a strong energy from inside the tablet, and he also felt the same energy in the center. Someone present offered 50 million for this sign. Jun raised his sign and raised the bet to 100 million. Greg could no longer restrain himself. He screamed that with the naked eye it was clear that this was a simple piece of trash. But Jun was sure that he needed this artifact. No one outbid him, and the presenter revealed the characteristics. This is an amulet of rank F, which adds 1 unit of stamina. Greg didn't know what to do because they had just spent government money on an ordinary tablet. It seemed as if he had turned to stone and could not move. Jun said that he would purchase this sign with his personal money and he should not worry. But the boss asked him not to worry. Everyone makes mistakes in life, and their budget will cover these expenses. The presenter moved on to the next item, a strange, shabby cape worth 1,000,001. Jun immediately raised the sign, and Greg began to beg him to at least discuss it before making a bet. Those in the audience were in no hurry to place bets on what Jun was acquiring. The presenter tried to get the audience excited and said that this thing could be a jackpot. But no one decided, and Jun purchased this cape for only 2 million. The audience roared as it was an A-rank vampire cloak with superior durability. Greg and Nate were also very surprised by this purchase. It was an incredibly big success. The boss rushed to hug him. The auction was over, and they went to the information desk to pay. Greg once again told Jun that he loved him and always trusted him. For just a few million, they acquired 2 rank A items and 2 rank B items. The boss gave Jun a friendly push and said that they won about 7.5 billion won today thanks to his instincts. The administrator handed them the very sign that Jun had purchased first. The hero asked to draw up a separate contract in his name for this sign. Nate and Greg turned to look at him in surprise. The colleague clarified why he was doing this. Because it was even more incredible than winning a series of jackpots in slot machines. But Greg's attention was immediately drawn to Nate's knowledge of slot machines. And while the guys were distracted by the conversation, June paid for that very sign. He took her in his hands and realized that he was not mistaken about her. Enormous energy emanated from her. Jun definitely felt the same way he felt in the center. Black energy burst out of the tablet and began to envelop Jun. The hero did not understand where he was now, and whether those around him saw it or only he. It seemed as if he had fallen into a spatial trap. Suddenly a girl appeared in front of him and said that he was not ready yet. He tried to use his power and create a weapon, but nothing came of it. He couldn't even move. The girl said that now she would send him back and asked him to remember her words. She pushed him with her sword and everything behind him began to glow. The last thing he heard from her was a stream in the center. June returned to the real world and could not move but from shock. He took another look at the sign and decided to head to the center as soon as the second level opened. Time flew by and now Saturday has arrived, which means the second level has opened. Thusitala was still struggling with the collar June had placed on her. She didn't understand how this person could do something that she couldn't handle. It wasn't even an S-rank skill. It was just mana. The fairy had never seen such a strong contender in her life. She sighed heavily and said that with such strength it was possible to restore the broken center and save Cecilia. June was already standing behind her and heard her add that this devilish bastard would never agree to help her. He asked her to repeat again what she had just said, and the fairy began to squeal in fear. Tusilata turned to him with fear in her eyes and asked when he managed to return. June asked to forget about everything and tell him more about the flow of the center. He thought about it, because what the fairy was talking about was similar to the words of that girl. The hero just opened his mouth, and the fairy fell to her knees and begged him not to kill her. While she was sobbing, Jun revealed that he wasn't even going to waste time killing her. He was only concerned about one thing: what happened in the center and what the flow was. Tusilata asked where she should start the story. The hero asked to start from the very beginning. The fairy replied that we should start with the fact that the center is now broken, and it was broken by adventurers just like him. Thusitala said that she only knows about the breakdown of the center from rumors. If you continue to go down, you can reach the heart of the center, and the closer the aspirant can get to it, the more power he will gain. However, with the exception of a few adventurers, everyone died without even being able to get close. But there was a group of 7 people who not only approached the center, but also adapted to this place. The problems began right then. In the process of reaching the heart center, the Transcendental Masters broke it. Jun remembered the girl he saw touching the sign. Perhaps she asked him to fix it. He will be able to understand this only when he independently approaches the center. The fairy began to scream that it was not as easy to do as he thought. Before finding the real entrance to the center, there were S-rank monsters who were pushed towards the exit due to their weakness. The hero asked her not to worry, because in any case he would have to go through this path, since this was his destiny, and took a step into the portal to the second level. Tusitala looked after him and wondered only one question: why he always speaks so thoughtfully. On the other hand, it didn't matter to her, because perhaps he could fix the center and save Cecilia. Jun entered the second stage of the center zone, and the computer reported that the recommended value of anti-magic power was 1. But he possessed a large amount of this power, and with the blessing of his heart, all of his characteristics were greatly increased. In the book, June read that in front of him in a cage sits a monster Cyclops who can use the weapon skill. Thusitala burst out of the portal and said that at this level he could learn this skill, which would strengthen his body. She also pointed to the entrance to the subway behind the cage. If you ride it, you can meet a monster at each station, and after killing it, each monster's skill will increase. The fairy turned to the Cyclops and drew attention to his red hands. This was the result of the weapons that he skillfully uses. Then she looked into the encyclopedia and asked if there was a description of it, but June said that it was better not to read it. These words provoked her even more, and she still wanted to find out what was written there. June did not resist, gave her the book, and headed towards the metro. The fairy thought that if it was written there that she was one of the strongest creatures, then it would even confuse her a little. But after she saw the words bitch, psychopath, and orphan in the book, she slammed the book shut with force. June noted that he warned her that she would not like what was written there. Tusitala hung her head and suggested finally going to the subway, and Carciel couldn't help but laugh. All 3 went down. It seemed that right now they were not in a rift, but in a regular subway. Jun read in a book that as you travel, more and more powerful monsters will appear at each station, but this will also increase your weapon skill. Carciel was interested in why June was photographing all the floors. He said that he was here as an advance group and collecting information, and the real attack would be carried out by the main team. The fairy froze. Were there really people on Earth as strong as him? He replied that he wasn't sure about that, but he didn't care much about that. The hero headed towards the entrance to the carriage and Karsil hurried after him. But as soon as the dragon's paw crossed the entrance line, a loud sound was heard, and a voice announced that only those who had passed the first floor could enter. The fairy noted that only those who defeated the monster on the first level would be able to enter. Karsiel lowered his head and said that then he would wait for him here. June asked Tusitala how many stops there were, but she frowned and suggested looking in the book. But the book only recorded what the writer experienced himself, so the information is available only up to the second stop. The fairy herself didn't know exactly how many stops there were, but she shouldn't go too far, because after a certain section it is impossible to guarantee its safety. The doors began to close, and she shouted that it was possible to return from the stations only when the monster at the stop was killed. Jun rolled his eyes. He heard what she said, but did not think that there could be real dangers waiting for him there. Karsiel said that she should not worry too much because his master is the strongest and invincible person. 2 hours passed. Usually this was the time it took, so the hero had to return soon. But after 4 hours, the dragon and fairy began to worry because the owner had not returned. June was already at the last station at that moment and continued to collect information. While he was taking photos of the area, a monster sitting on a rock watched him. He opened the book and decided to enter the information into the encyclopedia because there was nothing in it about this place. The evil monster said that even if he fully concentrated on him, he would not be able to last even a minute, not to mention the fact that he wasted time writing in the book. Jun pointed his finger at him and noted that he did not have a weapon so he could cope without one and released his energy at him. A huge hole appeared in the monster's chest, and while dying he said that Jun deserves to be called the god of martial arts. For some time Jun continued to stand motionless and watched the result of his skill, after which he bowed to him and headed towards the exit of the station. As soon as the train doors opened, the fairy and dragon began waving their arms and screaming. They attacked Jun with hugs, because until that moment, they considered him dead. The fairy began to shake her finger at him that he shouldn't do this, and then asked how many stops he had driven. The hero reassured Karsiel, who was clearly nervous, and said that he had passed all the stops. As Tusitala said, he gained weapon skill. The weapon skill became stronger, ranging from red to purple in the order of the colors of the rainbow. The more stations passed, the higher the skill. But the fairy was afraid to think that June would start right away with the purple color, because only those 7 who approached the heart of the center possessed it. Jun was already outside and decided to try a new skill. He released a column of mana that glowed black. The monster was defeated in just 1 second, and the voice announced that in 168 hours, it would be possible to enter the 3rd level of the center. Tusitala opened her eyes wide. She had never seen or heard of anyone wielding black weapons. Jun again chose the applicant's memories as the reward, and Tusitala began shouting, asking what level of weapon skill he had. The hero said that now the skill is 0.1%, but the fairy said that this could not be, because then the color should be red. He opened the status window and showed her that the degree of mastery of the skill was indeed 0.1%. The hero had mastered it completely, and now the level of improvement had begun. June returned home and Monday was work again. A couple of hours had passed since the start of the work week, and Greg was already dreaming of the weekend. All morning the boss said that as soon as they began to work better, they were only overwhelmed with more work. Suddenly the door to the office swung open, and the man who entered shouted that he had not seen his friends for a long time. There was tension in the office. It seemed that everyone here was not happy with the man, except for Jun, who did not recognize him. Nate leaned over and reminded him that this man's name was Chase. He was a representative of a small workshop and a scammer. Chase walked towards the pouting Greg, who was wondering why he had come this time. The seller narrowed his eyes and asked if they had any budget left to purchase equipment. The boss said that they spent the entire budget at the auction. Chase screamed in fear, after which the man became sad. He assured that they should have made the purchase in a real workshop, and he would have sold it to them cheaply. Chase did not lose hope, and turned his attention to Nate, who, without waiting for questions, said that he did not need anything. The man exclaimed that the guy is rude, but this is his charm and has already set his eyes on Jun. The seller asked who this man with a model appearance was. Nate reminded him that it was the same June whom he had seen on his last visit. Chase couldn't believe his eyes because there was nothing left of that guy that he saw in this handsome and strong man. He asked if Jun had used the mana supplement he had purchased last time, but Jun didn't understand what he was talking about. But the seller was not going to stop and began to take out a bottle from his bag. He was talking about a legendary civil servant who received his abilities thanks to this supplement. Chase promised that Jun would become an S-rank hunter by drinking this, and he would sell the drink for only 20,000 won instead of 4 million. June turned to him. The man leaned closer and asked whether he would take 1 box of drink or 2. The hero whispered that the seller should be content with his past deception and reminded that fraud with hunter's items is punishable by life imprisonment. This phrase offended the seller. He shouted that he was not deceiving them, and the drink really worked. June narrowed his eyes and said that the civil servant he was talking about was now in this building, and offered to go to him together. Defeated, Chase hung his head and headed out, which surprised Nate and Greg. They rushed to the savior and endlessly asked how he did it. The questions were interrupted by the joyful Kate, who entered the office and shouted that she had returned. She gave everyone a bag of drinks, which the men had just refused, and said that these were gifts. The girl enthusiastically shared the fact that she snatched this nutritious drink from Mana at a huge discount. Greg reminded Nate that he too was incredibly happy with the purchase when he first met Chase. Jun laughed when he heard this information, but the boss decided to remind him of his past purchases. He said that Jun spent 1.5 million won on mana supplements during his first meeting with the salesman. Kate was upset. She didn't want to believe that it was all a scam. Nate decided to support her and began to drink the magic drink. June was saddened by the fact that he had spent so much money on this trinket, but he also thanked Kate. Having finished his workday, June headed home, where Jill and company were waiting for him, as always. Noticing the package, Yoji immediately asked if there was food in it. Ignoring the dragon's question, the hero handed the package to the girl and said that it was a nutritious drink for Mana. Jill took one bottle, said that the drink was popular on the internet, and asked if he bought it himself. But when the daughter heard that it was Kate's gift, she frowned greatly. The girl quickly pulled herself together and offered to send her a message of gratitude, because this was a very expensive and valuable gift. Yoji grabbed one of the bottles and asked with a grin how this water could help with mana. The dragon just opened his mouth to talk about the true qualities of this drink, and Jun's hand quickly overtook him. The hero tightly closed his mouth and suggested they go wash together. While Father and the dragons were in the bathroom, Jill quickly set the table and invited everyone to dinner. June took the bottle and asked why it was only standing near his place. The girl replied that he was constantly at work, and since the drink was expensive and healthy, it was only for his father. The hero opened the bottle and began pouring it into glasses, offering to drink together. Yoji again noted that there was no point in drinking this, but was interrupted by Jun. Under the owner's heavy gaze, the dragon said that this was by far the best elixir for mana. Jill didn't hear their conversation and took a sip of her drink. She said that the taste was a little unusual, and after June took a sip, he realized what kind of drink it was. The dragon spat out the drink and began to grumble that he would no longer drink alcoholic beverages. The hero tensely turned to Jill and asked if everything was okay, to which the girl replied that everything was fine. It seemed that everything was really good, if not for one fact. Yoji sat displeased, but obediently, while one bean after another flew at him. Jill could not grab the food with her chopsticks and simply threw it in all directions. She suddenly became sad, unable to find an answer to her strange behavior. June, Carciel, and Yoji watched her silently. Everything was clear to them. She was drunk. The girl looked at Yoji and asked if he wanted anything else to eat. The dragon pressed itself into its owner. Her eyes frightened him terribly, and he was even ready to refuse food. Jill suddenly turned around, slammed her fists on the table, and started yelling at Yoji. A second later, the belligerent mood was replaced by tears, and she begged to know why they hated her. Jun stood up and suggested that she go to bed early and go to rest immediately. He carried her to the bed, closed the room, and Jill continued to scream that she could not sleep until she finished cleaning. But the soft bed quickly drove away these thoughts, and she stared at the ceiling. It seemed to her that the whole world had right now turned into a tornado, and she was at the center of it. Her eyes began to slowly close, and it became increasingly difficult for her to speak. The girl could no longer lift her heavy eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Carciel and Yoji began to have breakfast together. Jill got out of bed and tried to open her eyes. It was very difficult for her to do so. The dragons turned around at the noise from the hostess's room. The girl came out into the kitchen, very rumpled, and asked to tell her what happened yesterday because she didn't remember anything after they sat down at the table. Yoji leaned back in his chair and told about her strange condition. She vomited on the blanket. She cried and threw hysterics. Jill couldn't believe her ears. She couldn't behave so disgustingly. The dragon also clarified that the owner had to clean everything up for her and calm her down half the night. And in the morning, June was told by the dragon that now the girl is useless and she needs to get rid of such a daughter. The girl began to sob and shake the dragon, trying to find out if he really said that, but Yoji finally said that he was joking. The father called the school, said that she would be late, and cooked porridge for her daughter to eat before leaving. She looked at the table. There was indeed the breakfast that her father had prepared for her. Jill was not taken aback and joyfully informed Yoji that he was now deprived of meat side dishes for a week. Her words were like a bolt from the blue for him. He began to panic. The dragon began to tug at her t-shirt and beg her to forgive his stupid joke. Something interesting was also brewing in the fault department. Nate was on the phone and replied that he would be heading to the location right away. He told Jun that a complaint had been received from the fissure, to which they had received rights. A group of hunters had set up a blockade there and were controlling the hunt, taking everything for themselves. The colleague exhaled heavily. If there was a closure in the rank B fissure, then there are at least 10 rank A hunters. But if something goes wrong, the department will lose their hard-earned rights to this rift, so he goes there. June had already started to rise from his chair to go together, but Nate asked that he remain in the department. A colleague assured him that he would figure it out on his own and asked him to convey his words to his boss. The guy grabbed his briefcase and quickly flew out of the office, and June only wished him good luck. The hero decided to find out a little more information and began to explore the internet. He found out that the Ike Guild was working in their rift, in which there were many A-rank hunters. Nate could be in danger if he overestimates his strength. Jun thought that his colleague probably wants to keep his word that he gave in the past. When they were in the sauna, Nate said that when he arrived at the fault department, there were no senior staff there. After doing this, he decided to become a good elder who could be relied upon. And even though June told him that he was already a reliable person, it seems that Nate decided to confirm this with action. The hero understood how he felt, but for ordinary people, it is too dangerous to go into a fault with an overlap. At that moment, Greg entered the office. The boss was stretching his back on the way to his place and said that he couldn't wake up, and his body was somehow heavy. After this phrase, June's eyes sparkled, and he invited Greg to take a ride with him. The man was happy to get some fresh air and offered to buy him coffee at his expense. After a couple of minutes, the happiness drained from the boss's face, and he screamed in the front seat of the car. Greg begged that this trip wasn't straight to heaven as the car sped along at high speed. The man held onto his belt and shouted that they had definitely been caught on camera, and that now he would be deprived of his driver's license. He asked why he was pushing so hard, because even if he died, June would not get his position. Jun reported that before the boss came to work, information was received that the Ike Guild had arranged a closure in their rift. Then he added that it could be very dangerous there, and Nate went there alone. Fear froze on the boss's face. Did Nate really go there alone? Realization came to him quickly, and he ordered Jun to drive as fast as possible, and if a complaint came, he would deal with it himself. Nate had not yet entered the rift and was determined that no one would harm him. His attention was attracted by the sound of an approaching car flying straight towards him. At the last moment, he managed to jump out of the way to avoid getting run over. Nate started screaming why the hell they allowed themselves to drive like that, when suddenly June got out of the car. June fearfully asked his colleague if he had already been in the rift and if everything was okay with him. He was shocked that the driver turned out to be June, said that everything was fine, and asked what he was doing here. The hero replied that the boss wanted to see the Ike Guild, who at that second was vomiting right in the parking lot. Nate said that he contacted the Ike Guild, which denies everything, so he needs to go and check for himself. Greg wiped his mouth with his sleeve and lamented that he should have told him everything first, and only then went into the rift. The boss reminded them that the three of them would die if they separated, and would live if they stuck together. The colleagues agreed that they would no longer cope with difficulties alone and headed into the rift. A schoolgirl stood in the clearing, clearly scolding the hunters working in the rift. She said that they had set up a blockade here, but the hunters assured her that this was not the case. The girl shouted that only 10 people occupied 70% of the hunting grounds, which means that this is definitely an overlap. Why would S-rank hunters even come to this dungeon? Obviously to put pressure on others. Civil servants entered the rift. Greg asked to bring to him those who caused a commotion here. June noted that the girl was wearing a school uniform like Jill's, not understanding what the schoolgirl was doing here. Nate and Greg were surprised by two facts at once: why the schoolgirl was shouting at the Ike Guild, and why its leader looked pinned to the wall. The girl finally paid attention to the civil servants and froze for a second. Suddenly, she ordered government officials to quickly arrest these people. Jun continued to study her carefully. She is quite noisy and domineering, but he does not yet understand why. Greg approached the Ike Guild and asked if this student was telling the truth. The guild leader said that they had indeed caught a lot of monsters here, but they had never interfered with other hunters or created an obstruction. He handed him a flash drive, which contained recordings from video cameras confirming his words. June inserted the flash drive into his tablet, and they began to carefully study the recordings. The schoolgirl, pleased with herself, was confident that she was right and had already begun to shine. Greg cleared his throat, apologized to the girl, and said that this was not an overlap. She pouted. Did these men also side with the guild? And its leader apologized again and finally said her name. Kira. At that very moment, Greg and Nate began to shake, and June did not understand why they were so scared by her name. Colleagues unanimously shouted that this was the daughter of the president of the Hunter Academy himself, Adrian. The men bowed low before her, and Kira advised them to prepare for dismissal. All this noise from the very morning was caused by just a small girl, and June said that it would be better for her to go to school. Kira, baring her teeth, turned to Jun and asked him to repeat what he had just said. She started screaming that she would call her father and he would fire him immediately, after which she asked his name. Greg began to apologize for June and begged him to forgive him because he was still a newbie. Kira did not calm down and invited June to talk to the president personally. The boss was in a faint state. It seems that their department will be closed forever after this act. It was heard from the phone that the subscriber could not answer the call. But the girl was not going to back down. She pointed her finger at Jun and ordered him to follow her. Greg asked June to beg her to pacify her anger, because this was a matter of life and death for their team. They walked away and Adrian finally answered the call. Kira said that there was a civil servant standing right in front of her who was negligent in his duties and asked to fire him. Jun noted that the president probably has a good relationship with his daughter and took the phone. After he said his name, there was deathly silence at the other end of the phone. Kira tried to understand why Jun's name was so familiar to her. Finally, the president came to his senses. He asked how the civil servant was doing and whether he had any problems. The hero replied that until today everything was fine, but thanks to his daughter, problems arose. Adrian began to apologize for her, but June understood that she was still young and had raging ambitions. Kira didn't understand why her father was shaking so much in front of this guy. At this point, June reported that the girl skipped school and subjected civil servants to training like some kind of mongrels. The girl was still trying to remember why the name June was so familiar to her. Suddenly, an insight came to her. This was the same legendary civil servant and commander-in-chief of the S-rank Fault. June handed her the phone and told her that Dad wanted to talk to her. She hesitantly raised the phone to her ear and quietly addressed her father. An explosive sound wave hit her ear. Adrian shouted that when he returned home, she would be in trouble. The father hung up and the girl sank, because this was the first time in her life that she had been yelled at. The hero thought about it. Jill had never behaved so badly and was glad of this thought. Greg continued to expect the couple to return, and Nate noted that his nerves could cause an earthquake. The boss shouted at his subordinate that it was impossible not to worry when the fate of his future work was being decided. Guild leader Ike pointed his finger towards June and Kira, who were heading towards them. June confidently approached them, and the girl followed him, hanging her head sadly. The hero asked Kira to apologize to everyone, and she dutifully followed his instructions. Everyone froze. Had the president's daughter, known for her character, just apologized. She was sorry that the employees had come such a way because of her, and it was a pity that she had so imprudently accused the guild of blocking them. June smiled at her and said that the main thing is that everything was resolved in the best possible way. The hero turned to the head of the guild, noted that the issue with the complaint had been resolved, and now they were leaving. June, Greg, Nate, and Kira headed towards the exit of the rift. The boss asked Jun in a whisper if he had used any corporal punishment to subdue the girl. The guy exhaled contemptuously and said that they were not in Murim to use violence against children. Fortunately for June, the boss did not notice his mention of Murim and they calmly left the rift. The hero turned to Greg and asked permission to briefly visit the academy. He was going to see the girl off. Greg agreed with him and decided to go to the office with Nate. Getting into the car, June suggested that Kira should buckle up if she didn't want to die. She was embarrassed by the fact that he was threatening her with death, but she obediently reached for her belt. June stepped on the gas and in a couple of seconds the car sped away from the parking lot. Nate noted that he was always the one driving, and he didn't remember June ever having a driver's license. Suddenly, Greg and Nate turned to each other, realizing what had just happened. They ran after the car to stop their colleague, but she had already disappeared from sight. June remained completely calm while sitting behind the wheel of the car. Kira turned to June. She was really very sorry that this happened. The guy asked her to forget today's circumstances. This can happen to anyone. Then he asked why she was in the rift instead of at school. Kira said that she did not consider this important and fell silent. But Jun did not break this silence, because he received the answer to the question asked. The girl asked if he would ask her something else. June asked in response whether he should do this. Usually after such an answer, they ask why it is not important, or is there some story that explains the reason. June, like a robot, asked why going to school was not important. The girl frowned. Kira asked if he doesn't care about her so much, why then take her to the academy. The hero said that he has a daughter, about her age, and she is studying at the academy. He wants to meet her. The girl started screaming. She couldn't understand where he got a high school daughter from, because he looks very young. June replied that she was not his own daughter, but he treated her as his own. After which he decided to change the topic, smiled at her and asked why school seemed unimportant to her. Kira assured that she will become an A-rank hunter, and the school only teaches the basics, which seem boring to her. Her father told her to gain experience at the academy, but for her it was just a waste of time. Jun said that there was truth in her words, but the president did not say anything wrong. When suddenly the sky outside the window changed, the computer reported that there was a distortion in the center. They stopped and got out of the car. People around were running away in panic. Standing right in front of Jun were those whom he killed in the center. But why were they alive, and why did they appear here? The Cyclops and the bird loomed menacingly over him, and he decided to find out the reason from Tusitala later. At that moment, the bird began to attack and released a pillar of fire in his direction. The pillar was incredibly strong. It seems that this could be the final blow for them. Kira closed her ears and eyes. She didn't want to believe that she had just died. After a couple of seconds, she realized that she was alive and finally dared to open her eyes. June stood in front of her, shielding them from being hit by an official car. Despite the danger of the situation, the hero managed to think about whether he would have to write an explanatory note about the car, since he did not get into an accident with it. He pushed away unnecessary thoughts and asked Kira to wait a little while he finished with this. Jun formed a spear from mana and threw it at his opponents. Kira closed her eyes again and screamed that such monsters were beyond the power of even the Sword Emperor. She added that instead of a long, painful death, she would prefer to die quickly and immediately. These monsters may have been a problem for the Sword Emperor, but they certainly weren't a problem for Jun. He took off 2 huge heads with one blow. He just turned to Kira and asked if she was hurt. The girl called him uncle again and asked who he was. June quietly replied that he was a civil servant, but the girl was furious at this answer, because that was not what she meant. The girl stomped her feet and screamed, "Can't he just go ahead and tell him how he did it?" That evening, the aide came to the president with a report on the situation. There are no deaths. Restoration work has begun. But there is one problem. The hunter who killed the monsters has not shown up. But for Adrian it didn't matter. In any case, only one person could handle this. The assistant thought for a couple of seconds, and then smiled. Indeed, no one except Jun could have coped with this. The guy silently looked at the president. Even though everything had been resolved, judging by his heavy expression on his face, he was already thinking about repeating a similar situation. While the assistant silently vowed to follow the president all his life, he only looked at the phone screen. After the morning conversation with Kira, she no longer answered his calls. Was she really offended because he scolded her this morning? Adrian lost the strength to even stand on his feet for a second and fell onto the windows. The assistant picked him up and said that no matter how worried he was about the country, his health came first. But at that moment, although Adrian was worried about the country, it was not in first place. Now the most important thing for him was his beloved daughter Kira, whom he offended. Kira at that moment was at a house unfamiliar to her, the house of Mr. Jun. She glanced at the phone and mentally apologized to her father for not picking up. But the girl couldn't do anything else. The only person who could solve her problem was the uncle. And until he helps her, she is not going to return home. Jill was almost ready for dinner. Carciel was helping set the table, and Yoji's attention was absorbed by the TV. Someone rang the doorbell, and the girl asked to check Yoji, who had come. The dragon trudged towards the door and grumbled that he was interrupted at the most interesting moment. He opened the door, and an unfamiliar girl appeared in front of him, looking over him. Kira looked around and was surprised that the door was open for her, but there was no one there. She took a step forward, and her knee connected with Yoji's face. The schoolgirl squealed in fright, and the dragon's face twisted into a painful grimace. The girl bent down and began to study the monster. Maybe this was the child that the uncle was raising. She took her hands away from him and said that her name was Kira, and she was looking for Mr. Jun. The dragon rubbed his nose displeasedly and said that the owner was now in the shower. After which he stated that they did not need any goods and kicked her out the door. The door began to close, and Kira furiously pushed against it, shouting that she would leave only after she met with the master. Yoji also stood his ground. He pressed on the door from the back side and asked her to leave. The noise in the corridor attracted the attention of Carciel and Jill, who was already heading to the scene. She looked out into the corridor and asked who came to them, that the dragon made such a fuss. At that moment, a girl burst into the door, and Jill recognized her as Kira. Yoji was indignant why the girl did not immediately say that she knew the owner, because he mistook her for a merchant. Kira stood up, cleaned herself up, and thanked the girl for finally being allowed into the house. Jill could not understand why the president's daughter came to their home and clarified this question with Kira. She said that Mr. Jun helped her a lot today and she came to thank him. The girl immediately realized that it would not be possible to get rid of her gratitude so easily. She became wary and suggested that they finally come in and have some tea first, since her father was busy right now. She was embarrassed that in order to say thank you, she needed to bring 2 suitcases with her. Kira walked through the apartment and looked around. The house looked smaller than her room. The girl deftly fell onto the sofa and asked if Jill was the same daughter the uncle was talking about. Jill placed the cup on the table with a knock and confirmed her guesses. Kira wondered why the girl was angry with her, since she had done nothing wrong. All 4 turned around, because the culprit of this gathering had finally appeared in the room. Jun was drying his wet hair with a towel and was clearly dumbfounded by the evening guest. He exhaled heavily and asked what Kira was doing here, to which she asked why he was so dissatisfied with her. The hero turned to Yoji and reminded him that he had asked to drive away all kinds of merchants. The girl was furious. Had this man really called her a pathetic merchant? Yoji revealed that he had been a victim of deception, and Jun finally asked what purpose she had come for. Kira screamed that she had come to thank him. Everyone had to cover their ears from her scream. Jun pulled his fingers out of his ears and asked her if she really came for this. The schoolgirl hesitated, of course. This was not the main reason for her visit. but she came and expressed her gratitude too.
She was terribly worried and finally began to ask her main question.
But Jun interrupted her and immediately gave his cold answer. No. Kira again began to shout that without even asking the question, Jun asked it himself. After all, she came here to ask to take her as a student. The girl gasped, "Does this man really have the skill of reading minds?" The hero began to explain and asked why she brought so many things if she came just to thank him. Kira decided to play her trump card and said that if he took her on as a student, she would give 10 billion won. Jun looked at her tiredly and asked if she knew how much one magic stone cost. She may not have been an official hunter yet, but she knows that his value is approximately 800 million. Kira understood what he was getting at and asked if maybe he needed something else. Jun noted that he would be glad to have dinner and her leaving. Kira gave up. Tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't want to believe that he would really do this to her. She asked her last question. Would she ever be able to become his student? A plan arose in Jun's head, and he said that he would take her as a student, but with one condition. If she attended classes at the academy and graduated as the best student, then he would teach her. Kira clarified the conditions just in case, but not because she didn't hear, but because she didn't believe her ears. She jumped with happiness and shouted that she swears to him that she will become the best in school. After which she clung to Jill and said that now they would see each other at school every day and should be friends. And a second later, she flew out of their apartment along with her things. Jun and Yoji were already sitting at the table. The second was happy that they would finally eat. The hero was happy that now the girl would go to school diligently, and the president would like this fact. Adrian at that moment was shocked by what was told in the academy laboratory. The professor said that in the future there will be monsters that will be 5 to 6 times stronger than those classified as S-rank monsters. It was the president's worst dream. Recently, they have already seen 3 creatures that only one person can cope with at the moment. The professor interrupted his thoughts and said that they had much more serious problems. The fact is that the center began to actively absorb the Earth, and this has terrible consequences. The end of the second season, dear YouTube viewer. If you watched the video to the end, be sure to subscribe and leave a comment. Thank you very much for watching.